Volume 2, Chapter 20 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Volume 2, Chapter 20, The Man. But he was young. Indeed, to men of 50, men just twice his age, he seemed a mere boy and incapable of grief. He was so slim, and his limbs were so loose, and his hair so fair, and his gestures often so naive, that few of the mature people who saw him daily striding up and down Trafalgar Road could have believed him to be acquainted with sorrow like their sorrows. The next morning, as it were in justification of these maturer people, his youth arose and fought with the malady in him, and if it did not conquer, it was not defeated. On the previous night, after hours of hesitation, he had suddenly walked forth and gone down Oak Street and pushed open the garden gates of the Orgreaves and gazed at the facade of the house, not at her window, because that was on the side, and it was all dark. The Orgreaves had gone to bed. He had expected it. Even this perfectly futile reconnaissance had calmed him. While dressing in the bleak sunrise, he had looked at the oval lawn of the Orgreaves' garden, and had seen Johnny idly kicking a football on it. Johnny had probably spent the evening with her, and it was nothing to Johnny. She was there, somewhere between him and Johnny, within 50 yards of both of them, mysterious and withdrawn as ever, busy at something or other, and it was naught to Johnny. By the thought of all this, the woe in him was strengthened and embittered. Nevertheless, his youth, aided by the stringent quality of the clear dawn, still struggled sturdily against it, and he ate 6 times more breakfast than his suffering and insupportable father. At 1:30, it was Thursday and the shop closed at 2 o'clock, he had put on courage like a garment, and decided that he would see her that afternoon or night, or perish in the attempt. And as the remembered phrase of the Sunday passed through his mind, he inwardly smiled and thought of school, and felt old and sure. 2. At 5 minutes to 2, as he stood behind the eternal counter in his eternal dream, he had the inexpressible and delectable shock of seeing her. He was shot by the vision of her as by a bullet. She came in, hurried and preoccupied, apparently full of purpose. "Have you got a Bradshaw?" she inquired, after the briefest greeting, gazing at him across the counter through her veil, as though imploring him for Bradshaw. "I'm afraid we haven't one left," he said. "You see, it's getting on for the end of the month. I suppose you want it at once." "I want it now," she replied. "I'm going to London by the 6 express, and what I want to know is whether I can get on to Brighton tonight. They actually haven't a Bradshaw up there," half in scorn and half in levity, "and they said you'd probably have one here, so I ran down." "They'd be certain to have one at the Tiger," he murmured, reflecting. The Tiger? Evidently she did not care for the idea of the Tiger. "What about the railway station?" "Oh, yes, or the railway station. I'll go up there with you now, if you like, and find out for you. I know the headquarter. We're just closing. Father's at home. He's not very well." She thanked him, relief in her voice. In a minute he had put his hat and coat on and given instructions to Stifford, and he was climbing Duck Bank with Hilda at his side. He had forgiven her. Nay, he had forgotten her crime. The disaster, with all its despair, was sponged clean from his mind like writing off a slate, and as rapidly. It was effaced. He tried to collect his faculties and savour the new sensations, but he could not. Within him all was incoherent, wild, and distracting. 5 minutes earlier, and he could not have conceived the bliss of walking with her to the station. Now he was walking with her to the station, and assuredly it was bliss, and yet he did not fully taste it. Though he would not have loosed her for £1,000,000, her presence gave an even crueler edge to his anxiety and apprehension. London, Brighton! Would she be that night in Brighton? He felt helpless and desperate, and beneath all this was the throbbing of a strange, bitter joy. She asked about his cold and about his father's indisposition. She said nothing of her failure to appear on the previous day, and he knew not how to introduce it neatly. He was not in control of his intelligence. They passed Snaggs's theatre, and from its green wooden walls came the obscure sound of humanity in emotion. Before the mean and shabby portals stood a small crowd of ragged urchins. Posters printed by Darius Clayhanger made white squares on the front. "It's a meeting of the men," said Edwin. "They're losing, aren't they?" He shrugged his shoulders. "I expect they are." She asked what the building was, and he explained. "They used to call it the Blood Tub," he said. She shivered. "The Blood Tub?" "Yes, melodrama and murder and gore, you know." "How horrible!" she exclaimed. "Why are people like that in the Five Towns?" "It's our form of poetry, I suppose," he muttered, smiling at the pavement, which was surprisingly dry and clean in the feeble sunshine. "I suppose it is," she agreed heartily after a pause. "But you belong to the Five Towns, don't you?" he asked. "Oh, yes, I used to." At the station the name of Bradshaw appeared to be quite unknown, but Hilda's urgency implied them upwards from the head porter to the ticket clerk, and from the ticket clerk to the station-master, and at length they discovered, in a stuffy, stove-heated room with a fine view of a short ruck and a pit-head, that on Thursday evenings there was a train from Victoria to Brighton at 11:30. Hilda seemed to sigh relief, and her demeanour changed. But Edwin's uneasiness was only intensified. Brighton, which he had never seen, was in another hemisphere for him. It was mysterious, like her. It was part of her mystery. What could he do? His curse was that he had no initiative. Without her relentless force he would never have penetrated even as far as the stuffy room where the unique Bradshaw lay. It was she who had taken him to the station, not he her. How could he hold her back from Brighton? 3. When they came again to the Blood Tub, she said, "Couldn't we just go and look in? I've got plenty of time now I know exactly where I stand." She halted and glanced across the road. He could only agree to the proposition. For himself, a peculiar sense of delicacy would have made it impossible for him to intrude his prosperity upon the deliberations of starving artisans on strike and stricken. And he wondered what the Potters might think or say about the invasion by a woman. But he had to traverse the street with her and enter, and he had to do so with an air of masculine protectiveness. The urchins stood apart to let them in. Snaggs's, dimly lit by a few glazed apertures in the roof, was nearly crammed by men who sat on the low benches and leaned standing against the side walls. In the small and turgid proscenium, behind a worn picture of the May of Naples, were silhouetted the figures of the men's leader and of several other officials. The leader was speaking in a quiet, mild voice. The other officials were seated on Windsor chairs. The smell of the place was nauseating, and yet the atmosphere was bitingly cold. The warm-wrapped visitors could see rows and rows of discoloured backs and elbows, and caps and stringy kerchiefs. They could almost feel the contraction of thousands of muscles in an involuntary effort to squeeze out the chill from all these bodies. Not a score of overcoats could be discerned in the whole theatre, and many of the jackets were thin and ragged. But the officials had overcoats, and the visitors could almost see, as it were in rays, the intense fixed glances darting from every part of the interior and piercing the upright figure in the centre of the stage. "Some method of compromise," the leader was saying in his persuasive tones. A young man sprang up furiously from the middle benches. "To hell with compromise!" he shouted in a tigerish passion. "Haven't us had £40 from America?" "Order, order!" some protested fiercely, but one voice cried, "Pitch the bastard hole, neck and crop!" Hands clawed at the interrupter and dragged him with extreme violence to the level of the bench, where he muttered like a dying volcano. Angry growls shot up here and there, snappish, menacing, and bestial. "It is quite true," said the leader soothingly, "that our comrades at Trenton have collected £40 for us. But £40 would scarcely pay for a loaf of bread for one man in every 10 on strike." There was more interruption. The dangerous growls continued in running explosions along the benches. The leader, ignoring them, turned to consult with his neighbour, and then faced his audience and called out more loudly, "The business of the meeting is at an end." The entire multitude jumped up, and there was stretching of arms and stamping of feet. The men nearest to the door now perceived Edwin and Hilda, who moved backwards as before a flood. Edwin seized Hilda's arm to hasten her. "Lads," bawled an old man's voice from near the stage, "let's sing Rock of Ages." A frowning and hirsute fellow near the door, with the veins prominent on his red forehead, shouted hoarsely, "Rock of Ages be buggered!" And shifting his hands into his pockets, he plunged for the street, head foremost and chin sticking out murderously. Edwin and Hilda escaped at speed and recrossed the road. The crowd came surging out of the narrow neck of the building and spread over the pavements like a sinister liquid. But from within the building came the lusty song of Rock of Ages. "It's terrible," Hilda murmured after a silence. "Just to see them is enough. I shall never forget what you said." "What was that?" he inquired. He knew what it was, but he wished to prolong the taste of her appreciation. "That you've only got to see the poor things to know they're in the right. Oh, I've lost my handkerchief, unless I've left it in your shop. It must have dropped out of my muff." 4. The shop was closed. As with his latchkey he opened the private door, and then stood on one side for her to precede him into the corridor that led to the back of the shop. He watched the stream of operatives scattering across Duck Bank and descending towards the square. It was as if he and Hilda, being pursued, were escaping. And as Hilda, stopping an instant on the step, saw what he saw, her face took a troubled expression. They both went in, and he shut the door. "Turn to the left," he said, wondering whether the big Columbia machine would be running, for her to see if she chose. "Oh, this takes you to the shop, doesn't it? How funny to be behind the counter." He thought she spoke self-consciously in the way of small talk, which was contrary to her habit. "Here's my handkerchief," she cried with pleasure. It was on the counter, a little white wisp in the grey-sheeted gloom. Stifford must have found it on the floor and picked it up. The idea flashed through Edwin's head. Did she leave the handkerchief on purpose, so that we should have to come back here? The only illumination of the shop was from 3 or 4 diamond-shaped holes in the upper part of as many shutters. No object was at first quite distinct. The corners were very dark. All merchandise not in drawers or on shelves was hidden in pale dust-cloths. A chair, wrong side up, was on the fancy counter, its back hanging over the front of the counter. Hilda had wandered behind the other counter, and Edwin was in the middle of the shop. Her face in the twilight had become more mysterious than ever. He was in a state of emotion, but he did not know to what category the emotion belonged. They were alone. Stifford had gone for the half-holiday. Darius, sickly, would certainly not come near. The printers were working as usual in their place, and the clanking whir of a treadle machine overhead agitated the ceiling. But nobody would enter the shop. His excitement increased, but did not define itself. There was a sudden roar in Duck Square, and then cries. "What can that be?" Hilda asked, low. "Some of the strikers," he answered, and went through the doors to the letter-hole in the central shutter, lifted the flap, and looked through. A struggle was in progress at the entrance to the Duck Inn. One man was apparently drunk. Others were jeering on the skirts of the lean crowd. "It's some sort of a fight among them," said Edwin loudly, so that she could hear in the shop. But at the same instant he felt the wind of the door swinging behind him, and Hilda was silently at his elbow. "Let me look," she said. Assuredly her voice was trembling. He moved as little as possible and held the flap up for her. She bent and gazed. He could hear various noises in the square, but she described nothing to him. After a long while she withdrew from the hole. "A lot of them have gone into the public-house," she said. The others seem to be moving away. There's a policeman." "What a shame," she burst out passionately, "that they have to drink to forget their trouble." She made no remark upon the strangeness of starving workmen being able to pay for beer sufficient to intoxicate themselves. Nor did she comment, as a woman, on the misery of the wives and children at home in the slums and the cheap cottage rows. She merely compassionated the men in that they were driven to brutishness. Her features showed painful pity, masking disgust. She stepped back into the shop. "Do you know," she began in a new tone, "you've quite altered my notion of poetry. What you said as we were going up to the station." "Really?" He smiled nervously. He was very pleased. He would have been astounded by this speech from her, a professed devotee of poetry, if in those instants the capacity for astonishment had remained to him. "Yes," she said, and continued, frowning and picking at her muff. "But you do alter my notions. I don't know how it is. So this is your little office?" The door of the cubicle was open. "Yes, go in and have a look at it." "Shall I?" She went in. He followed her. And no sooner was she in there than she muttered, "I must hurry off now." Yet a moment before she seemed to have infinite leisure. "Shall you be at Brighton long?" he demanded, and scarcely recognized his own accents. "Oh, I can't tell. I've no idea. It depends." "How soon should you be down our way again?" She only shook her head. "I say, you know," he protested. "Good-bye," she said, quavering. "Thanks very much." She held out her hand. "But—" He took her hand. His suffering was intolerable. It was torture of the most exquisite kind. Her hand pressed his. Something snapped in him. His left hand hovered shaking over her shoulder, and then touched her shoulder, and he could feel her left hand on his arm. The embrace was clumsy in its instinctive and unskilled violence, but its clumsiness was redeemed by all his sincerity, and all hers. His eyes were within 6 inches of her eyes, full of delicious shame, anxiety, and surrender. They kissed. He had amorously kissed a woman. All his past life sank away, and he began a new life on the impetus of that supreme and final emotion. It was an emotion that in its freshness, agitating and divine, could never be renewed. He had felt the virgin answer of her lips on his. She had told him everything. She had yielded up her mystery in a second of time. Her courage in responding to his caress ravished and amazed him. She was so unaffected, so simple, so heroic. And the cool, delicate purity of those lips, and the faint feminine odour of her flesh, and even of her stuffs. Dreams and visions were surpassed. He said to himself in the flood tide of masculinity, "My God, she's mine." And it seemed incredible. 5. She was sitting in the office chair, he on the desk. She said in a trembling voice, "I should never have come to the Five Towns again if you hadn't—" "Why not?" "I couldn't have stood it. I couldn't." She spoke almost bitterly, with a peculiar smile on her twitching lips. To him it seemed that she had resumed her mystery, that he had only really known her for 1 instant, that he was bound to a woman entrancing, noble, but impenetrable. And this, in spite of the fact that he was close to her, touching her, tingling to her in the confined, crepuscular intimacy of the cubicle. He could trace every movement of her breast as she breathed, and yet she escaped the inward searching of his gaze. But he was happy. He was happy enough to repel all anxieties and inquietudes about the future. He was steeped in the bliss of the miracle. This was but the 4th day, and they were vowed. "It was only Monday," he began. "Monday!" she exclaimed. "I have thought of you for over a year." She leaned towards him. Didn't you know? Of course you did. You couldn't bear me at first. He denied this, blushing, but she insisted. You don't know how awful it was for me yesterday when you didn't come, he murmured. Was it? She said under her breath. I had some very important letters to write. She clasped his hand. There it was again. She spoke just like a man of business immersed in secret schemes. It's awfully funny, he said. I scarcely know anything about you, and yet... I'm Janet's friend, she answered. Perhaps it was the delicatest reproof of imagined distrust. And I don't want to, he went on. How old are you? 24, she answered sweetly, acknowledging his right to put such questions. I thought you were. I suppose you know I've got no relatives, she said, as if relenting from her attitude of reproof. Fortunately, Father left just enough money for me to live on. Must you go to Brighton? She nodded. Where can I write to? It will depend, she said, but I shall send you the address tomorrow. I shall write you before I go to bed, whether it's tonight or tomorrow morning. I wonder what people will say. Please tell no one yet, she pleaded. Really, I should prefer not. Later on it would seem so sudden. People are so silly. But shan't you tell Janet? She hesitated. No, let's keep it to ourselves till I come back. When shall you come back? Oh, very soon. I hope in a few days now. But I must go to this friend at Brighton. She's relying on me. It was enough for him, and indeed he liked the idea of a secret. Yes, yes, he agreed eagerly. There was the sound of another uproar in Duck Square. It appeared to roll to and fro thunderously. She shivered. The fire was dead out in the stove, and the chill of night crept in from the street. It's nearly dark, she said. I must go. I have to pack. Oh, dear, dear, those poor men. Somebody will be hurt. I'll walk up with you, he whispered, holding her in ownership. No, it would be better not. Let me out. Really? Really. But who'll take you to Knype Station? Janet will go with me. She rose reluctantly. In the darkness they were now only dim forms to each other. He struck a match that blinded them and expired as they reached the passage. When she had gone, he stood hatless at the open side door. Right at the top of Duck Bank he could discern, under the big lamp there, a knot of gesticulating and shouting strikers menacing 2 policemen. And farther off in the direction of Moorthorne Road, other strikers were running. The yellow-lit blinds of the Duck Inn across the square seemed to screen a house of impenetrable conspiracies and debaucheries. And all that grim, perilous background only gave to his emotions a further intensity, troubling them to still stranger ecstasy. He thought, it has happened to me now, this thing that is at the bottom of everybody's mind. I've kissed her. I've got her. She's marvellous, marvellous. I couldn't have believed it. But is it true? Has it happened? It passed his credence. By Jove, I absolutely forgot about the ring. That's a nice howdy-do. He saw himself married. He thought of Clara's grotesque antics with her tedious babe, and he thought of his father and of vexations. But that night he was a man. She, Hilda, with her independence and her mystery, had inspired him with a full pride of manhood. And he discovered that one of the chief attributes of a man is an immense tenderness. End of Volume 2, Chapter 20. Volume 2, Chapter 21 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Volume 2, Chapter 21, The Marriage. He was more proud and agitated than happy. The romance of the affair and its secrecy made him proud. The splendid qualities of Hilda made him proud. It was her mysteriousness that agitated him, and her absence rendered him unhappy in his triumph. During the whole of Friday he was thinking, "Tomorrow is Saturday, and I shall have her address and a letter from her." He decided that there was no hope of a letter by the last post on Friday, but as the hour of the last post drew nigh, he grew excited, and was quite appreciably disappointed when it brought nothing. The fear, which had always existed in little, then waxed into enormous dread, that Saturday's post also would bring nothing. His manoeuvres in the early twilight of Saturday morning were complicated by the fact that it had not been arranged whether she should write to the shop or to the house. However, he prepared for either event by having his breakfast at 7 o'clock, on the plea of special work in the shop. He had finished it at 7:30, and was waiting for the postman, whose route he commanded from the dining-room window. The postman arrived. Edwin, with false calm, walked into the hall, saying to himself that if the letter was not in the box, he would be at the shop. But the letter was in the box. He recognized her sprawling hand on the envelope through the wirework. He snatched the letter and slipped upstairs with it like a fox with a chicken. It had come, then. The letter safely in his hands, he admitted more frankly than he had been, very doubtful of its promptitude. 25 Preston Street, Brighton, 1 a.m. Dearest, this is my address. I love you. Every bit of me is absolutely yours. Write me. H.L. That was all. It was enough. Its tone enchanted him. Also, it startled him. But it reminded him of her lips. He had begun a letter to her. He saw now that what he had written was too cold in the expression of his feelings. Hilda's note suddenly and completely altered his views upon the composition of love letters. Every bit of me is absolutely yours. How fine, how untrammelled, how like Hilda! What other girl could or would have written such a phrase? More than ever was he convinced that she was unique. The thrill divine quickened in him again, and he rose eagerly to her level of passion. The romance, the secrecy, the mystery, the fever. He walked down Trafalgar Road with the letter in his pocket, and once he pulled it out to read it in the street. His discretion objected to this act, but Edwin was not his own master. Stifford, hurrying in exactly at 8, was somewhat perturbed to find his employer's son already installed in the cubicle, writing by the light of gas, as the shutters were not removed. Edwin had finished and stamped his first love letter just as his father entered the cubicle. Owing to dyspeptic accidents, Darius had not set foot in the cubicle since it had been sanctified by Hilda. Edwin, leaving it, glanced at the old man's back, and thought disdainfully, "Ah, you little know, you rhinoceros, that less than 2 days ago she and I, on that very spot—" As soon as his father had gone to pay the morning visit to the printing shops, he ran out to post the letter himself. He could not be contented until it was in the post. Now, when he saw men of about his own class and age in the street, he would speculate upon their experiences in the romance of women. And it did genuinely seem to him impossible that anybody else in a town like Bursley could have passed through an episode so exquisitely strange and beautiful as that through which he was passing. Yet his reason told him that he must be wrong there. His reason, however, left him tranquil in the assurance that no girl in Bursley had ever written to her affianced, "I love you, every bit of me is absolutely yours." Hilda's second letter did not arrive till the following Tuesday, by which time he had become distracted by fears and doubts. Yes, doubts. No rational being could have been more loyal than Edwin, but these little doubts would keep shooting up and withering away. He could not control them. The second letter was nearly as short as the first. It told him nothing save her love, and that she was very worried by her friend's situation, and that his letters were a joy. She had had a letter from him each day. In his reply to her second, he gently implied, between 2 lines, that her letters lacked quantity and frequency. She answered, "I simply cannot write letters. It isn't in me. Can't you tell that from my handwriting? Not even to you. You must take me as I am." She wrote each day for 3 days. Edwin was one of those who learn quickly by the acceptance of facts, and he now learnt that profound lesson that an individual must be taken or left in entirety, and that you cannot change an object merely because you love it. Indeed, he saw in her phrase, "You must take me as I am," the accents of original and fundamental wisdom, springing from the very roots of life. And he submitted. At intervals he would say resentfully, "But surely she could find 5 minutes each day to drop me a line. What's 5 minutes?" But he submitted. Submission was made easier when he coordinated with Hilda's idiosyncrasy the fact that Maggie, his own unromantic sister, could never begin to write a letter with less than from 12 to 24 hours bracing of herself to the task. Maggie would be saying and saying, "I really must write that letter. Dear me, I haven't written that letter yet." His whole life seemed to be lived in the post, and postmen were the angels of the creative spirit. His unhappiness increased with the deepening of the impression that the loved creature was treating him with cruelty. Time dragged. At length he had been engaged a fortnight. On Thursday a letter should have come. It came not. Not on Friday nor Saturday. On Sunday it must come. But it did not come on Sunday. He determined to telegraph to her on the Monday morning. His loyalty, though valorous, needed aid against all those pricking battalions of ephemeral doubts. On the Sunday evening he suddenly had the idea of strengthening himself by a process that resembled boat-burning. He would speak to his father. His father's mentality was the core of a difficulty that troubled him exceedingly, and he took it into his head to attack the difficulty at once, on the spot. 2. For years past, Darius Clayhanger had not gone to chapel on Sunday evening. In the morning he still went fairly regularly, but in the evening he would now sit in the drawing-room, generally alone, to read. On weekdays he never used the drawing-room, where indeed there was seldom a fire. He had been accustomed to only one living-room, and save on Sunday when he cared to bend the major part of his mind to the matter, he scorned to complicate existence by utilizing all the resources of the house which he had built. His children might do so, but not he. He was proud enough to see to it that his house had a drawing-room, and too proud to employ the drawing-room except on the ceremonious day. After tea, at about 5:45, when chapel-goers were hurriedly putting gloves on, he would begin to establish himself in a saddle-backed, ear-flapped easy-chair with The Christian News and an ivory paper-knife as long and nearly as deadly as a scimitar. The Christian News was a religious weekly of a new type. It belonged to a Mr. James Bott, and it gave to God and to the mysteries of religious experience a bright and breezy actuality. Darius's children had damned it forever on its first issue, in which Clara had found, in a report of a very important charitable meeting, the following words: "Among those present were the Prince of Wales and Mr. James Bott." Such is the hasty and unjudicial nature of children that this single sentence finished the career of the Christian News with the younger generation. But Darius liked it, and continued to like it. He enjoyed it. He would spend an hour and a half in reading it. And further, he enjoyed cutting open the morsel. Once, when Edwin, in hope of more laughter, had cut the pages on a Saturday afternoon, and his father had found himself unable to use the paper-knife on Sunday evening, there had been a formidable inquiry. "Who's been meddling with my paper?" Darius saved the paper even from himself until Sunday evening. Not till then would he touch it. This habit had flourished for several years. It appeared never to lose its charm, and Edwin did not cease to marvel at his father's pleasure in a tedious monotony. It was the hallowed right of reading the Christian News that Edwin disturbed in his sudden and capricious resolve. Maggie and Mrs. Nixon had gone to chapel, for Mrs. Nixon, by reason of her years, bearing, mantle, and reputation, could walk down Trafalgar Road by the side of her mistress on a Sunday night without offence to the delicate instincts of the town. The niece, engaged to be married at an age absurdly youthful, had been permitted by Mrs. Nixon the joy of attending evensong at the Bleakridge Church on the arm of a mail, but on a promise to be back at 7:45 to set supper. The house was perfectly still when Edwin came all on fire out of his bedroom and slid down the stairs. The gas burnt economically low within its stained glass cage in the hall. The drawing-room door was unlatched. He hesitated a moment on the mat, and he could hear the calm ticking of the clock in the kitchen and see the red glint of the kitchen fire against the wall. Then he entered, looking and feeling apologetic. His father was all curtained in, his slippered feet on the fender of the blazing hearth, his head cushioned to a nicety, the long paper knife across his knees. And the room was really hot and in a glow of light. Darius turned and, lowering his face, gazed at Edwin over the top of his new gold-rimmed spectacles. "Not gone to chapel?" he frowned. "No. I say, Father, I just wanted to speak to you." Darius made no reply, but shifted his glance from Edwin to the fire and maintained his frown. He was displeased at the interruption. Edwin failed to shut the door at the first attempt, and then banged it in his nervousness. In spite of himself, he felt like a criminal. Coming forward, he leaned his loose, slim frame against a corner of the old piano. 3. "Well?" Darius growled impatiently, even savagely. They saw each other not once a week, but at nearly every hour of every day, and they were surfeited of the companionship. "Supposing I wanted to get married?" This sentence shot out of Edwin's mouth like a bolt, and as it flew he blushed very red. In the privacy of his mind he was horribly swearing. "So that's it, is it?" Darius growled again, and he leaned forward and picked up the poker, not as a menace, but because he, too, was nervous. As an opposer of his son, he had never had quite the same confidence in himself since Edwin's historic fury had been suspected of theft, though apparently their relations had resumed the old basis of bullying and submission. "Well," Edwin hesitated. He thought, "After all, people do get married. It won't be a crime." "Who's been running after?" Darius demanded inimically. Instead of being softened by this rumour of love, by this hint that his son had been passing through wondrous secret hours, he instinctively, and without any reason, hardened himself and transformed the news into an offence. He felt no sympathy, and it did not occur to him to recall that he too had once thought of marrying. He was a man whom life had brutalized about half a century earlier. I was only thinking," said Edmund clumsily. The fool had not sense enough even to sit down. "I was only thinking, supposing I did want to get married?" "Who's been running after?" "Well, I can't rightly say there's anything what you may call settled. In fact, nothing was to be said about it at all at present, but it's Miss Lessways, Father. Hilda Lessways, you know." "Her as came in the shop the other day?" "Yes." "How long's this been going on?" Edwin thought of what Hilda had said. "Oh, over a year." He could not possibly have said 4 days. "Mind you, this is strictly QT. Nobody knows a word about it, nobody. But of course I thought I'd better tell you. You'll say nothing?" He tried wistfully to appeal as one loyal man to another. But he failed. There was no ray of response on his father's gloomy features, and he slipped back insensibly into the boy whose right to an individual existence had never been formally admitted. Something base in him, something of that baseness which occasionally actuates the oppressed, made him add, "She's got an income of her own. Her father left money." He conceived that this would placate Darius. "I know all about her father," Darius sneered with a short laugh. "And her father's father. Well, lad, you go your own road." He appeared to have no further interest in the affair. Edwin was not surprised, for Darius was seemingly never interested in anything except his business. But he thought how strange, how nigh to the incredible, the old man's demeanour was. "But about money I was thinking," he said, uneasily shifting his pose. "What about money?" "Well," said Edwin, endeavouring and failing to find courage to put a little sharpness into his tone, "I couldn't marry on 17 and 6 a week, could I?" At the age of 25, at the end of 9 years' experience in the management and the accountancy of a general printing and stationery business, Edwin was receiving 17 shillings and sixpence for a 65-hour week's work, the explanation being that on his father's death the whole enterprise would be his, and that all money saved was saved for him. Out of his sum he had to pay 10 shillings a week to Maggie towards the cost of board and lodging, so that 3 half-crowns remained for his person and his soul. Thus he could expect no independence of any kind until his father's death, and he had a direct and powerful interest in his father's death. Moreover, all his future and all unpaid reward of his labours in the past hung hazardous on his father's goodwill. If he quarrelled with him, he might lose everything. Edwin was one of a few odd-minded persons who did not regard this arrangement as perfectly just, proper, and in accordance with sound precedent. But he was helpless. His father would tell him, and did tell him, that he had fought no struggles, suffered no hardship, had no responsibility, and that he was simply coddled from head to foot in cotton wool. "I say you must go your own road," said his father. "But at this rate I should never be able to marry." "Do you reckon," asked Marius, with cold, mild scorn, "as you getting married will make your services worth 1 penny more to my business?" And he waited an answer with the august calm of one who is aware that he is unanswerable. But he might, with equal propriety, have tied his son's hands behind him, and then diverted himself by punching his head. "I do all I can," said Edwin meekly. "And what about getting orders?" Darius questioned grimly. "Didn't I offer you 2.5% on all new customers you got yourself? And how many have you got? Not one. I give you a chance to make extra money, and you don't take it. You'd sooner go running about after girls." This was a particular grievance of the father against the son, that the son brought no grist to the mill in the shape of new orders. "How can I get orders?" Edwin protested. "How did I get 'em? How did I get 'em? Somebody has to get them." The old man's lips were pressed together, and he waved the Christian News slightly in his left hand. 4. In a few minutes both their voices had risen. Darius, savage, stooped to replace with a shovel a large burning coal that had dropped on the tiles and was sending up a column of brown smoke. "I'll tell you what I shall do," he said, controlling himself bitterly. "It's against my judgment, but I shall put you up to £1 a week at the New Year, if all goes well, of course. And it's good money, let me add." He was entirely serious and almost sincere. He loathed paying money over to his son. He was convinced that in an ideal world sons would toil gratis for their fathers, who lodged and fed them and gifted them with the reversion of excellent businesses. "But what good's £1 a week?" Edwin demanded, with the querulousness of one who is losing hope. "What good's £1 a week?" Darius repeated, hurt and genuinely hurt. "Let me tell you that in my time young men married on £1 a week, and glad to. £1 a week!" He finished with a sardonic exclamation. "I couldn't marry Miss Lessways on £1 a week," Edwin murmured in despair, his lower lip hanging. "I thought you might perhaps be offering me a partnership by this time." Possibly, in some mad hour, a thought so wild had indeed flitted through his brain. "Did you?" rejoined Darius. And in the fearful grimness of the man's accents was concealed all his intense and egoistic sense of possessing in absolute ownership the business which the little boy out of the Bastille had practically created. Edwin did not and could not understand the fierce strength of his father's emotion concerning the business. Already, in tacitly agreeing to leave Edwin the business after his own death, Darius imagined himself to be superbly benevolent. And then there would be house furnishing, and so on, Edwin continued. "What about that £50?" Darius curtly inquired. Edwin was startled. Never since the historic scene had Darius made the slightest reference to the proceeds of the Building Society share. "I haven't spent all of it," Edwin muttered. Do what he would with his brain, the project of marriage and house-tenancy and a separate existence obstinately presented itself to him as fantastic and preposterous. Who was he to ask so much from destiny? He could not feel that he was a man. In his father's presence he never could feel that he was a man. He remained a boy, with no rights, moral or material. "I never she say she's got money of her own," Darius remarked, and was considerably astonished when the boy walked straight out of the room and closed the door. It was his last grain of common sense that took Edwin in silence out of the room. Miserable, despicable baseness! Did the old devil suppose that he would be capable of asking his wife to find the resources which he himself could not bring? He was to say to his wife, "I can only supply £1 a week, but as you've got money it won't matter." The mere notion outraged him so awfully that if he had stayed in the room there would have been an altercation and perhaps a permanent estrangement. As he stood furious and impotent in the hall, he thought, with his imagination quickened by the memory of Mr. Shushan's, "When you're old and I've got you," he clenched his fist in his teeth, "when I've got you and you can't help yourself, by God, it'll be my turn." And he meant it. 5. He seized his overcoat and hat, and, putting them on anyhow, strode out. The kitchen clock struck 7:30 as he left. Chapel-goers would soon be returning in a thin procession of 2s and 3s up Trafalgar Road. To avoid meeting acquaintances, he turned down the side street towards the old road, which was a continuation of Aboukir Street. There he would be safe. Letting his overcoat fly open, he thrust his hands into the pocket of his trousers. It was a cold night of mist. Humanity was separated from him by the semi-transparent blinds of the cottage windows, bright squares in the dark and enigmatic facades of the street. He was alone. All along he had felt and known that this disgusting crisis would come to pass. He had hoped against it, but not with faith. And he had no remedy for it. What could he immediately and effectively do? He was convinced that his father would not yield. There were frequent occasions when his father was proof against reason, when his father seemed genuinely unable to admit the claim of justice, and this occasion was one of them. He could tell by certain peculiarities of tone and gesture. £1 a week! Assuming that he cut loose from his father in a formal and confessed separation, he might not for a long time be in a position to earn more than £1 a week. The clerk was worth no more, and, except as responsible manager of a business, he could only go into the market as a clerk. In the Five Towns, how many printing offices were there that might at some time or another be in need of a manager? Probably not one. They were all of modest importance, and directed personally by the proprietary heads. His father's was one of the largest. No, his father had nurtured and trained in him a helpless slave. And how could he discuss such a humiliating question with Hilda? Could he say to Hilda, "See here, my father won't allow me more than £1 a week. What are we to do?" In what terms should he telegraph to her tomorrow? He heard the rapid, firm footsteps of a wayfarer overtaking him. He had no apprehension of being disturbed in his bitter rage, but a hand was slapped on his shoulder, and a jolly voice said, "Now, Edwin, where's this road leading you to on a Sunday night?" It was Osborne Orgreave, who, having been tramping for exercise in the high regions beyond the Loop railway line, was just going home. "Oh, nowhere particular," said Edwin feebly. "Working off Sunday dinner, eh?" "Yes," and Edwin added casually to prove that there was nothing singular in his mood, "Last night." "You must come in a bit," said Mr. Orgreave. "Oh, no." He shrank away. Now," said Mr. Orgreave masterfully. "You've got to come in, so you may as well give up first as last. Janet's in. She's like you and me, she's a bad lot. Hasn't been to church." He took Edwin by the arm, and they turned into Oak Street at the lower end. Edwin continued to object, but Mr. Orgreave, unable to scrutinize his face in the darkness, and not dreaming of an indiscretion, rode over his weak negatives, horse and foot, and drew him by force into the garden, and in the hall took his hat away from him and slid his overcoat from his shoulders. Mr. Orgreave, having accomplished a lot of forbidden labour on that Sabbath, was playful in his hospitality. "Prisoner, take charge of him," exclaimed Mr. Orgreave shortly, as he pushed Edwin into the breakfast-room and shut the door from the outside. Janet was there, exquisitely welcoming, unconsciously pouring balm from her eyes. But he thought she looked graver than usual. Edwin had to enact the part of a man to whom nothing had happened. He had to behave as though his father was the kindest and most reasonable of fathers, as though Hilda wrote fully to him every day, as though he were not even engaged to Hilda. He must talk, and he scarcely knew what he was saying. "Heard lately from Miss Lessways?" he asked lightly, or as lightly as he could. It was a splendid effort. Impossible to expect him to start upon the weather or the strike. He did the best he could. Janet's eyes became troubled. Speaking in a low voice, she said, with a glance at the door, "I suppose you've not heard. She's married." He did not move. 6. Married? Yes. It is rather sudden, isn't it? Janet tried to smile, but she was exceedingly self-conscious. To a Mr. Cannon. She's known him for a very long time, I think. When? Yesterday. I had a note this morning. It's quite a secret yet. I haven't told Mother and Father. But she asked me to tell you if I saw you. He thought her eyes were compassionate. Mrs. Orgreave came smiling into the room. "Well, Mr. Edwin, it seems we only get you in here by main force." "Are you quite better, Mrs. Orgreave?" He rose to greet her. He had by some means or other to get out. I must just run home in a second," he said, after a moment. "I'll be back in 3 minutes." But he had no intention of coming back. He would have told any lie in order to be free. In his bedroom, looking at himself in the glass, he could detect on his face no sign whatever of suffering or of agitation. It seemed just an ordinary, mild, unmoved face. And this, too, he had always felt and known would come to pass, that Hilda would not be his. All that romance was unreal. It was not true. It had never happened. Such a thing could not happen to such as he was. He could not reflect. When he tried to reflect, the top of his head seemed as though it would fly off. Cannon! She was with Cannon somewhere at that very instant. She had specially asked that he should be told. And indeed he had been told before even Mr. and Mrs. Orgreave. Cannon! She might at that very instant be in Cannon's arms. It could be said of Edwin that he fully lived that night. Fate had at any rate roused him from the coma which most men call existence. Simple Maggie was upset because, from Edwin's absence and her father's demeanour at supper, she knew that her menfolk had had another terrible discussion. And since her father offered no remark as to it, she guessed that this one must be even more serious than the last. There was one thing that Edwin could not fit into any of his theories of the disaster which had overtaken him, and that was his memory of Hilda's divine gesture as she Volume 3, Chapter 1 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Volume 3, Chapter 1. Book 3, His Freedom. After a Funeral. 4.5 years later, on a Tuesday night in April 1886, Edwin was reading in an easy-chair in his bedroom. The easy-chair had been taken from the dining-room, silently, without permission, and Darius had apparently not noticed its removal. A deep chair designed by someone learned in the poses natural to the mortal body, it was firm where it ought to be firm, and where it ought to yield, there it yielded. By its own angles it threw the head slightly back, and the knees slightly up. Edwin's slippered feet rested on a hassock, and in front of the hassock was a red-glowing gas stove. That stove, like the easy-chair, had been acquired by Edwin at his father's expense, without his father's cognizance. It consumed gas whose price swelled the quarterly bill 3 times a year, and Darius observed nothing. He had not even entered his son's bedroom for several years. Each month seemed to limit further his interest in surrounding phenomena, and to centralize more completely all his faculties in his business. Over Edwin's head the gas jet flamed through one of Darius's special private burners, lighting the page of a little book, one of Cassell's National Library, a new series of 6-penny reprints which had considerably excited the book-selling and the book-reading worlds, but which Darius had apparently quite ignored, though confronted in his house and in his shop by multitudinous examples of it. Sometimes Edwin would almost be persuaded to think that he might safely indulge any caprice whatever under his father's nose, and then the old man would notice some unusual trifle of no conceivable importance, and go into a passion about it, and Maggie would say quietly, "I told you what would be happening one of these days," which would annoy Edwin. His annoyance was caused less by Maggie's "I told you so" than by her lack of logic. If his father had ever overtaken him in some large and desperate caprice, such as the purchase of the gas-stove on the paternal account, he would have submitted in meekness to Maggie's triumphant reminder. But his father never did. It was always upon some perfectly innocent nothing, which the timidest son might have permitted himself, that the wrath of Darius overwhelmingly burst. Maggie and Edwin understood each other on the whole very well. Only in minor points did their sympathy fail, and as Edwin would be exasperated because Maggie's attitude towards argument was that of a woman, so would Maggie resent a certain mulishness in his characteristic of the unfathomable stupid sex. Once a week, for example, when his room was done out, there was invariably a skirmish between them, because Edwin really did hate anybody to meddle among his things. The derangement of even a brush on the dressing-table would rankle in his mind. Also, he was very crotchety about his meals, and on the subject of fresh air. Unless he was sitting in a perceptible draught, he thought he was being poisoned by nitrogen, but when he could see the curtain or blind trembling in the wind, he was hygienically at ease. His existence was a series of catarrhal colds, which, however, as he would learnedly explain to Maggie, could not be connected in the brain of a reasonable person with currents of fresh air. Maggie mutely disdained his science. This, too, fretted him. Occasionally she would somewhat tartly assert that he was a regular old maid. The accusation made no impression on him at all. But when, more than ordinarily exacerbated, she sang out that he was exactly like his father, he felt wounded. 2. The appearance of his bedroom, and the fact that he enjoyed being in it alone, gave some ground for Maggie's first accusation. A screen hid the bed, and this screen was half covered with written papers of memoranda. Roughly, it divided the room into dormitory and study. The whole chamber was occupied by Edwin's personal goods, great and small, ranged in the most careful order. It was full. In the occupation of a young man who was not precociously an old maid, it would have been littered. It was a complex and yet practical apparatus for daily use, completely organized for the production of comfort. Edwin would move about in it with the loving and assured gestures of a creator, and always he was improving its perfection. His bedroom was his passion. Often, during the wilderness of the day, he would think of his bedroom as of a refuge, to which in the evening he should hasten. Ascending the stairs after the meal, his heart would run on in advance of his legs, and be within the room before his hand had opened the door. Then he would close the door, as upon the whole tedious world, and turn up the gas, and light the stove with an explosive plop, and settle himself. And in the first few minutes of reading he would, with distinct, conscious pleasure, allow his attention to circle the room, dwelling upon piled and serried volumes, and delighting in orderliness and in convenience. And he would reflect, "This is my life. This is what I shall always live for. This is the best. And why not?" It seemed to him when he was alone in his bedroom, and in the night, that he had respectably well solved the problem offered to him by destiny. He insisted to himself sharply that he was not made for marriage, that he had always known marriage to be impossible for him, that what had happened was bound to have happened. For a few weeks he had lived in a fool's paradise, that was all. Fantastic scheme, mad self-deception. In such wise he thought of his love affair. His profound satisfaction was that none except his father knew of it, and even his father did not know how far it had gone. He felt that if the town had been aware of his jilting, he could not have borne the humiliation. To himself he had been horribly humiliated, but he had recovered in his own esteem. It was only by very slow processes, by insensible degrees, that he had arrived at the stage of being able to say to his mirror, "I've got over that." And who could judge better than he? He could trace no mark of the episode in his face. Save for the detail of a moustache, it seemed to him that he had looked on precisely the same unchangeable face for a dozen years. Strange that suffering had left no sign. Strange that in the months just after Hilda's marriage, no acquaintance had taken him on one side and said, "What is the tragedy I can read on your features?" And indeed the truth was that no one suspected. The vision of his face would remain with people long after he had passed them in the street or spoken to them in the shop. The charm of his sadness persisted in their memory, but they would easily explain it to themselves by saying that his face had a naturally melancholy cast, a sort of accident that had happened to him in the beginning. He had a considerable reputation, of which he was imperfectly aware, for secretiveness, timidity, gentleness, and intellectual superiority. Sundry young women thought of him wistfully when smiling upon quite other young men, and would even kiss him while kissing them, according to the notorious perversity of love. 3. He was reading Swift's Tale of a Tub eagerly, tasting with a palate consciously fastidious and yet catholic the fine savour of a masterpiece. By his secret enthusiasm, which would escape from him at rare intervals in a word to a friend, he was continuing the repetition of the Tale of a Tub from one century towards the next. A classic remains a classic only because a few hundred Edwins up and down England enjoy it so heartily that their pleasure becomes religious. Edwin, according to his programme, had no right to be amusing himself with Swift at that hour. The portly Hallam, whom he found tedious, ought to have been in his hands. But Swift had caught him and would not let him go. Herein was one of the consequences of the pocketableness of Cassell's new series. Edwin had been obliged to agree with Tom Orgreave, now a married man, that the books were not volumes for a collector, but they were so cheap, and they came from the press so often, once a week, and they could be carried so comfortably over the heart, that he could not resist most of them. His professed idea was that by their aid he could read smaller works in odd moments at any time, thus surpassing his programme. He had not foreseen that Swift would make a breach in his programme, which was already in a bad way. But he went on reading tranquilly, despite the damage to it, for in the immediate future shone the hope of the new life, when programmes would never be neglected. In less than a month he would be 30 years of age. At 20 it had seemed a great age, an age of absolute maturity. Now he felt as young and as boyish as ever, especially before his father, and he perceived that his vague early notion about the finality of such an age as 30 had been infantile. Nevertheless, the entry into another decade presented itself to him as solemn, and he meant to signalise it by new and mightier resolutions to execute vaster programmes. He was intermittently engaged, during these weeks, in the delicious, the enchanting business of constructing the ideal programme and scheming the spare hours to ensure its achievement. He lived in a dream and illusion of ultimate perfection. Several times, despite the spell of Swift, he glanced at his watch. The hand went from 9 to 10 minutes past 10, and then he thought he heard the sound for which he had been listening. He jumped up, abandoned the book with its marker, opened the window wide, and, lifting the blind by its rod, put his head out. Yes, he could hear the yelling far off over the hill, softened by distance into something gentle and attractive. "Signal! Signal! Special edition! Signal!" And then words incomprehensible. It came nearer in the night. He drew down the window and left the room. The mere distant sound of the newsboys' voices had roused him to a pleasing excitement. He fumbled in his pockets. He had neither a halfpenny nor a penny. It was just like him, and those newsboys with their valuable tidings would not care to halt and weigh out change with a balance. "Got a halfpenny? Quick!" he cried, running into the kitchen, where Maggie and Mrs. Nix were engaged in some calm and endless domestic occupation amid linen that hung down whitely. "What for?" Maggie mechanically asked, feeling the while under her apron. "Paper," he said. "At this time of night? You never get one at this time of night," she said in her simplicity. "Come on!" He stamped his foot with impatience. It was absolutely astonishing, the ignorance in which Maggie lived, and lived efficiently and in content. Edwin filled the house with newspapers, and she never looked at them, never had the idea of looking at them, unless occasionally at the signal for an account of a wedding or a bazaar, in which case she would glance at the world for an instant with mild naivety, shocked by the horrible things that were apparently going on there, and in 5 minutes would forget all about it again. Here the whole of England, Ireland, and Scotland was at its front doors that night, waiting for newsboys, and to her the night was like any other night. Yet she read many books. "Here's a penny," she said. "Don't forget to give it me back." He ran out bareheaded. At the corner of the street somebody else was expectant. He could distinguish all the words now. "Signal! Special edition! Mr. Gladson's ham roast bill! Full report! Gladson's speech! Special!" The dark running figures approached, stopping at frequent gates, and their hoarse voices split the night. The next moment they had gone by in a flying column, and Edwin and the other man found themselves with fluttering paper in their hands, they knew not how. It was the most unceremonious snatch-and-thrust transaction that could be imagined. Bleakridge was silent again, and its gates closed, and the shouts were descending violently into Bursley. "Where's father?" Maggie called out when she heard Edwin in the hall. "Hasn't he come in yet?" Edwin replied negligently, as he mounted the stairs with his desire. In his room he settled himself once more under the gas, and opened the flimsy newspaper with joy. Yes, there it was, columns, columns in small type. An hour or two previously Gladstone had been speaking in Parliament, and by magic the whole of his speech, with all the little convolutions of his intricate sentences, had got into Edwin's bedroom. Edwin began to read, as it were, voluptuously. Not that he had a peculiar interest in Irish politics. What he had was a passion for great news, for news long expected. He could thrill responsively to a fine event. I say that his pleasure had the voluptuousness of an artistic sensation. Moreover, the attraction of politics in general was increasing for him. Politics occupied his mind, often obsessing it. And this was so in spite of the fact that he had done almost nothing in the last election, and that the pillars of the Liberal Club were beginning to suspect him of being a weakling who might follow his father into the wilderness between two frontiers. As he read the speech, slowly disengaging its significance from the thicket of words, it seemed incredible. A Parliament in Dublin, the Irish taxing themselves according to their own caprices, the Irish controlling the Royal Irish Constabulary, the Irish members withdrawn from Westminster, a separate nation. Surely Gladstone could not mean it. The project had the same air of unreality as that of his marriage with Hilda. It did not convince. It was too good to be true. It could not materialize itself. And yet, as his glance, flitting from left to right and right to left eagerly, reached the bottom of one column and jumped, with a crinkling of paper, to the top of the next, and then to the next after that, the sense of unreality did depart. He agreed with the principles of the bill and with all its details. Whatever Gladstone had proposed would have received his sympathy. He was persuaded in advance. He concurred in advance. All he lacked was faith. And those sentences, helped by his image of the aged legislator dominating the House, and by the wondrous legend of the orator's divine power, those long, stretching, majestic, misty sentences, gave him faith. Henceforward he was an ardent Home Ruler. Reason might or might not have entered into the affair had the circumstances of it been other. But in fact reason did not. Faith alone sufficed. Forever afterwards argument about Home Rule was merely tedious to him, and he had difficulty in crediting that opponents of it were neither stupid nor insincere. Home Rule was part of his religion, beyond and above argument. He wondered what they were saying at the Liberal Club, and smiled disdainfully at the thought of the unseemly language that would animate the luxurious heaviness of the Conservative Club, where prominent publicans gathered after 11 o'clock to uphold the state and arrange a few bets with sporting clients. He admitted, as the supreme importance of the night leaped out at him from the printed page, that, if only for form's sake, he ought to have been at the Liberal Club that evening. He had been requested to go, but had refused, because on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays he always spent the evening in study, or in the semblance of study. He would not break that rule even in honour of the culmination of the dazzling career of his political idol. Perhaps another proof of the justice of Maggie's assertion that he was a regular old maid. He knew what his father would say. His father would be furious. His father, in his uncontrolled fury, would destroy Gladstone. And such was his father's empire over him that he was almost ready, on Gladstone's behalf, to adopt an apologetic and slightly ashamed attitude to his father concerning this madness of Home Rule, to admit by his self-conscious blushes that it was madness. He well knew that at breakfast the next morning, in spite of any efforts to the contrary, he would have a guilty air when his father began to storm. The conception of a separate Parliament in Dublin and of separate taxation could not stand before his father's anger. Beneath his window, in the garden, he suddenly heard a faint sound as of somebody in distress. "What the deuce?" he exclaimed. "If that isn't the old man, I'm—" Startled, he looked at his watch. It was after midnight. 4. As he opened the garden door, he saw on the porch which had passed his first secret interview with Hilda the figure of his father, as it were, awkwardly rising from the step. The gas had not been turned out in the hall, and it gave a feeble but sufficient illumination to the porch and the nearest parts of the garden. Darius stood silent and apparently irresolute, with a mournful and even despairing face. He wore his best black suit, and a new silk hat and new black gloves, and in one hand he carried a copy of the Signal that was very crumpled. He ignored Edwin. "Hello, father," said Edwin persuasively. "Anything wrong?" The heavy figure moved itself into the house without a word, and Edwin shut and bolted the door. "Funeral go off all right?" Edwin inquired with as much nonchalance as he could. The thought crossed his mind. "I suppose he hasn't been having a drop too much for once in a way. Why did he come round into the garden?" Darius loosed a really terrible sigh. "Yes," he answered, expressing with a single word the most profound melancholy. 4 days previously, Edwin and Maggie had seen their father considerably agitated by an item of gossip, casually received, to which, it seemed to them, he attached an excessive importance. Namely, that old Shushens, having been found straying and destitute by the authorities appointed to deal with such matters, had been taken to the workhouse and was dying there. Darius had heard the news as though it had been a message brought on horseback in a melodrama. "The Bastille!" he exclaimed in a whisper, and had left the house on the instant. Edwin, while the name of Shushions reminded him of moments when he had most intensely lived, was disposed to regard the case of Mr. Shushions philosophically. Of course it was a pity that Mr. Shushions should be in the workhouse, but after all, from what Edwin remembered and could surmise, the workhouse would be very much the same as any other house to that senile mentality. Thus Edwin had sagely argued, and Maggie had agreed with him. But to them the workhouse was absolutely nothing but a name. They were no more afraid of the workhouse than of the Russian secret police, and of their father's early history they knew naught. Mr. Shushions had died in the workhouse, and Darius had taken his body out of the workhouse and had organised for it a funeral which was to be rendered impressive by a procession of Turnhill Sunday School teachers. Edwin's activity in connection with the funeral had been limited to the funeral cards, in the preparation of which his father had shown an irritability more than usually offensive. And now the funeral was over. Darius had devoted to it the whole of Home Rule Tuesday, and he returned to his house at a singular hour and in a singular condition. And Edwin, loathing sentimentality and full of the wisdom of nearly 30 years, sedately pitied his father for looking ridiculous and grotesque. He knew for a fact that his father did not see Mr. Shushions from one year's end to the next. Hence they could not have been intimate friends, or even friends. Hence his father's emotion was throughout exaggerated and sentimental. His acquaintance with history and with biography told him that tyrants often carried sentimentality to the absurd, and he was rather pleased with himself for being able thus to correlate the general past and the particular present. What he did not suspect was the existence of circumstances which made the death of Mr. Shushions in the workhouse the most distressing tragedy that could by any possibility have happened to Darius Clayhanger. "Shall I put the gas out, or will you?" he asked, with kindly secret superiority, unaware, with all his omniscience, that the being in front of him was not a successful steam-printer and tyrannical father, but a tiny ragged boy who could still taste the Bastille skilly and still see his mother weeping round the knees of a powerful god named Shushions. I don't know," said Darius, with another sigh. The next instant he sat down heavily on the stairs and began openly to blubber. His hat fell off and rolled about undecidedly. "By Jove," said Edwin to himself, "I shall have to treat this man like a blooming child." He was rather startled and interested. He picked up the hat. "Better not sit there," he advised. "Come into the dining room a bit." "What?" Darius asked feebly. "Is he deaf?" Edwin thought, and half shouted, "Better not sit there. It's chilly. Come into the dining room a bit. Come on." Darius held out a hand with a gesture inexpressibly sad, and Edwin, almost before he realized what he was doing, took it and assisted his father to his feet and helped him to the twilit dining room, where Darius fell into a chair. Some bread and cheese had been laid for him on a napkin, and there was a gleam of red in the grate. Edwin turned up the gas, and Darius blinked. His coarse cheeks were all wet. "Better have your overcoat off, hadn't you?" Darius shook his head. "Well, will you eat something?" Darius shook his head again, then hid his face and violently sobbed. Edwin was not equal to the situation. It alarmed him, and yet he did not see why it should alarm him. He left the room very quietly, went upstairs and knocked at Maggie's door. He had to knock several times. "Who's there?" "I say, Mag." "What is it?" "Open the door," he said. "You can come in." He opened the door, and within the darkness of the room he could vaguely distinguish a white bed. "Father's come. He's in a funny state." "How?" "Well, he's crying all over the place, and he won't eat or do anything." "All right," said Maggie, and the figure sat up in the bed. "Perhaps I'd better come down." She descended immediately in an ulster and loose slippers. Edwin waited for her in the hall. "Now, father," she said brusquely, entering the dining-room, "what's amiss?" Darius gazed at her stupidly. "Nothing," he muttered. "You're very late, I think. When did you have your last meal?" He shook his head. "Shall I make you some nice hot tea?" He nodded. "Very well," she said comfortingly. Soon, with her hair hanging about her face and hiding it, she was bending over the gleam of fire and insinuating a small saucepan into the middle of it, and encouraging the gleam with a pair of bellows. Meanwhile, Edwin uneasily ranged the room, and Darius sat motionless. "Seen Gladstone's speech, I suppose?" Edwin said, daring a fearful topic in the extraordinary circumstances. Darius paid no heed. Edwin and Maggie exchanged a glance. Maggie made the tea direct into a large cup which she had previously warmed by putting it upside down on the saucepan lid. When it was infused and sweetened, she tasted it as for a baby, and blew on it, and gave the cup to her father, who by degrees emptied it, though not exclusively, into his mouth. "Will you eat something now?" she suggested. He would not. "Very well, then. Edwin will help you upstairs." From her manner, Darius might have been a helpless and half-daft invalid for years. The ascent to bed was processional. Maggie hovered behind. But at the dining-room door, Darius, giving no explanation, insisted on turning back. Apparently he tried to speak, but could not. He had forgotten his signal. Snatching at it, he held it like a treasure. All three of them went into the father's bedroom. Maggie turned up the gas. Darius sat on the bed, looking dully at the carpet. "Better see him into bed," Maggie murmured quickly to Edwin, and Edwin nodded, the knob of capability, as who should say, "Leave all that to me." But in fact he was exceedingly diffident about seeing his father into bed. Maggie departed. "Now then," Edwin began the business, "let's get that overcoat off, eh?" To his surprise, Darius was most pliant. When the great clumsy figure with its wet cheeks stood in trousers, shirt, and socks, Edwin said, "You're all right now, aren't you?" And the figure nodded. "Well, good night." Edwin came out onto the landing, shut the door, and walked about a little in his own room. Then he went back to his father's room. Maggie's door was closed. Darius was already in bed, but the gas was blazing at full. "You've forgotten the gas," he said lightly and pleasantly, and turned it down to a blue point. "I say, lad." The old man stopped him as he was finally leaving. "Yes?" "What about that Home Rule?" The voice was weak, infantile. Edwin hesitated. The signal made a patch of white on the ottoman. "Oh," he answered soothingly, and yet with condescension, "it's much about what everybody expected. Better leave that till tomorrow." He shut the door. The landing received light through the open door of his bedroom and from the hall below. He went downstairs, bolted the front door, and extinguished the hall gas. Then he came softly up and listened at his father's door. Not a sound. He entered his own room and began to undress, and then, half-clothes, crept back to his father's door. Now he could hear a heavy, irregular snoring. "Devilish odd, all this," he reflected, as he got into bed. Assuredly he had disconcerting thoughts, not all unpleasant. His excitement had even an agreeable Volume 3, Chapter 2 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Volume 3, Chapter 2, The Conclave. The next morning Edwin overslept himself. He seldom rose easily from his bed, and his first passage down Trafalgar Road to business was notoriously hurried. The whole thoroughfare was acquainted with its special character. Often his father arrived at the shop before him, but Edwin's conscience would say that of course if Darius went down early for his own passion and pleasure, that was Darius's affair. Edwin's official time for beginning work was 8:30, and at 8:30 on this morning he was barely out of the bath. His lateness, however, did not disturb him. There was an excuse for it. He hoped that his father would be in bed, and decided that he must go and see, and if the old man was still sufficiently pliant, advise him to stay where he was until he had had some food. But, looking out of the window of a half-buttoned collar, he saw his father dressed and in the garden. Darius had resumed the suit of broadcloth, for some strange reason, and was dragging his feet with painful, heavy slowness along the gravel at the south end of the garden. He carried in his left hand the signal, crumpled. A cloth cap surmounting the ceremonious suit gave to his head a ridiculous appearance. He was gazing at the earth with an expression of absorbed and acute melancholy. When he reached the end of the path, he looked round, at a loss, then turned, as if on an inefficient pivot, and set himself in motion again. Edwin was troubled by this singular episode, and yet his reason argued with his instinct to the effect that he ought not to be troubled. Evidently the sturdy Darius was not ill. Nothing serious could be the matter. He had been harrowed and fatigued by the funeral, no more. In another day, doubtless, he would be again the harsh employer, astoundingly concentrated in affairs and impervious to the emotional appeal of aught else. Nevertheless, he made a strange sight, parading his excessive sadness there in the garden. A knock at Edwin's door. He was startled. "Hold on," he cried, went to the door, and cautiously opened it. Maggie was on the mat. "Here's Aunt Clara," she said in a whisper, perturbed. "She's come about father. She only been long." "About father? What about father?" "It seems she saw him last night. He called there, and she was anxious." "Oh, I see." Edwin affected to be relieved. Maggie nodded, also affecting somewhat eagerly to be relieved. But neither of them was relieved. Auntie Clara calling at 8:30? Auntie Clara neglecting that which she never neglected, the unalterable and divinely appointed rites for the daily cleansing and ordering of her abode? "I shall be down in 10 secs," said he. "Father's in the garden," he added almost kindly. "Seems all right." "Yes," said Maggie with cheerfulness, and went out. He closed the door. 2. Mrs. Hamps was in the drawing-room. She had gone into the drawing-room because it was more secret, better suited to conversation of an exquisite privacy than the dining-room, a public resort at that hour. Edwin perceived at once that she was savouring intensely the strangeness of the occasion, inflating its import and its importance to the largest possible. "Morning, dear," she greeted him in a low and significant tone. "I thought I must come up at once. I couldn't fancy any breakfast till I'd been up, so I put on my bonnet and mantle and just came. It's no use fighting against what you feel you must do." "But—" "Hasn't Maggie told you? Your father called to see me last night just after I'd gone upstairs. In fact, I'd begun to get ready for bed. I heard the knocking, and I came down and lit the gas in the lobby. 'Who's there?' I said. There wasn't any answer, but I made sure I heard someone crying. And when I opened the door, there was your father. 'Oh,' he said, 'happen you've gone to bed, Clara?' 'No,' I said, 'come in and do.' But he wouldn't, and he looked so queer. I never saw him look like that before. He's such a strong, self-controlled man. I knew he'd been to poor Mr. Shushan's funeral. 'I suppose you've been to the funeral, Darius?' I said. And as soon as I said that, he burst out crying and half tumbled down the steps, and off he went. I couldn't go after him as I was. I didn't know what to do. If anything happened to your father, I don't know what I should do." "What time was that?" Edwin asked, wondering what on earth she meant. "If anything happened to your father." "Oh, 10:30 or hardly. What time did he come home? Very, very late, wasn't it?" "Little after 12, he said carelessly. He was sorry that he had inquired as to the hour of the visit to his aunt. Obviously she was ready to build vast and terrible conjectures upon the mysterious interval between 10:30 and midnight. "You've cut yourself, my dear," she had said, indicating with her gloved hand Edwin's chin. "And I'm not surprised. How upsetting it is for you. Of course Maggie's the eldest, and we think a great deal of her, but you're the son, the only son." "I know," he said, meaning that he knew he had cut himself, and he pressed his handkerchief to his chin. Within he was blasphemously fuming. The sentimental account with which she had finally murmured "the only son" irritated him extremely. What in the name of God was she driving at? The fact was that, enjoying a domestic crisis with positive sensuality, she was trying to manufacture one. That was it. He knew her. There were times when he could share all Maggie's hatred of Mrs. Hamps, and this was one of those times. The infernal woman, with her shaking plumes and her odour of black kid, was enjoying herself. In the thousandth part of a second he invented horrible and grotesque punishments for her, as that all the clothes should suddenly fall off that prim, widowed, odious modesty. Yet, amid the multitude of his sensations, the smarting of his chin, the tingling of all his body after the bath, the fresh vivacity of the morning, the increased consciousness of his own ego due to insufficient sleep, the queerness of being in the drawing-room at such an hour in conspiratorial talk, the vague disquiet caused at midnight, and now intensified despite his angry efforts to avoid the contagion of Mrs. Hamps's mood, and above all the thought of his father gloomily wandering in the garden. Amid these confusing sensations, it was precisely an idea communicated to him by his annoying aunt, an obvious idea, an idea not worth uttering, that emerged clear and dramatic. He was the only son. "There's no need to worry," he said as firmly as he could. "The funeral got on his nerves, that's all. He certainly did seem a bit knocked about last night, and I shouldn't have been surprised if he'd stayed in bed today. But you see, he's up and about." Both of them glanced at the window which gave on the garden. "Yes," murmured Mrs. Hamps, unconvinced. "But what about his crying? Maggie tells me he was—" "Oh," Edwin interrupted her almost roughly, "that's nothing. I've known him cry before." "Have you?" She seemed taken aback. "Yes, years ago. That's nothing fresh." "It's true he's very sensitive," Mrs. Hamps reflected. "That's what we don't realize, maybe, sometimes. Of course, if you think he's all right—" She approached the window, and, leaning over the tripod which held a flower-pot enveloped in pink paper, she drew the white curtain aside and gazed forth in silence. Darius was still pacing up and down the short path at the extremity of the garden. His eyes were still on the ground, and his features expressive of mournful despair, and at the end of the path he still turned his body round with slow and tedious hesitations. Edwin also could see him through the window. They both watched him. It was as if they were spying on him. Maggie entered, and said in an unusual flutter, "Here's Clara and Albert." 3. Clara and her husband came immediately into the drawing-room. The wife, dressed with a certain haste and carelessness, was carrying in her arms her third child, yet unweaned, and she expected a fourth in the early autumn. Clara had matured, she had grown stronger, and despite the asperity of her pretty, pale face, there was a charm in the free gestures and the large body of the young and prolific mother. Albert Benbow wore the rough, clay-dusted attire of the small earthenware manufacturer who was away from the works for half an hour. Both of them were electrically charged with importance. Amid the general self-consciousness, Maggie took the baby, and Clara and Mrs. Hamps kissed each other tenderly, as though saying, "Affliction is upon us." It was impossible in the circumstances to proceed to minute inquiry about the health of their children, but Mrs. Hamps expressed all her solicitude in a look, a tone, a lingering of lip on lip. The years were drawing together Mrs. Hamps and her namesake. Edwin was often astonished at the increasing resemblance of Clara to her aunt, with whom, thanks to the unconscious intermediacy of babies, she was even indeed quite intimate. The two would discuss with indefatigable gusto all the most minute physical details of motherhood and infancy, and Auntie Clara's presents were worthy of her reputation. As soon as the kiss was accomplished, no other greeting of any kind occurred, Clara turned sharply to Edwin. "What's this about your father?" "Oh, he's had a bit of a shock. He's pretty much all right today." "Because Albert's just heard." She looked at Albert. Edwin was thunderstruck. Was the tale of his father's indisposition spread all over the Five Towns? He had thought that the arrival of Clara and her husband must be due to Auntie Hamp's having called at their house on the way up to Bleakridge. But now he could see, even from his auntie's affrighted demeanour alone, that the Benbows' visit was an independent affair. "Are you sure he's all right?" Albert questioned, in his superiorly sagacious manner, which mingled honest bullying with a little good-nature. "Because Albert just heard," Clara put in again. The company then heard what Albert had just heard. At his works, before breakfast, an old hollow-ware presser who lived at Turnhill had casually mentioned that his father-in-law, Mr. Clayhanger, had been cutting a very peculiar figure on the previous evening at Turnhill. The hollow-ware presser had seen nothing personally. He had only been told. He could not, or would not, particularize. Apparently he possessed in a high degree the local talent for rousing an apprehension by the offer of food, and then, under ingenious pretexts, refusing the food. At any rate, Albert had been startled and had communicated his alarm to Clara. Clara had meant to come up a little later in the morning, but she wanted Albert to come with her, and Albert, being exceedingly busy, had only the breakfast half-hour of liberty. Hence they had set out instantly, although the baby required sustenance, Albert having suggested that Clara could feed the baby just as well at her father's as at home. Before the Benbow story was quite finished, it became entangled with the story of Mrs. Hamps, and then with Edwin's story. They were all speaking at once, except Maggie, who was trying to soothe the baby. Holding forth her arms, Clara, without ceasing to talk rapidly and anxiously to Mrs. Hamps, without even regarding what she did, took the infant from her sister, held it with one hand, and with the other loosed her tight bodice, and boldly exposed to the greedy mouth the magnificent source of life. As the infant gurgled itself into silence, she glanced with a fleeting, ecstatic smile at Maggie, who smiled back. It was strange how Maggie, now midway between 30 and 40, a tall, large-boned, plump, mature woman, efficient, kindly, and full of common sense, it was strange how she always failed to assert herself. She listened now, not seeking notice, and assuredly not receiving it. Edwin felt again the implication, first rendered by his aunt, and now emphasized by Clara and Albert, that the responsibility of the situation was upon him, and that everybody would look to him to discharge it. He was expected to act somehow on his own initiative, and to do something. "But what is there to do?" he exclaimed, in answer to a question. "Well, hadn't he better see a doctor?" Clara asked, as if saying ironically, "Hasn't it occurred to you even yet that a doctor ought to be fetched?" Edwin protested with a movement of impatience. "What on earth for? He's walking about all right." They had all been surreptitiously watching Derouge from behind the curtains. "Doesn't seem to be much the matter with him now, that I must say," agreed Albert, turning from the window. Edwin perceived that his brother-in-law was ready to execute one of those changes of front which lent variety to his positiveness, and he addressed himself particularly to Albert with the persuasive tone and gesture of a man to whom another man, in a company of women. "Of course there doesn't. No doubt he was upset last night, but he's getting over it. You don't think there's anything in it, do you, Maggie?" "I don't," said Maggie calmly. These two words had a great effect. "Of course, if we're going to listen to every tale that's flying about a pot-bank," said Edwin. "You're right there, Teddy," the brother-in-law heartily concurred. "But Clary thought we'd better—" "Certainly," said Edwin pacifically, admitting the entire propriety of the visit. "Why is he wearing his best clothes?" Clara demanded suddenly. Mrs. Hamps showed a sympathetic appreciation of the importance of the question. "Ask me another," said Edwin, "but you can't send for a doctor because a man's wearing his best clothes." Maggie smiled, scarce perceptibly. Albert gave a guffaw. Clara was slightly irritated. "Poor little dear," murmured Mr. Hamps, caressing the baby. "Well, I must be going," she sighed. "We shall see how he goes on," said Edwin in his role of responsible person. Perhaps it would be as well if you say nothing about us calling," whispered Mrs. Hamps. "We'll just go quietly away. You can give a hint to Mrs. Nixon. Much better he shouldn't know." "Oh, much better," said Clara. Edwin could not deny this. Yet he hated the chicane. He hated to observe on the face of the young woman and of the old their instinctive impulses towards chicane, and their pleasure in it. The whole double visit was subtly offensive to him. Why should they gather like this at the first hint that his father was not well? A natural affectionate anxiety? Yes, of course, that motive could not be denied. Nevertheless, he did not like the tones and the gestures and the whisperings and oblique glances of their gathering. 4. In the middle of a final miscellaneous conversation, Albert said, "We'll better be off." "Wait a moment," said Clara, with a nod to indicate the still busy infant. Then the door opened, very slowly and cautiously, and as they all observed the movement of the door, they all fell into silence. Darius himself appeared. Unobserved, he had left the garden and come into the house. He stood in the doorway, motionless, astounded, acutely apprehensive, and with an expression of the most poignant sadness on his harsh, coarse, pimpled face. He still wore the ridiculous cap and held the newspaper. The broadcloth suit was soiled. His eye wandered among his family, and it said, terrorized and yet feebly defiant, "What are they plotting against me? Why are they all layer like this?" Mrs. Hamps spoke first. "Well, father, we just popped in to see how you were after all that dreadful business yesterday. Of course, I quite understand you didn't want to come in last night. You weren't equal to it." The guilty, crude sweetness of her cajoling voice grated excruciatingly on both Edwin and Maggie. It would not have deceived even a monarch. Darius screwed himself round, and silently went forth again. "Where are you going, father?" asked Clara. He stopped, but his features did not relax. "To the shop," he muttered. His accents were of the most dreadful melancholy. Everybody was profoundly alarmed by his mere tone and look. This was not the old Darius. Edwin felt intensely the futility and the hollowness of all those reassurances which he had just been offering. "You haven't had your breakfast, father," said Maggie quietly. "Please, father, don't go like that. You aren't fit." Clara entreated, and rushed towards him, the baby in her arms, and with one hand took his sleeve. Mrs. Hamps followed, adding persuasions. Albert said bluffly, "Now, Dad, now, Dad." Edwin and Maggie were silent in the background. Darius gazed at Clara's face, and then his glance fell, and fixed itself on her breast and on the head of the powerfully sucking infant, and then it rose to the plumes of Mrs. Hamps. His expression of tragic sorrow did not alter in the slightest degree under the rain of sugared remonstrances and cajoleries that the two women directed upon him. And then, without any warning, he burst into terrible tears, and staggering, leaned against the wall. He was half carried to the sofa, and lay there ineffably humiliated. One after another looked reproachfully at Edwin, who had made light of his father's condition. And Edwin was abashed and frightened. Volume 3, Chapter 3 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Volume 3, Chapter 3, The Name. "He mustn't go near business," said Mr. Alfred Heave, the doctor, coming to Edwin, who was waiting in the drawing-room after a long examination of Darius. Mr. Heave was not wearing that gentle and refined smile which was so important a factor in the treatment of his patients and their families, and which he seemed to have caught from his elder brother, the vicar of St. Peter's. He was a youngish man, only a few years older than Edwin himself, and Edwin's respect for his ability had limits. There were 2 other doctors in the town whom Edwin would have preferred, but Mr. Heave was his father's choice, notable in the successful soothing of querulous stomachs. It was inevitably Mr. Heave who had been summoned. He had arrived with an apprehensive, anxious air. There had been a most distinct nervousness in his voice when, in replying to Edwin's question, he had said, "Perhaps I'd better see him quite alone." Edwin had somehow got it into his head that he would be present at the interview. In shutting the dining-room door upon Edwin, Mr. Heave had nodded timidly in a curious way, highly self-conscious. And that dining-room door had remained shut for half an hour, and now Mr. Heave had emerged with the same embarrassment. "Whether he wants to or not?" Edwin suggested, with a faint smile. "On no account whatever," said the doctor, not answering the smile, which died. They were standing together near the door. Edwin had his fingers on the handle. He wondered how he would prevent his father from going to business if his father should decide to go. "But I don't think he'll be very keen on business," the doctor added. "You don't?" Mr. Heave slowly shook his head. One of Mr. Heave's qualities that slightly annoyed Edwin was his extraordinary discretion. But then Edwin had always regarded the discreetness of doctors as exaggerated. Why could not Heave tell him at once, fully and candidly, what was in his mind? He had surely the right to be told. Curious. And yet far more curious than Mr. Heave's unwillingness to tell was Edwin's unwillingness to ask. He could not bring himself to demand bluntly of Heave, "Well, what's the matter with him?" "I suppose it's shock," Edwin adventured. Mr. Heave lifted his chin. "Shock may have had a little to do with it," he answered doubtfully. "And how long must he be kept off business?" "I'm afraid there's not much chance of him doing any more business," said Mr. Heave. "Really?" Edwin murmured. "Are you sure?" "Quite." Edwin did not feel the full impact of this prophecy at the moment. Indeed, it appeared to him that he had known since the previous midnight of his father's sudden doom. It appeared to him that the first glimpse of his father after the funeral had informed him of it positively. What impressed him at the moment was the unusual dignity which characterized Mr. Heave's embarrassment. He was beginning to respect Mr. Heave. "I wouldn't care to give him more than 2 years," said Mr. Heave, gazing at the carpet, and then lifting his eyes to Edwin's. Edwin flushed, and this time his "really" was startled. "Of course, you may care to get other advice," the doctor went on. "I should be delighted to meet a specialist, but I tell you at once my opinion." This with a gesture of candour. "Oh," said Edwin, "if you're sure." Strange that the doctor would not give a name to the disease. Most strange that Edwin even now could not demand the name. "I suppose he's in his right mind," said Edwin. "Yes," said the doctor, "he's in his right mind." But he gave the reply in a tone so peculiar that the affirmative was almost as disconcerting as a negative would have been. "Just rest he wants?" said Edwin. "Just rest and looking after. I'll send up some medicine. He'll like it." Mr. Heave glanced absently at his watch. "I must be going." "Well," Edwin opened the door. Then with a sudden movement Mr. Heave put out his hand. "You'll come in again soon?" "Oh, yes." In the hall they saw Maggie about to enter the dining-room with a steaming basin. "I'm going to give him this," she said simply in a low voice. "It's so long to dinner-time." "By all means," said Mr. Heave, with his little formal bow. "You've finished seeing him, then, Doctor?" He nodded. "I'll be back soon," said Edwin to Maggie, taking his hat from the rack. "Tell father if he asks I've run down to the shop." She nodded and disappeared. "I'll walk down a bit of the way with you," said Mr. Heave. His trap, which was waiting at the corner, followed him down the road. Edwin could not begin to talk, and Mr. Heave kept silence. Behind him Edwin could hear the jingling of metal on Mr. Heave's sprightly horse. After a couple of 100 yards, the doctor stopped at a house door. "Well," he shook hands again, and at last smiled with sad sweetness. "He'll be a bit difficult to manage, you know," said Edwin. "I don't think so," said the doctor. "I'll let you know about the specialist, but if you're sure—" The doctor waved a deprecating hand. It might have been the hand of his brother, the vicar. 2. Edwin proceeded towards the town, absorbed in a vision of his father seated in the dining-room, inexpressibly melancholy, and Maggie with her white apron bending over him to offer some nice soup. It was a desolating vision, yet he wondered why it should be. Whenever he reasoned, he was always inimical to his father. His reason asked harshly why he should be so desolated, as he undoubtedly was. The prospect of freedom, of release from a horrible and humiliating servitude, this prospect ought to have dazzled and uplifted him in the safe, inviolable privacy of his own heart. But it did not. What a chump the doctor was to be so uncommunicative. And he himself. By the way, he had not told Maggie. It was like her to manifest no immediate curiosity, to be content to wait. He supposed he was called at his aunt's, and even at Clara's. But what should he say when they asked him why he had not asked the doctor for a name? Suddenly an approaching man, whose face was vaguely familiar, but with whom he had no acquaintance whatever, swerved across the footpath and stopped him. "What's amiss with the old gentleman?" It was astounding how news flew into the town. "He's not very well. Doctor's ordered him a rest." "Not in bed, is he?" "Oh, no." Edwin lightly scorned the suggestion. "I do hope it's nothing serious. Good morning." 3. Edwin was detained a long time in the shop by a sub-manager from Bostock's in Hanbridge, who was waiting, and who had come about an estimate for a rather considerable order. This man desired a decrease of the estimate and an increased speed in execution. He was curt. He was one business firm offering an ultimatum to another business firm. He asked Edwin whether Edwin could decide at once. Edwin said, "Certainly," using a tone that he had never used before. He decided. The man departed, and Edwin saw him spring onto the Hanbridge car as it swept down the hill. The man would not have been interested in the news that Darius Clayhanger had been to business for the last time. Edwin was glad of the incident because it had preserved him from embarrassed conversation with Stifford. 2 hours earlier he had called for a few moments at the shop, and even then, ere Edwin had spoken, Stifford's face showed that he knew something sinister had occurred. With a few words of instruction to Stifford, he now went through the workshops to speak with Big James about the Bostock order. All the workmen and apprentices were self-conscious, and Edwin could not speak naturally to Big James. When he had come to an agreement with Big James as to the execution of the order, the latter said, "Would you step below a minute, Mr. Edwin?" Edwin shuffled, but Big James' majestic politeness gave to his expressed wish the force of a command. Edwin preceded Big James down the rough wooden stair to the ground floor, which was still pillared with supporting beams. Big James, with deliberate, careful movements, drew the trapdoor horizontal as he descended. "Might I ask, sir, if master's in a bad way?" he inquired with solemn and delicate calm. But he would have inquired about the weather in the same fashion. "I'm afraid he is," said Edwin, glancing nervously about at the litter and the cobwebs and the naked wood and the naked earth. The vibration of a treadle machine above them put the place in a throb. Astounding. Everybody knew or guessed everything. How? Big James wagged his head, and his grandiose beard, now more grey than black, and he fingered his apron. "I believe in herbs myself," said Big James, "but this here's softening of the brain, well—" That was it. Softening of the brain. What the doctor had not told him he had learned from Big James. How it happened that Big James was in a position to tell him he could not comprehend. But he was ready now to believe that the whole town had acquired by magic the information which fate or original stupidity had kept from him alone. softening of the brain. "Perhaps I'm making too bold, sir," Big James went on. "Perhaps it's not so bad as that. But I did hear—" Edwin nodded confirmingly. "You needn't talk about it," he murmured, indicating the first floor by an upward movement of the head. "That I shall not, sir," Big James smoothly replied, and proceeded in the same bland tone, "And what's more, never will I raise my voice in song again. James Yarlett has sung his last song." There was silence. Edwin, accustomed though he was to the mildness of Big James's deportment, did not in the instant grasp that the man was seriously announcing a solemn resolve made under deep emotion. But as he understood, tears came into Edwin's eyes, and he thrilled at the swift and dramatic revelation of the compositor's feeling for his employer. Its impressiveness was overwhelming, and it was humbling. Why this excess of devotion? "I don't say but what he had his faults like other folk," said Big James, "and far be it from me to say that you, Mr. Edwin, will not be a better master than your esteemed father. But for over 20 years I've worked for him, and now he's gone, never will I lift my voice in song again." Edwin could not reply. "I know what it is," said Big James, after a pause. What is?" "This cerebral softening. You'll have trouble, Mr. Edwin." "The doctor says not." "You'll have trouble, if you'll excuse me saying so. But it's a good thing he's got you. It's a good thing for Miss Maggie as she isn't alone with him. It's a providence, Mr. Edwin, as you're not a married man." "I very nearly was married once," Edwin cried, with a sudden uncontrollable outburst of feeling which staggered while it satisfied him. Why should he make such a confidence to Big James? Between his pleasure in the relief and his extreme astonishment at the confession, he felt as it were lost and desperate, as if he did not care what might occur. "Were you now?" Volume 3, Chapter 4 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Volume 3, Chapter 4. The Victim of Sympathy. On the same evening, Edwin, Albert Benbow, and Darius were smoking Albert's cigarettes in the dining-room. Edwin sat at the end of a disordered supper table. Albert was standing, hat in hand, near the sideboard, and Darius leaned against the mantelpiece. Nobody could have supposed from his appearance that a doctor had responsibly prophesied this man's death within 2 years. Except for a shade of sadness upon his face, he looked the same as he had looked for a decade. Though regarded by his children as an old man, he was not old, being in fact still under 60. His grey hair was sparse, his spectacles were set upon his nose with the negligence characteristic of age, but the down-pointing moustache, which, abetted by his irregular teeth, gave him that curious facial resemblance to a seal, showed great force, and the whole of his stiff and sturdy frame showed force. His voice, if not his mouth, had largely recovered from the weakness of the morning. Moreover, the fashion in which he smoked a cigarette had somehow the effect of rejuvenating him. It was Albert who had induced him to smoke cigarettes occasionally. He was not an habitual smoker, consuming perhaps half an ounce a week of pipe tobacco, and assuredly he would never of his own accord have tried a cigarette. For Darius, cigarettes were aristocratic and finicking. They were an affectation. He smoked a cigarette with the self-consciousness which usually marks the consumption of champagne in certain strata of society. His gestures, as he examined from time to time the end of the cigarette, or audibly blew forth spreading clouds, seemed to signify that in his opinion he was going the pace, cutting a dash, and seeing life. This naivety had its charm. The three men, left alone by their women, were discussing politics, which then meant nothing but the subject of Home Rule. Darius agreed almost eagerly with everything that Albert Benbow said. Albert was a calm and utterly sound Conservative. He was one of those politicians whose conviction of rightness is so strong that they cannot help condescending towards an opponent. Albert would say persuasively to Liberal acquaintances, "Now just think a moment," apparently sure that the only explanation of their misguided views was that they never had thought for a moment. Or he would say, "Surely all patriotic Liberals—" But one day when Edwin had said to him with a peculiar accent, "Surely all patriotic Conservatives," he had been politely offended for the rest of the evening, and Edwin and he had not mentioned politics to each other for a long time. Albert had had much influence over his father-in-law, and now Albert said, after Darius had concurred and concurred, "You're one of the right sort after all, old gentleman." Throughout the evening he had spoken to Darius in an unusually loud voice, as though it was necessary to shout to a man who had only 2 years to live. "All I say is," said Darius, "country before party." "Why, of course," Albert smiled, confident and superior. "Haven't I been telling you for years you're one of us?" Edwin, too, smiled as superiorly as he could, but unhappily not with sufficient superiority to wither Albert's smile. He said nothing, partly from timid discretion, but partly because he was preoccupied with the thought of the malignant and subtle power working secretly in his father's brain. How could the doctor tell? What was the process of softening? Did his father know in that sick brain of his that he was condemned, or did he hope to recover? Now, as he leaned against the mantelpiece, protruding his body in an easy posture, he might have been any ordinary man, and not a victim. He might have been a man of business, relaxing after a long day of hard and successful cerebral activity. It seemed strange to Edwin that Albert could talk as he did to one whom destiny had set apart, to one whose being was the theatre of a drama so mysterious and tragic. Yet it was the proper thing for Albert to do, and Albert did it perfectly, better than anybody, except possibly Maggie. "Those women take a deuce of a time putting their bonnets on," Albert exclaimed. 2. The women came downstairs at last. At last, to Edwin's intense relief, everyone was going. Albert went into the hall to meet the women. Edwin rose and followed him, and Darius came as far as the door of the dining-room. Less than 24 hours had passed since Edwin had begun even to suspect any sort of disaster to his father, but the previous night seemed an age away. The day had been interminable, and the evening exasperating in the highest degree. What an evening! Why had Albert and Clara and Auntie Hamps all of them come up just at supper-time? At first they would not be persuaded. No, they had just called, sheer accident, nothing abnormal. And yet the whole of the demeanour of Auntie Hamps and Clara was abnormal. Maggie herself, catching the infection, had transformed the meal into a kind of abnormal, horrible feast by serving cold beef and pickles, flesh-meat being unknown to the suppers of the Clayhangers, save occasionally on Sundays. Edwin could not comprehend why the visitors had come. That is to say, he understood the reason quite well, but hated to admit it. They had come from a mere glutton of curiosity. They knew all that could be known, but still they must come and gaze and indulge their lamentable hearts, and repeat the same things again and again 10 million times. Auntie Hamps, indeed, probably knew more than Edwin did, for she had thought fit to summon Dr. Heave that very afternoon for an ailment of her own, and Clara, with an infant or so, had by a remarkable coincidence called at Mrs. Hamps's house just after the doctor left. Odious, thought Edwin. These two had openly treated Darius as a martyr, speaking to him in soft and pitiful voices, urging him to eat, urging him to drink, caressing him, soothing him, humouring him, pretending to be brave and cheerful and optimistic, but with a pretence so poor, so wilfully poor, that it became an insult. When they said fulsomely, "You'll be perfectly all right soon, if only you'll take care and do as the doctor says." Edwin could have risen and killed them both with hearty pleasure. They might just as well have said, "You're practically in your grave." And assuredly they were not without influence on Maggie's deportment. The curious thing was that it was impossible to decide whether Darius loathed or whether he liked to be so treated. His face was an enigma. However, he was less gloomy. Then also the evening had necessarily been full of secret conferences. What would you? Each had to relate privately the things that he or she knew or had heard or had imagined. And there were questions of urgency to be discussed. For example, the question of a specialist. They were all positively agreed, Edwin found, that a specialist was unnecessary. Darius was condemned beyond hope or argument. There he sat, eating and talking, in the large, fine house that he had created out of naught, looking not at all like a corpse. But he was condemned. The doctor had convinced them. Besides, did not everybody know what softening of the brain was? "Of course, if he thinks he would prefer to have a specialist, if he has the slightest wish." This from Auntie Hamps. There was a question further of domestic service. Mrs. Nixon's niece had committed the folly of marriage, and for many months Maggie and the old servant had been managing. But with a crotchety invalid always in the house, more help would be indispensable. And still further, should Darius be taken away for a period to the sea or Buxton or somewhere? Maggie said that nothing would make him go, and Clara agreed with her. All these matters and others had to be kept away from the central figure. They were all full of passionate interest, and they had to be debated in tones hushed but excited, in the hall, in the kitchen, upstairs, or anywhere except in the dining-room. The excuses invented by the conspiring women for quitting and entering the dining-room, their fatuous air of innocent simplicity, disgusted Edwin, and he became curter and curter as he noticed the new deference which even Clara practised towards him. 3. The adieux were distressing. Clara, with her pale, sharp face and troubled eyes, clasped Darius round the neck and almost hung on it. And Edwin thought, "Why doesn't she tell him straight out he's done for?" Then she retired and sought her husband's arm with the conscious pride of a wife fruitful up to the limits set by nature. And then Auntie Hamps shook hands with the victim. These two, of course, did not kiss. Auntie Hamps bore herself bravely. "Now do as the doctor advises," she said, patting Darius on the shoulder, "and do be guided by these dear children." Edwin caught Maggie's eye and held it grimly. "And you, my pet," said Auntie Hamps, turning to Clara, who with Albert was now at the door, "you must be getting back to your babies. It's a wonder how you managed to get away. But you're a wonderful arranger. Only don't overdo it. Don't overdo it." Clara gave a fatigued smile, as of one whom circumstances often forced to overdo it. They departed, Albert whistling to the night. Edwin observed again in their final glances the queer, new, ingratiating deference for himself. He bolted the door savagely. Darius was still standing at the entrance to the dining-room, and as he looked at him, Edwin thought of Biggs James's vow never to lift his voice in song again. Strange, it was the idea of the secret strangeness of life that was uppermost in his mind. Not grief, not expectancy. In the afternoon he had been talking again to Big James, who it appeared had known intimately a case of softening of the brain. He did not identify the case, it was characteristic of him to name no names, but clearly he was familiar with the course of the disease. He had begun revelations which disconcerted Edwin, and had then stopped. And now, as Edwin furtively examined his father, he asked himself, will that happen to him, and that, and those still worse things that Big James did not reveal? Incredible! There he was, smoking a cigarette, and the clock striking 10 in its daily, matter-of-fact way. Darius let fall the cigarette which Edwin picked up from the mat and offered to him. "Throw it away," said Darius with a deep sigh. "Going to bed?" Edwin asked. Darius shook his head, and Edwin debated what he should do. A moment later Maggie came from the kitchen and asked, "Going to bed, father?" Again Darius shook his head. He then went slowly into the drawing-room and lit the gas there. "What shall we do? Leave him?" Maggie whispered to Edwin in the dining-room as she helped Mrs. Nixon to clear the table. "I don't know," said Edwin. "I shall see." In 10 minutes both Maggie and Mrs. Nixon had gone to bed. Edwin hesitated in the dining-room. Then he extinguished the gas there and went into the drawing-room. Darius, not having lowered the blinds, was gazing out of the black window. "You needn't wait down here for me," said he, a little sharply. And his tone was so sane, controlled, firm, and ordinary that Edwin could do nothing but submit to it. "I'm not going to," he answered quietly. Volume 3, Chapter 5 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Volume 3, Chapter 5. The Slave's Fear. Edwin closed the door of his bedroom with a sense of relief and of pleasure far greater than he would have admitted, or indeed could honestly have admitted, for it surpassed his consciousness. The feeling recurred that he was separated from the previous evening by a tremendous expanse of time. He had been flung out of his daily habits. He had forgotten to worry over the execution of his private programs. He had forgotten even that the solemn 30th birthday was close upon him. It seemed to him as if his own egoism was lying about in scattered pieces, which he must collect in the calm of this cloister and reconstruct. He wanted to resume possession of himself, very slowly, without violent effort. He wound up his watch. The hour was not yet 10:30. The whole exquisite night was his. He had brought with him from the shop, almost mechanically, a copy of Harper's Magazine, not the copy which regularly once a month he kept from a customer during the space of 24 hours for his own uses, but a second copy which had been sent down by the wholesale agents in mistake, and which he could return when he chose. He had already seen the number, but he could not miss the chance of carefully going through it at leisure. Despite his genuine aspirations, despite his taste, which was growing more and more fastidious, he found it exceedingly difficult to proceed with his regular plan of reading while there was an illustrated magazine unexplored. Besides, the name of Harper's was august. To read Harper's was to acquire merit. Even the pictures in Harper's were too subtle for the uncultivated. He turned over the pages, and they all appeared to promise new and strange joys. Such preliminary moments were the most ecstatic in his life, as in the lives of many readers. He had not lost sight of the situation created by his father's illness, but he could only see it very dimly through the semi-transparent pages. 2. The latch clicked and the door opened slightly. He jumped, supposing that his father had crept upstairs, and the first thought of the slave in him was that his father had never seen the gas stove and would now infallibly notice it. But Maggie's face showed. She came in very quietly. She too had caught the conspiratorial manner. "I thought you wouldn't be ready for bed just yet," she said, in mild excuse of her entry. "I didn't knock for fear he might be wandering about and hear." "Oh," muttered Edwin. "What's up?" Instinctively he resented the invasion, and was alarmed for the privacy of his sacred room, although he knew that Maggie, and Mrs. Nixon also, had it at their mercy every day. Nobody ever came into that room while he was in it. Maggie approached the hearth. "I think I ought to have a stove too," she said pleasantly. "Well, why don't you?" he replied. "I can get it for you any time." If Clara had envied his stove, she would have envied it with scoffing rancour, and he would have used sarcasm in response. "Oh, no," said Maggie quickly. "I don't really want one." "What's up?" he repeated. He could see she was hesitating. "Do you know what Clara and Auntie are saying?" "No." "What now? I should have thought they'd both said enough to last them for a few days, at any rate." "Did Albert say anything to you?" "What about?" "Well, both Clara and Auntie said I must tell you. Albert says he ought to make his will. They all think so." Edwin's lip curled. "How do you know he hasn't made it?" "Has he made it?" "How do I know? You don't suppose he'd ever talk to me about his affairs, do you? Not much." "Well, they mean he ought to be asked." "Well, let them ask him, then. I shan't." "Of course, what they say is, you're the—" "What do I care for that?" he interrupted her. "So that's what you were yarning so long about in your room." "I can tell you," said Maggie. "They're both of them very serious about it. So is Albert, it seems." "They disgust me," he said briefly. "Here the thing isn't a day old, and they begin worrying about his will. They go slobbering all over him downstairs, and upstairs it's nothing but his will they think about. You can't rush at a man and talk to him about his will like that. At least I can't. It's altogether too thick. I expect some people could, but I can't. Damn it, you must have some sense of decency." Maggie remained calm and benevolent. After a pause she said, "You see, their point is that later on he mayn't be able to make a will." "Look here," he questioned amicably, meeting her eyes. "What do you think? What do you think yourself?" "Oh," she said, "I should never dream of bothering about it. I'm only telling you what—" "Of course you wouldn't," he exclaimed. "No decent person would. Later on, perhaps, if one could put in a word casually, but not now. If he doesn't make a will, he doesn't make one. That's all." Maggie leaned against the mantelpiece. "Mind your skirt doesn't catch fire," he warned her in a murmur. "I told them what you'd say," she answered his outburst, perfectly unmoved. "I knew what you'd say. But what they say is, it's all very well for you. You're the son, and it seems that if there isn't a will, if it's left too late—" This aspect of the case has absolutely not presented itself to Edwin. "If they think," he muttered with cold acrimony, "if they think I'm the sort of person to take the slightest advantage of being the son, well, they must think it, that's all. Besides, they can always talk to him themselves, if they're so desperately anxious." "You have charge of everything." "Have I? I'd like to know what it's got to do with Auntie." Maggie lifted her head. "Oh, Auntie and Clara, you know, you can't separate them. Well, I've told you." She moved to leave. "I say," he stopped her with a confidential appeal, "don't you agree with me?" "Yes," she replied simply. "I think it ought to be left for a bit. Perhaps he's made it after all. Let's hope so. I'm sure it will save a lot of trouble if he has." "Naturally it ought to be left for a bit. Why, just look at him. He might be on his blooming dying bed, to hear the way some people talk. Let 'em mention it to me, and I'll tell 'em a thing or two." Maggie raised her eyebrows. She scarcely recognized Edwin. "I suppose he'll be all right downstairs." "Right, of course he'll be all right." Then he added in a tone less pugnacious, for after all it was not Maggie who had outraged his delicacy, "Don't latch the door. Put it to. I'll listen out." She went silently away. 3. Searching with his body for the most comfortable deeps of the easy-chair, he set himself to savour Harper's. This monthly reassurance that nearly all was well with the world, and that what was wrong was not seriously wrong, waited on his knees to be accepted and to do its office. Unlike the magazines of his youth, its aim was to soothe and flatter, not to disconcert and impeach. He looked at the refined illustrations of South American capitals and of picturesque corners in Provence, and at the smooth or the rugged portraits of great statesmen and great bridges, all just as true to reality as the brilliant letterpress. and he tried to slip into the rectified and softened world offered by the magazine. He did not criticize the presentment. He wanted the illusions of Harper's. He desired the comfort, the distraction, and the pleasant ideal longings which they aroused. But they were a medicine which he discovered he was not in a condition to absorb, a medicine therefore useless. There was no effective medicine for his trouble. His trouble was that he objected to being disturbed. At first he had been pleasantly excited, but now he shrank away at the call to freedom, to action, to responsibility. All the slave in him protested against the knocking off of irons and the imperative kick into the open air. He saw suddenly that in the calm of regular habit and of subjection he had arrived at something that closely resembled happiness. He wished not to lose it, knowing that it was already gone. Actually, for his own sake, and quite apart from his father, he would have been ready, were it possible, to cancel the previous 24 hours. Everything was ominous, and he wandering about, lost, amid menaces. Why, even his cherished programmes of reading were smashed. Hannam! True, tonight was not a night appointed for reading, but tomorrow night was. And would he be able to read tomorrow night? No. 100 new complications would have arisen to harass him and to dispossess him of his tranquillity. Destiny was demanding from him a huge effort, unexpected and formidable, and the whole of his being weakly complained, asking to be exempted, but asking without any hope of success. For all his faculties and his desires knew that his conscience was ultimately their master. Talk to his father about making a will, eh? Besides being disgusting, it was laughable. Those people did not know his father as he did. He foresaw that, even in conducting the routine of business, he would have difficulties with his father over the simplest details. In particular, there was one indispensable preliminary to the old man's complete repose, and his first duty on the morrow would be to endeavour to arrange this preliminary with his father, but he scarcely hoped to succeed. On the portion of the mantelpiece reserved for books in actual use lay The Tale of a Tub, last night so enchanting, and now he had positively forgotten it. He yawned and prepared for bed. If he could not read Harper's, perhaps he could read Swift. 4. He lay in bed. The gas was out, the stove was out, and according to his custom he was reading himself to sleep by the light of a candle in a sconce attached to the bed's head. His eyes ran along line after line and down page after page, and transmitted nothing coherent to his brain. Then there were steps on the stair. His father was at last coming to bed. He was a little relieved, though he had been quite prepared to go to sleep and leave his father below. Why not? The steps died at the top of the stair, but an irregular creaking continued. After a pause, the door was pushed open, and after another pause, the figure of his father came into view, breathing loudly. "Edwin, are you asleep?" Taras asked anxiously. Edwin wondered what could be the matter, but he answered with lightness, "Nearly." "I've not put the light out down yon. Happen you'd better put it out." There was in his father's voice a note of dependence upon him, of appeal to him. Funny, he thought, and said aloud, "All right." He jumped up. His father thudded off deliberately to his own room, apparently relieved of a fearful oppression, but still fixed in sadness. On the previous night Edwin had extinguished the hall gas and come last to bed, and again tonight. But tonight with what a different sentiment of genuine, permanent responsibility. The appealing feebleness of his father's attitude seemed to give him strength. Surely a man so weak and fallen from tyranny could not cause much trouble. Edwin now had some hope that the unavoidable preliminary to the invalid's retirement might be achieved Volume 3, Chapter 6 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Volume 3, Chapter 6, Keys and Checks. Coming up Trafalgar Road at 20 minutes past 9 in the bright, astringent morning, Edwin carried by a string a little round parcel, which for him contained the inspiring symbol of his new life. By mere accident he had wakened and had risen early, arriving at the shop before 7:30. He had deliberately lifted onto his shoulders the whole burden of the shop and the printing business, and as soon as he felt its weight securely lodged, he became extraordinarily animated and vigorous, even gay. He had worked with a most agreeable sense of energy until nearly 9 o'clock, and then, having first called at the ironmonger's, had stepped into the bank at the top of St. Luke's Square a moment after its doors opened, and had 5 minutes' exciting conversation with the manager. After which, with righteous hunger in his belly and the symbol in his hand, he had come home to breakfast. The symbol was such as could be obtained at any ironmonger's, an alarm clock. Mrs. Nixon had grown less reliable than formerly as an alarm clock. Machinery was now supplanting her. Dr. Heave came out of the house, and Dr. Heave too seemed gay with fine resolutions. The two met on the doorstep, each full of a justifiable self-satisfaction. The doctor explained that he had come thus early because Mr. Clayhanger was one of those cases upon which he could look in casually at any time. In the sunshine they talked under the porch of early rising, as men who understand the value of that art. Edwin could see that Dr. Heave's life was a series of little habits which would never allow themselves to be interfered with by any large interest, and he despised the man's womanish smile. Nevertheless, his new respect for him did not weaken. He decided that he was a very decent fellow in his way, and he was more impressed than he would admit by the amount of work that the doctor had for years been doing in the morning before his intellectual superiors had sat up in bed. And he imagined that it might be even more agreeable to read in the fresh stillness of the morning than in the solitary night. Then they returned to the case of Darius. The doctor was more communicative, and they were both cheerfully matter-of-fact concerning it. There it was, to be made the best of, and that Darius could never handle business again, and that in about 2 years his doom would be accomplished. These were basic facts, axiomatic. The doctor had seen his patient in the garden, and he suggested that if Darius could be persuaded to interest himself in gardening. They discussed his medicine, his meals, his digestion, and the great impossible dream of taking him away, out of it all. And every now and then Dr. Heave dropped some little hint as to the management of Darius. The ticking parcel drew the discreet attention of the doctor. The machine was one guaranteed to go in any position, and was much more difficult to stop than to start. "It's only an alarm," said Edwin, not without self-consciousness. The doctor went, tripping neatly and optimistically, off towards his own breakfast. He got up earlier than his horse. 2. Darius was still in the garden when Edwin went to him. He had put on his daily suit, and was leisurely digging in an uncultivated patch of ground. He stuck the spade into the earth perpendicularly and deep, and when he tried to prise it up and it would not yield because of a concealed half-brick, he put his tongue between his teeth and then bit his lower lip, controlling himself, determined to get the better of the spade and the brick by persuasively humouring them. He took no notice whatever of Edwin. "I see you aren't losing any time," said Edwin, who felt as though he were engaging in small talk with a stranger. "Are you?" Darius replied, without turning his head. "I've just come up for a bit of breakfast. Everything's all right," he said. He would have liked to add, "I was in the shop before 7:30, but he was too proud. After a pause he ventured, essaying the casual, "I say, Father, I shall want the keys of the desk and all that." "Keys of the desk?" Darius muttered, leaning on the spade, as though demanding in stupefaction, "What on earth can you want the keys for?" Well, Edwin stammered. But the proposition was too obvious to be denied. Darius left the spade to stand up by itself, and stared. "Got 'em in your pocket?" Edwin inquired. Slowly Darius drew forth a heavy, glittering bunch of keys, one of the chief insignia of his dominion, and began to fumble at it. "You needn't take any of them off. I expect I know which is which," said Edwin, holding out his hand. Darius hesitated, and then yielded up the bunch. "Thanks," said Edwin lightly. But the old man's reluctance to perform this simple and absolutely necessary act of surrender, the old man's air of having done something tremendous, these signs frightened Edwin and shook his courage for the demand compared to which the demand for the keys was naught. Still, the affair had to be carried through. "And I say," he proceeded, jingling the keys, "about signing and endorsing cheques, they tell me at the bank that if you sign a general authority to me to do it for you, that'll be enough." He could not avoid looking guilty. He almost felt guilty, almost felt as if he were plotting against his father's welfare. And as he spoke his words seemed unreal and his suggestion fantastic. At the bank the plan had been simple, easy, and perfectly natural. But there could be no doubt that as he had walked up Trafalgar Road, receding from the bank and approaching his father, the plan had gradually lost those attractive qualities. And now, in the garden, it was merely monstrous. Silent, Darius resumed the spade. "Well," said Edwin desperately, "what about it?" "Do you think—" Darius glowered upon him with heavy, desolating scorn. "Do you think as I'm going to let you sign my cheques for me? You're taking too much on yourself, me lad." "But—" "I tell you, you're taking too much on yourself," he began to shout menacingly. "Get about your business and don't act the fool. You didn't think you were going to be God Almighty because you got up a bit earlier for once in a while and been down to the shop before breakfast." 3. In all his demeanour there was not the least indication of weakness. He might never have sat down on the stairs and cried. He might never have submitted feebly and perhaps gladly to the caresses of Clara and the soothings of Auntie Hamps. Impossible to convince him that he was cut off from the world. Impossible even to believe it. Was this the man that Edwin and the bank manager and the doctor and all the others had been disposing of as though he were an automaton accurately responsive to external suggestion? "Look here," Edwin knew that he ought to say, "let it be clearly understood once and for all. I'm the boss now. I have the authority in my pocket, and you must sign it, and quick too. I shall do my best for you, but I don't mean to be bullied while I'm doing it." But he could not say it, nor could his heart emotionally feel it. He turned away sheepishly, and then he faced his father again with a distressed, apologetic smile. "Well, then," he asked, "who is going to sign cheques?" "I am," said Darius. "But you know what the doctor said. You know what you promised him." "What did the doctor say?" "He said you weren't to do anything at all, and you said you wouldn't. What's more, you said you didn't want to." Darius sneered. "I reckon I can sign cheques," he said, "and I reckon I can endorse cheques. So it's got to be that I can't sign me own name now. I shall show some of you whether I can't sign me own name." "You know it isn't simply signing them. You know if I bring cheques up for you to sign, you'll begin worrying about them at once, and there'll be no end to it. You'd much better—" "Shut up!" It was like a clap of thunder. Edwin hesitated an instant, and then went towards the house. He could hear his father muttering, "Whipper-snapper." "And I'll tell you another thing," Darius bawled across the garden. Assuredly his voice would reach the street. "It was like your impudence to go to the bank like that without asking me first. They tell you at the bank. They tell you at the bank. Anything else they told you at the bank?" Then a snort. Edwin was humiliated and baffled. He knew not what he could do. The situation became impossible immediately it was faced. He felt also very resentful, and resentment was capturing him, when suddenly an idea seemed to pull him by the sleeve. All this is part of his disease. It's part of his disease that he can't see the point of a thing. And the idea was insistent, and under its insistence Edwin's resentment changed to melancholy. He said to himself that he must think of his father as a child. He blamed himself, in a sort of pleasurable luxury of remorse, for all the anger which during all his life he had felt against his father. His father's unreasonableness had not been a fault, but a misfortune. His father had not been a tyrant, but a victim. His brain must always have been wrong. And now he was doomed, and the worst part of his doom was that he was unaware of it. And in the thought of Darius ignorantly blustering within the walled garden in the spring sunshine, condemned, cut off, helpless at the last, pitiable at the last, there was something inexpressibly poignant. And the sunshine seemed a shame, and Edwin's youth and mental vigour seemed a shame. Nevertheless, Edwin knew not what to do. "Master Edwin," said Mrs. Nixon, who was rubbing the balustrade of the stairs, "you mustn't cross him out like that." She jerked her head in the direction of the garden. The garden door stood open. If he had not felt solemn and superior, he could have snapped off that head of hers. "Is my breakfast ready?" he asked. He hung up his hat and absently took the little parcel which he had Volume 3, Chapter 7 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Volume 3, Chapter 7, Laid Aside. The safe, since the abandonment of the business premises by the family, had stood in a corner of a small nondescript room, sometimes vaguely called the safe room, between the shop and what had once been the kitchen. It was a considerable safe, and it had the room practically to itself. As Edwin unlocked it and the prodigious door swung with silent smoothness to his pull, he was aware of a very romantic feeling of exploration. He had seen the inside of the safe before. He had even opened the safe and taken something from it, under his father's orders. But he had never had leisure nor license to inspect its interior. From his boyhood had survived the notion that it must contain many marvels. In spite of himself, his attitude was one of awe. The first thing that met his eye was his father's large, black-bound, private cash-book, which constituted the most sacred and mysterious document in the accountancy of the business. Edwin handled and kept all the books save that. At the beginning of the previous week, he and Stifford had achieved the task of sending out the quarterly accounts, and of one sort or another there were some 700 quarterly accounts. Edwin was familiar with every detail of the printer's workbook, the daybook, the combined book colloquially called invoice and ledger, the bought ledger, and the shop cash book. But he could form no sure idea of the total dimensions and results of the business, because his father always kept the ultimate castings to himself, and never displayed his private cash book under any circumstances. By ingenuity and perseverance, Edwin might have triumphed over Darius's mania for secrecy, but he did not care to do so. Perhaps pride, even more than honour, caused him to refrain. Now he held the book, and saw that only a portion of it was in the nature of a cash book. The rest comprised summaries and general statements. The statement for the year 1885, so far as he could hastily decipher its meaning, showed a profit of £821. He was not surprised, and yet the sight of the figures in his father's heavy, scratchy hand was curiously impressive. His father could keep nothing from him now. The interior of the safe was like a city that had capitulated. No law ran in it but his law, and he was absolute. He could commit infamies in the city, and none might criticize. He turned over piles of dusty cheque counterfoils and old passbooks and other old books of account. He saw a linen bag crammed with 4-shilling pieces. Whenever Darius obtained a double florin he put it aside, and 1 or 2 old watches of no value. Also the title deeds of the house at Bleakridge, their latest parchment still white with pounce. The mortgage, then, had been repaid, a fact which Darius had managed on principle to conceal from his son. Then he came to the 4 drawers, and in some of these he discovered a number of miscellaneous share certificates with their big seals. He knew that his father had investments. It was impossible to inhabit the shop cubicle with his father and not know that, but he had no conception of their extent or their value. Always he had regarded all those matters as foreign to himself, refusing to allow curiosity in regard to them to awake. Now he was differently minded, owing to the mere physical weight in his pocket of a bunch of keys. In a hasty examination he gathered that the stock was chiefly in railways and shipping, and that it amounted to large sums, anyhow quite a number of thousands. He was frankly astonished. How had his father's clumsy, slow intellect been able to cope with the dangerous intricacies of the stock exchange? It seemed incredible, and yet he had known quite well that his father was an investor. "Of course he isn't keen on giving it all up," Eben exclaimed aloud suddenly. "I wonder he even forked out the keys as easily as he did." The view of the safe enabled him to perform a feat which very few children ever achieve. He put himself in his father's place, and it was with benevolence, not with exasperation, that he puzzled his head to invent some device for defeating the old man's obstinacy about cheque signing. One drawer was evidently not in regular use. Often in a series of drawers one of them falls into the idle habit of being overlooked, slipping gradually by custom into desuetude, though other drawers may overflow. This drawer held merely a few scraps of sample paper and a map, all dusty. He drew forth the map. It was coloured, and in shaky Roman characters underneath it ran the legend, "The County of Staffordshire." He seemed to recognise the map. On the back he read in his father's handwriting, "Drawn and coloured without help by my son Edwin, aged 9. He had utterly forgotten it. He could in no detail recall the circumstances in which he had produced the wonderful map. A childish, rude effort, still rather remarkable that at the age of 9, perhaps even before he had begun to attend the Oldcastle Middle School, he should have chosen to do a county map instead of a map of that country beloved by all juvenile map-drawers, Ireland. He must have copied it from the map in Lewis's Gazetteer of England and Wales. 21 years ago, nearly. He might, from the peculiar effect on him, have just discovered the mummy of the boy that once had been Edwin. And his father had kept the map for over 20 years. The old cock must have been deuced proud of it once. Not that he ever said so. Edwin was sure of that. "Now, you needn't get sentimental," he told himself. Like Maggie, he had a fearful and almost morbid horror of sentimentality. But he could not arrest the softening of his heart as he smiled at the naivety of the map and at his father's parental simplicity. As he was closing the safe, Stifford, agitated, hurried into the room. "Please, sir, Mr. Clayhanger's in the square. I thought I'd better tell you." "What, father?" "Yes, sir. He's standing opposite the chapel, and he keeps looking this way. I thought you'd like—" Edwin turned the key and ran forth, stumbling, as he entered the shop, against the step-ladder, which, with the paper boy at the summit of it, overtopped the doorway. He wondered why he should run, and why Stifford's face was so obviously apprehensive. 2. Darius Clayhanger was standing at the north-east corner of the little square, half-way up Duck Bank, at the edge of the pavement, and his gaze, hesitant and feeble, seemed to be upon the shop. He merely stood there, moveless, and yet the sight of him was most strangely disconcerting. Edwin, who kept within the shelter of the doorway, comprehended now the look on Stifford's face. His father had the air of ranging round about the shop in a reconnaissance, like an Indian or a wild animal, or like a domestic animal violently expelled. Edwin almost expected him to creep round by the town hall into St. Luke's Square, and then to reappear stealthily at the other end of Wedgwood Street, and from a western ambush stare again at his own premises. A man coming down Duck Bank paused an instant near Darius, and with a smile spoke to him, holding out his hand. Darius gave a slight nod. The man, snubbed and confused, walked on, the smile still on his face, but meaningless now and foolish. At length Darius walked up the hill, his arms stiff and out pointing, as of old. Edwin got his hat and ran after him. Instead of turning to the left along the market-place, Darius kept on farther up the hill, past the shambles, towards the old playground and the vague cinder wastes where the town ended in a few ancient cottages. It was at the playground that Edwin, going slowly and cautiously, overtook him. "Hello, father," he began nervously. "Where are you off to?" Darius did not seem to be at all startled to see him at his side. Nevertheless, he behaved in a queer fashion. Without saying a word, he suddenly turned at right angles and apparently aimed himself towards the market-place by the back of the town hall. When he had walked a few paces, he stopped and looked round at Edwin, who could not decide what ought to be done. "If you want to know," said Darius, with overwhelming sadness and embittered disgust, "I'm going to the bank to sign that authority about cheques." "Oh," Edwin responded. "Good. I'll go with you if you like." "Happen it'll be as well," said Darius, resigning himself. They walked together in silence. The old man was beaten. The old man had surrendered unconditionally. Edwin's heart lightened as he perceived more and more clearly what this surprising victory meant. It meant that always in the future he would have the upper hand. He knew now, and Darius knew, that his father had no strength to fight, and that any semblance of fighting could be treated as bluster. Probably nobody realized as profoundly as Darius himself his real and yet mysterious inability to assert his will against the will of another. The force of his individuality was gone. He, who had meant to govern tyrannically to his final hour, to die with a powerful and grim gesture of command, had to accept the ignominy of submission. Edwin had not even insisted, and used no kind of threat. He had merely announced his will, and when the first fury had waned, Darius had found his son's will working like a chemical agent in his defenceless mind, and had yielded. It was astounding. And always it would be thus, until the time when Edwin would say, "Do this," and Darius would do it, and "do that," and Darius would do it meekly, unreasoningly, anxiously. Edwin's relief was so great that it might have been mistaken for positive, ecstatic happiness. His mind ranged exultingly over the future of the business. In a few years, if he chose, he could sell the business and spend the whole treasure of his time upon programmes. The entire world would be his, and he could gather the fruits of every art. He would utterly belong to himself. It was a formidable thought. The atmosphere of the market-place contained too much oxygen to be quite grateful to his lungs. In the meantime there were things he would do. He would raise Stifford's wages. Long ago they ought to have been raised. And he would see that Stifford had for his dinner a full hour, which in practice Stifford had never had. And he would completely give up the sale and delivery of newspapers and weeklies, and would train the paper boy to the shop, and put Stifford in his own place, and perhaps get another clerk. It struck him hopefully that Stifford might go forth for orders. Assuredly he himself had not one quality of a commercial traveller. And most inviting prospect of all, he would stock new books. He cared not whether new books were unremunerative. It should be known throughout the 5 towns that at Clayhanger's in Bursley a selection of new books could always be seen. And if people would not buy them, people must leave them. But he would have them. And so his thoughts flew. 3. And at the same time he was extremely sad, only less sad than his father. When he allowed his thoughts to rest for an instant on his father, he was so moved that he could almost have burst into a sob, just one, terrific sob. And he would say in his mind, "What a damned shame! What a damned shame!" Meaning that Destiny had behaved ignobly to his father after all. Destiny had no right to deal with a man so faithlessly. Destiny should do either one thing or the other. It seemed to him that he was leading his father by a string to his humiliation. And he was ashamed. Ashamed of his own dominance and of his father's craven submissiveness. Twice they were stopped by hearty and curious burgesses, and at each encounter Edwin, far more than Darius, was anxious to pretend that the harsh hand of Darius still firmly held the sceptre. When they entered the shining mahogany interior of the richest bank in the Five Towns, hushed save for a discreet shovelling of coins, Edwin waited for his father to speak, and Darius said not a word, but stood glumly quiescent, like a victim in a halter. The little wiry, dancing cashier looked. Every clerk in the place looked. From behind the third counter in the far recesses of the bank, clerks looked over their ledgers. And they all looked in the same annoying way, as at a victim in a halter. In their glance was all the pitiful, gloating baseness of human nature, mingled with a little of its compassion. Everybody, of course, knew that something had happened to the successful steam printer. "Can we see Mr. Lovett?" Edwin demanded curtly. He was abashed, and he was resentful. The cashier jumped on all his springs into a sudden activity of deference. Presently the manager emerged from the glazed door of his room, pulling his long whiskers. "Oh, Mr. Lovett," Edwin began nervously. "Father's just come along." They were swallowed up into the manager's parlour. It might have been a court of justice, or a dentist's surgery, or the cabinet of an insurance doctor, or the room at Fontainebleau, where Napoleon signed his abdication. Anything but the thing it was. Happily Mr. Lovett had a manner which never varied. He had only one manner for all men and for all occasions. So that Edwin was not distressed either by the deficiencies of amateur acting or by the exhibition of another's self-conscious awkwardness. Nevertheless, when his father took the pen to write, he was obliged to look studiously at the window and inaudibly hum an air. Had he not done so, that threatening sob might have burst its way out of him. 4. "I'm going this road," said Darius, when they were safely out of the bank, pointing towards the Sytch. "What for?" "I'm going this road," he repeated, gloomily obstinate. "All right," said Edwin cheerfully. "I'll trot round with you." He did not know whether he could safely leave his father. The old man's eyes resented his assiduity, and accepted it. They passed the old Sytch pottery, the smoke of whose kilns now no longer darkened the sky. The senior partner of the firm which leased it had died, and his sons had immediately taken advantage of his absence to build a new and efficient works down by the canal side at Shawport, a marvel of everything save architectural dignity. Times changed. Edwin remarked on the desolation of the place, and received no reply. Then the idea occurred to him that his father was bound for the Liberal Club. It was so. They both entered. In the large room 2 young men were amusing themselves at the billiard table which formed the chief attraction of the naked interior, and on the ledges of the table were 2 glasses. The steward, in an apron, watched them. "Aye," grumbled Darius, eyeing the group. "That's rub, that is. That's rad. Not 12 o'clock yet." If Edwin with his father had surprised 2 young men drinking and playing billiards before noon in the Conservative Club, he would have been grimly pleased. He would have taken it for a further proof of the hollowness of the opposition to the great Home Rule Bill. But the spectacle of a couple of wastrels in the Liberal Club annoyed and shamed him. His vague notion was that at such a moment of high crisis the 2 wastrels ought to have had the decency to refrain from wasting. "Well, Mr. Clayhanger," said the steward in his absurd Boniface way, "you're quite a stranger." "I want my name taken off this club," said Darius shortly. "You understand me? And I reckon I'm not the only one these days." The steward did in fact understand. He protested in a low, amiable voice, while the billiard players affected not to hear, but he perfectly understood. The epidemic of resignations had already set in, and there had been talk of a Liberal Unionist club. The steward saw that the grand folly of a senile statesman was threatening his own future prospects. He smiled, but at Edwin, as they were leaving, he smiled in a quite peculiar way, and that smile clearly meant, "Your father goes dotty, and the first thing he does is to change his politics." This was the steward's justifiable revenge. "You aren't leaving us?" the steward questioned Edwin in a half-whisper. Edwin shook his head, but he could have killed the steward for that nauseating, suggestive smile. The outer door swung to, cutting off the delicate click of billiards balls. At the top of Duck Bank, Darius silently and without warning mounted the steps of the Conservative Club. Doubtless he knew how to lay his hands instantly on a proposer and seconder. Edwin did not follow him. 5. That evening, conscious of responsibility and of virtue, Edwin walked up Trafalgar Road with a less gawky and more dignified mien than ever he had managed to assume before. He had not only dismissed programmes of culture, he had forgotten them. After 12 hours as head of a business, they had temporarily ceased to interest him. And when he passed, or was overtaken by, other men of affairs, he thought to himself naively in the dark, "I am the equal of these men." And the image of Florence Simcox, the clog dancer, floated through his mind. He found Darius alone in the drawing-room, in front of an uncustomary fire, garden clay still on his boots, and the Christian News under his spectacles. The Sunday before the funeral of Mr. Shushens had been so unusual and so distressing that Darius had fallen into arrear with his perusals. True, he had never been known to read the Christian News on any day but Sunday, but now every day was Sunday. Edwin nodded to him and approached the fire, rubbing his hands. "What's this as I hear?" Darius began with melancholy softness. "Huh? About Albert wanting to borrow £1,000? Darius gazed at him over his spectacles. "Albert wanting to borrow £1,000?" Edwin repeated, astounded. "Aye. Have they said naught to you?" "No," said Edwin. "What is it?" "Clara and your aunt have both been at me since tea. Some tale as Albert can amalgamate into partnership with Hope and Carter's if he can put down 1,000. And Albert said naught to ye?" "No, he hasn't," Edwin exclaimed, emphasizing each word with a peculiar fierceness. It was as if he had said, "I should like to catch him saying anything to me about it." He was extremely indignant. It seemed to him monstrous that those two women should thus try to snatch an advantage from his father's weakness, pitifully mean and base. He could not understand how people could bring themselves to do such things, nor how, having done them, they could ever look their fellows in the face again. Had they no shame? They would not let a day pass that they must settle on the old man instantly, like flies on a carcass. He could imagine the plottings, the hushed chatterings, the acting for the best demeanour of that cursed woman, Auntie Hamps. Yes, he now cursed her, and the candid greed of his sister. "You wouldn't do it, would ye?" Darius asked, in a tone that expected a negative answer, but also with a rather plaintive appeal, as though he were depending on Edwin for moral support against the formidable forces of attack. "I should not," said Edwin stoutly, touched by the strange, wistful note and by the glance. "Unless, of course, you really want to." He did not care in the least whether the money would or would not be really useful and reasonably safe. He did not care whose enmity he was risking. His sense of fair play was outraged, and he would salve it at any cost. He knew that had his father not been struck down and defenceless, these despicable people would never have dared to demand money from him. That was the only point that mattered. The relief of Darius at Edwin's attitude in the affair was painful. Hoping for sympathy from Edwin, he yet had feared in him another enemy. Now he was reassured, and he could hide his feelings no better than a child. "Seemingly they can't wait till my will's opened," he murmured, with a scarcely successful affectation of grimness. "Made a will, have you?" Edwin remarked, with an elaborate casualness, to imply that he had never till then given a thought to his father's will, but that, having thought of the question, he was perhaps a very little surprised that his father had indeed made a will. Darius nodded, quite benevolently. He seemed to have forgotten his deep grievance against Edwin in the matter of cheque signing. "Duncalf's got it," he murmured after a moment. Duncalf was the town clerk and a solicitor. So the will was made, and he had submissively signed away all control over all monetary transactions. What more could he do, except expire with a minimum of fuss? Truly, Darius, in the local phrase, was now laid aside. And of all the symptoms of his decay, the most striking and the most tragic to Edwin was that he showed no curiosity whatever about business. Not one single word of inquiry had he uttered. "You'll want shaving," said Edwin in a friendly way. Darius passed a hand over his face. He had ceased years ago to shave himself, and had a subscription at Dick Jones's in Aboukir Street, close by the shop. "Aye. Shall I send the barber up, or shall you let it grow? What do you think?" "Oh," Edwin drawled, characteristically hesitating. Then he remembered that he was the responsible head of the family of Clayhanger. "I think you might let it grow," he decided. And when he had issued the verdict, it seemed to him like a sentence of sequestration and death on his father. Let it grow, what does it matter? Such was the innuendo. "You used to grow a full beard once, didn't you?" he asked. "Yes," said Volume 3, Chapter 8 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Volume 3, Chapter 8, A Change of Mind. One evening, a year later, in earliest summer of 1887, Edwin and Mr. Osmond Orgreave were walking home together from Hambridge. When they reached the corner of the street leading to Lane End House, Osmond Orgreave said, stopping, "Now you'll come with us." He had looked Edwin hard in the eyes, and there was a most flattering appeal in his voice. It was some time since their eyes had met frankly, for Edwin had recently been having experience of Mr. Orgreave's methods in financial controversy, and it had not been agreeable. After an instant, Edwin said heartily, "Yes, I think I'll come. Of course I should like to. But I'll let you know." "Tonight?" "Yes, tonight. I shall tell my wife you're coming." Mr. Orgreave waved a hand, and passed with a certain decorative gaiety down the street. His hair was now silvern, but it still curled in the old places, and his gestures had apparently not aged at all. Mr. and Mrs. Orgreave were going to London for the Jubilee celebrations. So far as their family was concerned, they were going alone, because Osmond had insisted humorously that he wanted a rest from his children. But he had urgently invited Edwin to accompany them. At first Edwin had instinctively replied that it was impossible. He could not leave home. He had never been to London. A journey to London presented itself to him as an immense enterprise, almost as a piece of culpable self-indulgence. And then, under the stimulus of Osmond's energetic and adventurous temperament, he had said to himself, "Why not? Why shouldn't I?" The arguments favoured his going. It was absurd and scandalous that he had never been to London. He ought, for his self-respect, to depart thither at once. The legend of the Jubilee, spectacular, processional, historic, touched his imagination. Whenever he thought of it, his fancy saw pennons and corslets and chargers winding through stupendous streets, and, somewhere in the midst, the majesty of England in the frail body of a little old lady who had had many children and one supreme misfortune. Moreover, he could incidentally see Charlie. Moreover, he had been suffering from a series of his customary colds and from overwork, and Heaver told him that he would do with a change. Moreover, He had a project for buying paper in London. He had received from London overtures which seemed promising. He had never been able to buy paper quite as cheaply as Darius had bought paper, for the mere reason that he could not haggle over 16th of a penny with efficient ruthlessness. He simply could not do it, being somehow ashamed to do it. In Manchester, where Darius had bought paper for 30 years, they were imperceptibly too brutal for Edwin in the harsh realities of a bargain. They had no sense of shame. He thought that in letters from London he detected a softer spirit. And above all, he desired, by accepting Mr. Orgreave's invitation, to show to the architect that the differences between them were really expunged from his mind. Among many confusions in his father's flourishing but disorderly affairs, Edwin had been startled to find the Orgreave transactions. There were accounts and contra-accounts, and quantities of strangely contradictory documents. Never had a real settlement occurred between Darius and Osmond did not seem to want one. Edwin, however, with his old maid's passion for putting and keeping everything in its place, insisted on one. Mr. Orgreave had to meet him on his strongest point, his love of order. The process of settlement had been painful to Edwin. It had seriously marred some of his illusions. Nearly the last of the entanglements in his father's business, the Orgreave matter was straightened and closed now, and the projected escapade to London would bury it deep, might even restore agreeable illusions. And Edwin was incapable of nursing malice. The best argument of all was that he had a right to go to London. He had earned London by honest and severe work, and by bearing firmly the huge weight of his responsibility. So far he had offered himself no reward whatever, not even an increase of salary, not even a week of freedom or the satisfaction of a single caprice. "I shall go and charge it to the business," he said to himself. He became excited about going. 2. As he approached his house he saw the elder Heave, vicar of St. Peter's, coming away from it, a natty, clerical figure in a straw hat of peculiar shape. Recently this man had called once or twice, not professionally, for Darius was neither a churchman nor a parishioner, but as a brother of Dr. Heave's, as a friendly human being, and Darius had been flattered. The vicar would talk about Jesus with quiet, half-humorous enthusiasm. For him, at any rate, Christianity was grand fun. He seemed never to be solemn over his religion, like the Wesleyans. He never, with a shamed, defiant air, said, "I am not ashamed of Christ," like the Wesleyans. He might have known Christ slightly at Cambridge. But his relations with Christ did not make him conceited nor condescending, and if he was concerned about the welfare of people who knew not Christ, he hid his concern in the politest manner. Edwin, after being momentarily impressed by him, was now convinced of his perfect mediocrity. The vicar's views on literature had damned him eternally in the esteem of Edwin, who was still naive enough to be unable to comprehend how a man who had been to Cambridge could speak enthusiastically of Uncle Tom's Cabin. Moreover, Edwin despised him for his obvious pride in being a bachelor. The vicar would not say that a priest should be celibate, but he would, with delicacy, imply as much. Then also, for Edwin's taste, the parson was somewhat too childishly interested in the culture of cellar mushrooms, which was his hobby. He would recount the tedious details of all his experiments to Darius, who, flattered by these attentions from the established church, took immense delight in the vicar and in the sample mushrooms offered to him from time to time. Maggie stood in the porch, which commanded the descent into Bursley. She was watching the vicar as he receded. When Edwin appeared at the gate, she gave a little jump, and he fancied that she also blushed. "Look here," he exclaimed to himself in a flash of suspicion. "Surely she's not thinking of the vicar. Surely Maggie isn't, after all." He did not conceive it possible that the vicar, who had been to Cambridge and had notions about celibacy, was thinking of Maggie. "Women are queer," he said to himself. For him this generalization from facts was quite original. Fancy her staring after the vicar! She must have been doing it quite unconsciously. He had supposed that her attitude towards the vicar was precisely his own. He took it for granted that the vicar's attitude was the same to both of them, based on a polite and kindly but firm recognition that there could be no genuine sympathy between him and them. "The vicar's just been," said Maggie. "Has he? Cheered the old man up at all?" "Oh, not much." Maggie shook her head gloomily. Edwin's conscience seemed to be getting ready to hint that he ought not to go to London. "I say, Mag," he said quietly, as he inserted his stick in the umbrella stand. She stopped on her way upstairs, and then approached him. "Mr. Orgreave wants me to go to London with him and Mrs. Orgreave." He explained the whole project to him. She said at once, eagerly and benevolently, "Of course you ought to go. It'll do you all the good in the world. I shall be all right here. Clara and Albert will come for Jubilee Day anyhow. But haven't you driven it late? The day after tomorrow, isn't it? Mr. Heath was only saying just now that the hotels are all crammed." "Well, you know what Orgreave is. I expect he'll look after all that." "You go," Maggie enjoined him. "Won't upset him?" Edwin nodded vaguely to wherever Darius might be. "Can't be helped if it does," she replied calmly. "Well, then, I'm dashed if I don't go. What about my collars?" 3. Those three, Darius, Maggie, and Edwin, sat down to tea in silence. The window was open, and the weather very warm and gay. During the previous 12 months they had sat down to hundreds of such meals. Save for a few brief periods of cheerfulness, Darius had steadily grown more taciturn, heavy, and melancholy. In the winter he had of course abandoned his attempts to divert himself by gardening, attempts at the best half-hearted and feeble, and he had not resumed them in the spring. Less than half a year previously he had often walked across the fields to Hillport and back, or up the gradual slopes to the height of Toft End. He never went townwards, had not once visited the Conservative Club. But now he could not even be persuaded to leave the garden. An old wicker arm-chair had been placed at the end of the garden, and he would set out for that arm-chair as upon a journey, and having reached it, would sink into it with a huge sigh, and repose, before bracing himself to the effort of return. And now it seemed marvellous that he had ever had the legs to get to Hillport and to Toft End. He existed in a stupor of dull reflection, from pride pretending to read and not reading, or pretending to listen and not listening, and occasionally making a remark which was inapposite, but which had to be humoured. And as the weeks passed, his children's manner of humouring became increasingly perfunctory, and their movements in putting right the negligence of his attire increasingly brusque. Vainly they tried to remember in time that he was a victim and not a criminal. They would remember after the careless remark and after the curt gesture, when it was too late. His malady obsessed them. It was in the air of the house, omnipresent. It weighed upon them, corroding the nerve and exasperating the spirit. Now and then, when Darius had vented a burst of irrational anger, they would say to each other with casual bitterness that really he was too annoying. Once, when his demeanour towards the new servant had strongly suggested that he thought her name was Bathsheba, Mrs. Nixon herself had flown out at him, and there had been a scene which the doctor had soothed by discreet professional explanations. Maggie's difficulty was that he was always there, always on the spot. To be free of him she must leave the house, and Maggie was not fond of leaving the house. Edwin meant to inform him briefly of his intention to go to London, but such was the power of habit that he hesitated. He could not bring himself to announce directly his audacious and unprecedented act of freedom, though he knew that his father was as helpless as a child in his hands. Instead, he began to talk about the renewal of the lease of the premises in Duck Square, as to which it would be necessary to give notice to the landlord at the end of the month. "I've been thinking I'll have it made out in my own name," he said. "It'll save you signing 'em, and so on." This in itself was a proposal sufficiently startling, and he would not have been surprised at a violent instinctive protest from Darius. But Darius seemed not to heed. Then both Edwin and Maggie noticed that he was trying to hold a sausage firm on his plate with his knife, and to cut it with his fork. "No, no, father," said Maggie gently, "not like that." He looked up, puzzled, and then bent himself again to the plate. The whole of his faculties seemed to be absorbed in a great effort to resolve the complicated problem of the plate, the sausage, the knife, and the fork. "You've got your knife in the wrong hand," said Edwin impatiently, as to a wilful child. Darius stared at the knife and at the fork, and he then sighed, and his sigh meant, "This business is beyond me." Then he endeavoured to substitute the knife for the fork, but he could not. "See," said Edwin, leaning over, "like this." He took the knife, but Darius would not loose it. "No, leave go," he ordered. "Leave go. How can I show you if you don't leave go?" Darius dropped both knife and fork with a clatter. Edwin put the knife into his right hand and the fork into his left, but in a moment they were wrong again. At first Edwin could not believe that his father was not indulging deliberately in naughtiness. "Shall I cut it up for you, father?" Maggie asked, in a mild, persuasive tone. Darius pushed the plate towards her. When she cut up the sausage, he said, "There you are. I'll keep the knife, then you can't get mixed up." And Darius ate the sausage with the fork alone. His intelligence had failed to master the original problem presented to it. He ate steadily for a few moments, and then the tears began to roll down his cheek, and he ate no more. This incident, so simple, so unexpected, and so dramatic, caused the most acute distress, and its effect was disconcerting in the highest degree. It reminded everybody that what Darius suffered from was softening of the brain. For long he had been a prisoner in the house and garden, for long he had been almost mute. And now, just after a visit which usually acted upon him as a tonic, he had begun to lose the skill to feed himself. Little by little he was demonstrating, by his slow declension from it, the wonder of the standard of efficiency maintained by the normal human being. Edwin and Maggie avoided one another, even in their glances. Each affected the philosophical, seeming to diminish the significance of the episode. But neither succeeded. Of the 2 years allotted to Darius, one had gone. What would the second be? 4. In his bedroom after tea, Edwin fought against the gloomy influence, but uselessly. The inherent and appalling sadness of existence enveloped and chilled him. He gazed at the rows of his books. He had done no regular reading of late. Why read? He gazed at the screen in front of his bed, covered with neat memoranda. How futile! Why go to London? He would only have to come back from London. And then he said resistingly, "I will go to London." But as he said it aloud, he knew well that he would not go. His conscience would not allow him to depart. He could not leave Maggie alone with his father. He yielded to his conscience unkindly, reluctantly, with no warm gust of unselfishness. He yielded because he could not outrage his abstract sense of justice. From the window he perceived Maggie and Janet Orgreave talking together over the low separating wall, and he remembered a word of Janet's to the effect that she and Maggie were becoming quite friendly, and that Maggie was splendid. Suddenly he went downstairs into the garden. They were talking in attitudes of intimacy, and both were grave and mature, and both had a little cleft under the chin. Their pale frocks harmonized in the evening light. As he approached, Maggie burst into a girlish laugh. "Not really," she murmured, with the vivacity of a young girl. He knew not what they were discussing, nor did he care. What interested him, what startled him, was the youthful gesture and tone of Maggie. It pleased and touched him to discover another Maggie in the Maggie of the household. Those two women had put on for a moment the charming, chattering silliness of schoolgirls. He joined them. On the lawn of the Orgreaves Alicia was battling fiercely at tennis with an elegant young man whose name he did not know. Croquet was disposed. Tennis reigned. Even Alicia's occasional shrill cry had a mournful quality in the languishing beauty of the evening. "I wish you'd tell your father I shan't be able to go tomorrow," Edwin said to Janet. "But he's told all of us you are going," Janet exclaimed. "Shan't you go?" Maggie questioned, low. "No," he murmured. Glancing at Janet, he added, "It won't do for me to go." "What a pity," Janet breathed. Maggie did not say, "Oh, but you ought to. There's no reason whatever why you shouldn't." By her silence she contradicted the Volume 3, Chapter 9 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Volume 3, Chapter 9, The Ox. Edwin walked idly down Trafalgar Road in the hot morning sunshine of Jubilee Day. He had left his father tearfully sentimentalizing about the Queen. "She's a good un." Then a sob. "Never was one like her." Another sob. "No, and never will be again." Then a gush of tears on the newspaper, which the old man laboriously scanned for details of the official programme in London. He had not for months read the newspaper with such a determined effort to understand. Indeed, since the beginning of his illness, no subject, except mushroom culture, had interested him so much as the Jubilee. Each time he looked at the sky from his shady seat in the garden, he thanked God that it was a fine day, as he might have thanked him for deliverance from a grave of personal disaster. Except for a few poor flags, there was no sign of gaiety in Trafalgar Road. The streets, the town, and the hearts of those who remained in it were wrapped in that desolating sadness which envelops the provinces when a supreme spectacular national rejoicing is centralized in London. All those who possessed the freedom, the energy, and the money had gone to London to witness a sight that, as everyone said to everyone, would be unique, and would remain unique for ever, and yet perhaps less to witness it than to be able to recount to their grandchildren that they had witnessed it. Many more were visiting nearer holiday resorts for a day or 2 days. Those who remained, the poor, the spiritless, the afflicted, and the captive, felt with mournful keenness the shame of their utter provinciality, envying the crowds in London with a bitter envy, and picturing London as the paradise of fashion and splendour. It was from sheer aimless disgust that Edwin went down Trafalgar Road. He might as easily have gone up. Having arrived in the town, a wilderness of shut shops, he gazed a moment at his own, and then entered it by the side door. He had naught else to do. Had he chosen, he could have spent the whole day in reading, or he might have taken again to his long-neglected water-colours. But it was not in him to put himself to the trouble of seeking contentment. He preferred to wallow in utter desolation, thinking of all the unpleasant things that had ever happened to him, and occasionally conjecturing what he would have been doing at a given moment had he accompanied the jolly, the distinguished, and the enterprising Osmond Orgreave to London. He passed into the shop, sufficiently illuminated by the white rays that struck through the diamond holes in the shutters. The morning's letters, a sparse company, lay forlorn on the floor. He picked them up and pitched them down in the cubicle. Then he went into the cubicle, and with a negligent gesture of long habit unlocked a part of the desk, the part which had once been his father's privacy, and of which he had demanded the key more than a year ago. It was all now under his absolute dominion. He could do exactly as he pleased with the commercial apparatus that brought in some £800 a year net. He was the unquestioned regent, and yet he told himself that he was no happier than when a slave. He drew forth his books of account and began to piece figures together on backs of envelopes, using a shorthand of accounts such as a principal will use when he is impatient and not particular to a few pounds. A little wasp of curiosity was teasing Edmund, and to quicken it, a comparison was necessary between the results of the first 6 months of that year and the first 6 months of the previous year. True, June had not quite expired, but most of the quarterly accounts were ready, and he could form a trustworthy estimate. Was he, with his scorn of his father, his brains, his ordinariness, doing better or worse than his father in the business? At the election of 1886 there had been considerably fewer orders than was customary at elections. He had done nothing whatever for the Tories, but that was a point that affected neither period of 6 months. Sundry customers had assuredly been lost. On the other hand, Stifford's travelling had seemed to be very satisfactory. Nor could it be argued that money had been dropped on the new book business, because he had not yet inaugurated the new book business, preferring to wait. He was afraid that his father might after all astoundingly walk in one day and see new books on the counter and rage. He had stopped the supplying of newspapers, and would deign to nothing lower than a sixpenny magazine, but the profit on newspapers was negligible. The totals ought surely to compare in a manner favourable to himself, for he had been extremely and unremittingly conscientious. Nevertheless, he was afraid. He was afraid because he knew, vaguely and still deeply, that he could neither buy nor sell as well as his father. It was not a question of brains, it was a question of individuality. A sense of honour, of fairness, a temperamental generosity, a hatred of meanness, often prevented him from pushing a bargain to the limit. He could not bring himself to haggle desperately. And even when price was not the main difficulty, he could not talk to a customer, or to a person whose customer he was, with the same rough, gruff, cajoling, bullying skill as his father. He could not, by taking thought, do what his father had done naturally, by the mere blind exercise of instinct. His father, with all his clumsiness and his unscientific methods, had a certain quality, unseizable, unanalysable, and Edwin had not that quality. He caught himself in the rapid calculating, giving himself the benefit of every doubt. Somehow he could not help it, childish as it was. And even so he could see, or he could feel, that the comparison was not going to be favourable to the Regent. It grew plainer that the volume of business had barely been maintained, and it was glaringly evident that the expenses, especially wages, had sensibly increased. He abandoned the figures not quite finished, partly from weary disgust, and partly because Big James most astonishingly walked into the shop from the back. He was really quite glad to encounter Big James, a fellow creature. 2. "Seeing the door open, sir," said Big James cheerfully, through the narrow doorway of the cubicle, "I stepped in to see as it was no one unlawful." "Did I leave the side door open?" Edwin murmured. It was surprising even to himself how forgetful he was at times, he with his mania for orderliness. Big James was in his best clothes, and seemed, with his indestructible blandness, to be perfectly happy. "I was just strolling up to have a look at the ox," he added. "Oh," said Edwin. "Are they cooking it?" "They should be, sir, but my fear is it may turn in this weather." "I'll come out with you," said Edwin, enlivened. He locked the desk, and hurriedly straightened a few things, and then they went out together, by Wedgwood Street and the Cock Yard, up to the market-place. No breeze moved, and the heat was tremendous. And there, at the foot of the town-hall tower, and in its scanty shadow, a dead ox, slung by its legs from an iron construction, was frizzling over a great primitive fire. The vast flanks of the animal, all rich yellows and browns, streamed with grease, some of which fell noisily onto the almost invisible flames, while the rest was ingeniously caught in a system of runnels. The spectacle was obscene, nauseating to the eye, the nose, and the ear, and it powerfully recalled to Edwin the legends of the Spanish Inquisition. He speculated whether he would ever be able to touch beef again. Above the tortured and insulted corpse the air quivered in large waves. Mr. Doy, the leading butcher of Bursley, and now chief executioner, regarded with anxiety the operation which had been entrusted to him, and occasionally gave instructions to a myrmidon. Round about stood a few privileged persons, whom pride helped to bear the double heat, and farther off on the pavements a thin, scattered crowd. The sublime spectacle of an ox roasted whole had not sufficed to keep the townsmen in the town. Even the sages who had conceived and commanded this peculiar solemnity for celebrating the jubilee of a queen and empress had not stayed in the borough to see it enacted, though some of them were to return in time to watch the devouring of the animal by the aged poor at a ceremonial feast in the evening. "It's a grand sight," said Big James with simple enthusiasm. "A grand sight. Real old English. And I wish her well." He meant the Queen and Empress. Then suddenly, in a different tone, sniffing the air, "I doubt it's turned. I'll step across and ask Mr. Doy." He stepped across, and came back with the news that the greater portion of the ox, despite every precaution, had in fact very annoyingly turned, and that the remainder of the carcass was in serious danger. "What'll the old people say?" he demanded sadly. "But it's a grand sight, turned or not." Edwin stared and stared in a sort of sinister fascination. He thought that he might stare forever. At length, after ages of ennui, he loosed himself from the spell with an effort, and glanced at Big James. "What are you going to do with yourself today, James?" Big James smiled. "I'm going to take my walks abroad, sir. It's seldom as I get about in the town nowadays." "Well, I must be off." "I'd like you to give my respects to the old gentleman, sir." Edwin nodded and departed, very slowly and idly, towards Trafalgar Road and Bleakridge. He pulled his straw hat over his forehead to avoid the sun, and then he pushed it backwards to his neck to avoid the sun. The odour of the shrivelling ox remained with him. It was in his nostrils for several days. His heart grew blacker with intense gloom, and the contentment of Big James at the prospect of just strolling about the damnable dead town for the rest of the day surpassed his comprehension. He abandoned himself to misery voluptuously. The afternoon and evening stretched before him, an arid and appalling Sahara. The Bembos and their babes and Auntie Hamps were coming for dinner and tea, to cheer up grandfather. He pictured the repasts with savage, gloating detestation, burnt ox and more burnt ox, and the false odious brightness of a family determined to be mutually helpful and inspiring. Since his refusal to abet the project of a loan to Albert, Clara had been secretly hostile under her superficial sisterliness, and Auntie Hamps had often assured him, in a manner extraordinarily exasperating, that she was convinced he had acted conscientiously for the best. Strange thought, that after 8 hours of these people, Volume 3, Chapter 10 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Volume 3, Chapter 10, Mrs. Hamps as a Young Man. On the Saturday afternoon of the week following the Jubilee, Edwin and Mrs. Hamps were sunning themselves in the garden, when Janet's face and shoulders appeared suddenly at the other side of the wall. At the sight of Mrs. Hamps she seemed startled and intimidated, and she bowed somewhat more ceremoniously than usual. "Good afternoon." Then Mrs. Hamps returned the bow with a superb extravagance, like an oriental monarch who is determined to outvie magnificently the gifts of another. Mrs. Hamps became conscious of the whole of her body and of every article of her summer apparel, and nothing of it all was allowed to escape from contributing to the completeness of the bow. She bridled, she tossed proudly, as it were, against the bit, and the rich ruins of her handsomeness adopted new and softer lines in the overpowering sickly blandishment of a smile. Thus she always greeted any merely formal acquaintance whom she considered to be above herself in status, provided, of course, that the acquaintance had done nothing to offend her. "Good afternoon, Miss Orgreave." Reluctantly she permitted her features to relax from the full effort of the smile, but they might not abandon it entirely. "I thought Maggie was there," said Janet. "She was a minute ago," Edwin answered. "She's just gone into father. She'll be out directly. Do you want her?" "I only wanted to tell her something," said Janet, and then paused. She was obviously very excited. She had the little quick movements of a girl. In her cream-tinted frock she looked like a mere girl, and she was beautiful in her maturity, a challenge to the world of males. As she stood there, rising from behind the wall, flushed, quivering, abandoned to emotion and yet unconsciously dignified by that peculiar stateliness that never left her. As she stood there, it seemed as if she really was offering a challenge. "I'll fetch Mag, if you like," said Edwin. "Well," said Janet, lifting her chin proudly, "it isn't a secret. Alicia's engaged." And pride was in every detail of her bearing. "Well, I never!" Edwin exclaimed. Mrs. Hamps's features resumed the full smile. "Can you imagine it? I can't. It seems only last week that she left school." And indeed it seemed only last week that Alicia was nothing but legs, gawkinish blushes, and screwed-up shoulders. And now she was a destined bride. She had caught and enchanted a youth by her mysterious attractiveness. She had been caught and enchanted by the mysterious attractiveness of the male. She had known the dreadful anxiety that precedes the triumph and the ecstasy of surrender. She had kissed as Janet had never kissed, and gazed as Janet had never gazed. She knew infinitely more than Janet. She had always been a child to Janet, but now Janet was the child. No wonder that Janet was excited. "Might one ask who is the fortunate young gentleman?" Mrs. Hamps dulcetly inquired. "It's Harry Hesketh from Oldcastle. You've met him here," she added, glancing at Edwin. Mrs. Hamps nodded, satisfied, and the approving nod indicated that she was aware of all the excellencies of the Hesketh family. "The tennis man," Edwin murmured. "Yes, of course. You aren't surprised, are you?" The fact was that Edwin had not given a thought to the possible relations between Alicia and any particular young man. But Janet's thrilled air so patently assumed his interest that he felt obliged to make a certain pretence. "I'm not what you call staggered," he said roguishly. "I'm keeping my nerve." And he gave her an intimate smile. "Father-in-law and son-in-law have just been talking it over," said Janet archly, "in the breakfast-room. Alicia thoughtfully went out for a walk. I'm dying for her to come back." Janet laughed from simple, joyous expectation. "When Harry came out of the breakfast-room, he just put his arms round me and kissed me. Yes, that was how I was told about it. He's a dear, don't you think so? I mean, really. I thought I must come and tell someone." Edwin had never seen her so moved. Her emotion was touching. It was beautiful. She need not have said that she had come because she must. The fact was in her rapt eyes. She was under a spell. "Well, I must go," she said with a curious brusqueness. Perhaps she had a dim perception that she was behaving in a manner unusual with her. "You'll tell your sister?" Her departing bow to Mrs. Hamps had the formality of courts, and was equalled by Mrs. Hamps's bow. Just as Mrs. Hamps, having recreated her elaborate smile, was allowing it finally to expire, she had to bring it into existence once more, and very suddenly, for Janet returned to the wall. "You won't forget tennis after tea," said Janet shortly. Edwin said that he should not. 2. "Well, well," Mrs. Hamps commented, and sat down in the wicker chair of Darius. "I wonder if she doesn't get married herself," said Edwin idly, having nothing in particular to remark. "You're a nice one to say such a thing," Mrs. Hamps exclaimed. "Why?" "Well, you really are." She raised the structure of her bonnet and curls and shook it slowly at him, and her gaze had an extraordinary quality of fleshy naughtiness that half pleased and half annoyed him. "Why?" he repeated. "Well," she said again, "you aren't a ninny, and you aren't a simpleton. At least I hope not. You must know as well as anybody the name of the young gentleman that she's waiting for." In spite of himself, Edwin blushed. He blushed more and more. Then he scowled. "What nonsense!" he muttered viciously. He was entirely sincere. The notion that Janet was waiting for him had never once crossed his mind. It seemed to him fantastic, one of those silly ideas that a woman such as Auntie Hamps would be likely to have, or, more accurately, would be likely to pretend to have. Still, it did just happen that on this occasion his auntie's expression was more convincing than usual. She seemed more human than usual, to have abandoned, at any rate partially, the baffling garment of effusive insincerity in which she hid her soul. The Eve in her seemed to show itself, and, looking forth from her eyes, to admit that the youthful dalliance of the sexes was alone interesting in this life of strict piety. The revelation was uncanny. "You needn't talk like that," she reported calmly, "unless you want to go down in my good opinion. You don't mean to tell me honestly that you don't know what's been the talk of the town for years and years?" "It's ridiculous," said Edwin. "Why, what do you know of her? You don't know the Orgreaves at all." "I know that, anyway," said Auntie Hamps. "Oh, stuff!" He grew impatient. And yet, in his extreme astonishment, he was flattered and delighted. "Of course," said Auntie Hamps, "you're so difficult to talk to." "Difficult to talk to? Me?" "Otherwise your auntie might have given you a hint long ago. I believe you are a simpleton after all. I cannot understand what's come over the young men in these days, letting a girl like that wait and wait." She implied, with a faint scornful smile, that if she were a young man, she would be capable of playing the devil with the maidenhood of the town. Edwin was rather hurt, and though he felt that he ought not to be ashamed, yet he was ashamed. He divined that she was asking him how he had the face to stand there before her, at his age, with his youth unspilled. After all, she was an astounding woman. He remained silent. "Why, look how splendid it would be," she murmured. "The very thing. Everybody would be delighted." He still remained silent. "But you can't keep on philandering forever," she said sharply. "She'll never see 30 again. Why does she ask you to go and play at tennis? Can you tell me that? Perhaps I'm saying too much, but this I will say." She stopped. Darius and Maggie appeared at the garden door. Maggie offered her hand to aid her father, but he repulsed it. Calmly she left him and came up the garden, out of the deep shadow into the sunshine. She had learnt the news of the engagement, and had fully expressed her feelings about it, before Darius arrived at his destination and Mrs. Hamps vacated the wicker chair. "I'll get some chairs," said Edwin gruffly. He could look nobody in the eyes. As he turned away, he heard Mrs. Hamps say, "Great news, father. Alicia Orgreave is engaged." The old man made no reply. His mere physical presence deprived the betrothal of all its charm. The news fell utterly flat, and lay unregarded and insignificant. Volume 3, Chapter 11 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Volume 3, Chapter 11, An Hour. Janet called out, "Play! No, I think perhaps you'll do better if you stand a little farther back. Now, play!" She brought down her lifted right arm and smacked the ball into the net. "Double fault," she cried, lamenting when she had done this twice. "Oh, dear! Now you go over to the other side of the court." Edwin would not have kept the rendezvous could he have found an excuse satisfactory to himself for staying away. He was a beginner at tennis, and a very awkward one, having little aptitude for games, and being now inelastic in the muscles. He possessed no flannels, though for weeks he had been meaning to get at least a pair of white pants. He was wearing Jimmy Orgreave's india-rubber pumps, which admirably fitted him. Moreover, he was aware that he looked better in his jacket than in his shirt-sleeves. But these reasons against the rendezvous were naught. The only genuine reason was that he felt timid about meeting Janet. Could he meet her without revealing by his mere guilty glance that his aunt had half convinced him that he had only to ask nicely in order to receive? Could he meet her without giving her the impression that he was a conceited ass? He had met her. She was waiting for him in the garden, and by dint of starting the conversation in loud tones from a distance and fumbling a few moments with the tennis balls before approaching her. He had come through the encounter without too much foolishness. And now he was glad that he had not been so silly as to stay away. She was alone. Mrs. Orgreave was lying down, and all the others were out. Alicia and her Harry were off together somewhere. She was alone in the garden, and she was beautiful, and the shaded garden was beautiful, and the fading afternoon. The soft, short grass was delicate to his feet, and round the oval of the lawn were glimpses of flowers, and behind her clear-tinted frock was the yellow house laced over with green. A column of thick smoke rose from a manufactory close behind the house, but the trees mitigated it. He played perfunctorily, uninterested in the game, dreaming. She was a wondrous girl. She was the perfect girl. Nobody had ever been able to find any fault with her. He liked her exceedingly. Had it been necessary, he would have sacrificed his just interests in the altercation with her father, in order to avoid a coolness in which he might have been involved. She was immensely distinguished and superior, and she was over 30 and had never been engaged, despite the number and variety of her acquaintances, despite her challenging readiness to flirt, and her occasional coquetries. 10 years ago he had almost regarded her as a Madonna on a throne, so high did she seem to be above him. His ideas had changed, but there could be no doubt that in an alliance between an Orgreave and a Clayhanger, it would be the Clayhanger who stood to gain the greater advantage. There she was. If she was not waiting for him, she was waiting for someone. Why not for him as well as for another? He said to himself, "Why shouldn't I be happy? That other thing is all over." It was in fact years since the name of Hilda had ever been mentioned between them. Why should he not be happy? There was nothing to prevent her from being happy. His father's illness could not endure for ever. One day soon he would be free in theory as well as in practice. With no tie and no duty, Maggie was negligible, he would have both money and position. What might his life not be with a woman like Janet, brilliant, beautiful, elegant, and faithful? He pictured that life, and even the vision of it dazzled him. Janet, his. Janet always there, presiding over a home which was his home, wearing hats that he had paid for, appealing constantly to his judgment, and meaning him when she said, "My husband." He saw her in the close and tender intimacy of marriage, acquiescent, exquisite, yielding, calmly accustomed to him, modest, but with a different modesty. It was a vision surpassing visions. And there she was, on the other side of the net. With her he could be his finest self. He would not have to hide his finest self from ridicule, as often now, among his own family. She was a fine woman. He watched the free movement of her waist and the curvings and flyings of her short tennis skirt, and there was something strangely feminine about the neck of her blouse, now that he examined it. "Your game," she cried. "That's 4 double faults I've served. I can't play. I really don't think I can. There's something the matter with me, or else it's the nets that's too high. Those boys will keep screwing it up." She had a pouting, capricious air, and it delighted him. Never had he seen her so enchantingly girlish, as by a curious hazard he saw her now. Why should he not be happy? Why should he not wake up out of his nightmare and begin to live? In a momentary flash he seemed to see his past in a true perspective, as it really was, as some well-balanced person, not himself, would have seen it. Mere morbidity to say, as he had been saying privately for years, that marriage was not for him. Marriage emphatically was for him, if only because he had fine ideals of it. Most people who married were too stupid to get the value of their adventure. Celibacy was grotesque, cowardly, and pitiful, no matter how intellectual the celibate, and it was no use pretending the contrary. A masculine gesture, an advance, a bracing of the male in him, but nothing else was needed. "Well," he said boldly, "if you don't want to play, let's sit down and rest." And then he gave a nervous little laugh. 2. They sat down on the bench that was shaded by the old elderberry tree. Visually, the situation had all the characteristics of an idyllic courtship. "I suppose it's Alicia's engagement," she said, smiling reflectively, "that's put me off my game. They do upset you, those things do, and you don't know why. It isn't as if Alicia was the first, I mean of us girls. There was Marion, but then, of course, that was so long ago, and I was only a chit." "Yes," he murmured vaguely, and though she seemed to waiting for him to say more, he merely repeated, "Yes." Such was his whole contribution to this topic, so suitable to the situation, so promising, so easy of treatment. They were so friendly that he was under no social obligation to talk for the sake of talking. That was it. They were too friendly. She sat within a foot of him, reclining against the sloping back of the bench, and idly dangling one white-shod foot. Her long hands lay on her knees. She was there in all her perfection. But by some sinister magic, as she had approached him and their paths had met at the bench, his vision had faded. Now she was no longer a woman, and he a man. Now the curvings of her drapery from the elegant waistband were no longer a provocation. She was immediately beneath his eye, and he recognized her again for what she was. Janet. Precisely Janet. No less and no more. But her beauty, her charm, her faculty for affection, surely— No! His instinct was deaf to all buts. His instinct did not argue, it cooled. Fancy had created a vision in an instant out of an idea, and in an instant the vision had died. He remembered Hilda with painful intensity. He remembered the feel of her frock under his hand in the cubicle, and the odour of her flesh that was like fruit. His cursed constancy! Could he not get Hilda out of his bones? Did she sleep in his bones like a malady that awakes whenever it is disrespectfully treated? He grew melancholy. Accustomed to savour the sadness of existence, he soon accepted the new mood without resentment. He resigned himself to the destruction of his dream. He was like a captive whose cell has been opened in mistake, and who is too gentle to rave when he sees it shut again. Only in secret he poured an indifferent, careless scorn upon Auntie Hamps. They played a whole interminable set, and then Edwin went home, possibly marvelling at the variety. Volume 3, Chapter 12 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Volume 3, Chapter 12, Revenge. Edwin re-entered his home with a feeling of dismayed resignation. There was, then, no escape, and never could be any escape, from the existence to which he was accustomed. Even after his father's death, his existence would still be essentially the same, incomplete and sterile. He accepted the destiny, but he was daunted by it. He quietly shut the front door, which had been ajar, and as he did so he heard voices in the drawing-room. "I tell ye, I'm going to grow mushrooms," Darius was saying. "Can't I grow mushrooms in my own cellar?" Then a snort. "I don't think it'll be a good thing," was Maggie's calm reply. "You've said that before. Why don't it be a good thing? And what's it got to do with you?" The voice of Darius, ordinarily weak and languid, was rising and becoming strong. "Well, you'd be falling up and down the cellar steps. You know how dark they are. Supposing you hurt yourself." "You'd be only too glad if I killed me, then," said Darius, with a touch of his ancient grimness. There was a pause. "And it seems they want a lot of attention, mushrooms do," Maggie went on with unperturbed placidity. "You'd never be able to do it." "Jane could help me," said Darius, in the tone of one who is rather pleased with an ingenious suggestion. "Oh, no, she couldn't," Maggie exclaimed, with a peculiar humorous dryness which she employed only on the rarest occasions. Jane was the desired Bathsheba. "And I say she could," the old man shouted with surprising vigour. "Her does nothing. What does Mrs. Nixon do? What do you do? 3 great strapping women in the house and doing nought. I say she shall." The voice dropped and snarled. "Who's master here? Is it me, or is it the cat? Do you think as I can't turn ye all out of it neck and crop if I've a mind? You and Edwin and the lot of ye. And tonight, too. Give me some money now, and quicker than that. I've got naught but sovereigns and notes. I'll go down and get the spawn myself, aye, and order the earth too. I'll make it my business to show Matilda, but I won't have some change for my car fares." He breathed heavily. "I'm sure Edwin won't like it," Maggie murmured. "Edwin? Us told Edwin." Darius also murmured, but it was a murmur of rage. "No, I haven't. Edwin's got quite enough on his hands as it is without any other worries." There was a noise of a sudden movement and of a chair falling. "Bugger you all!" Darius burst out with a fury whose restraint showed that he had unsuspected reserves of strength, and then he began to swear. Edwin, like many timid men, often used forbidden words with much ferocity in private. Once he had had a long philosophic argument with Tom Orgreave on the subject of profanity. They had discussed all aspects of it, from its religious origin to its psychological results, and Edwin's theory had been that it was only improper by a purely superstitious convention, and that no man of sense could possibly be offended in himself by the mere sound of words that had been deprived of meaning. He might be offended on behalf of an unreasoning fellow-listener, such as a woman, but not personally. Edwin now discovered that his theory did not hold. He was offended. He was almost horrified. He had never in his life till that moment heard Darius swear. He heard him now. He considers himself to be a fairly first-class authority on swearing. He thought that he was familiar with all the sacred words and with all the combinations of them. He was mistaken. His father's profanity was a brilliant and appalling revelation. It comprised words which were strange to him, and strange perversions that renewed the vigour of decrepit words. For Edwin it was a whole series of fresh formulae, brutal and shameless beyond his experience, full of images and similes of the most startling candour, and drawing its inspiration always from the sickening basis of life. Darius had remembered with ease the vocabulary to which he was hourly accustomed when he began life as a man of 7. For more than 50 years he had carried within himself these vestiges of a barbarism which his children had never even conceived, and now he threw them out in all their crudity at his daughter. And when she did not blench, he began to accuse her as men were used to accuse their daughters in the bright days of the Sailor King. He invented enormities which she had committed, and there would have been no obscene infamy of which Maggie was not guilty, if Edwin, more by instinct than by volition, had not pushed open the door and entered the drawing-room. 2. He was angry, and the sight of the flushed meekness of his sister, as she leaned quietly with her back against an easy-chair, made him angrier. "Enough of this," he said gruffly and peremptorily. Darius, with scarcely a break, continued. "I say enough of this," Edwin cried with increased harshness. The old man paused, half intimidated. With his pimpled face and glaring eyes, his gleaming gold teeth, his frowsiness of a difficult invalid, his grimaces and gestures, which were the result of a lifetime devoted to gain, he made a loathsome object. Edwin hated him, and there was a bitter contempt in his hatred. "I'm going to have that spawn, and I'm going to have some change. Give me some money," Darius positively hissed. Edwin grew nearly capable of homicide. All the wrongs that he had suffered leaped up and yelled. "You'll have no money," he said with brutal roughness, "and you'll grow no mushrooms, and let that be understood once for all. You've got to behave in this house." Darius flickered up. "Do you hear?" Edwin stamped on the conflagration. It was extinguished. Darius, cowed, slowly and clumsily directed himself towards the door. Once Edwin had looked forward to a moment when he might have his father at his mercy, when he might revenge himself for the insults and the bullying that had been his. Once he had clenched his fist and his teeth and had said, "When you're old and I've got you, and you can't help yourself." That moment had come, and it had even enabled and forced him to refuse money to his father. Refuse money to his father. As he looked at the poor figure fumbling towards the door, he knew the humiliating paltriness of revenge. As his anger fell, his shame grew. Maggie lifted her eyebrows when Darius banged the door. "He can't help it," she said. "Of course he can't help it," said Edwin, defending himself, less to Maggie than to himself. "But there must be a limit. He's got to be kept in order, you know, even if he is an invalid." His heart was perceptibly beating. "Yes, of course. And evidently there's only one way of doing it. How long's he been on this mushroom tack?" "Oh, not long." "Well, you ought to have told me," said Edwin, with the air of a master of the house who is displeased. Maggie accepted the reproof. "He'd break his neck in the cellar before he knew where it was," Edwin resumed. "Yes, he would," said Maggie, and left the room. Upon her placid features there was not the slightest trace of the onslaught of profanity. The faint flush had paled away. 3. The next morning, Sunday, Edwin came downstairs late to the sound of singing. In his soft carpet slippers he stopped at the foot of the stairs and tapped the weather-glass after the manner of his father, and listened. It was a duet for female voices that was being sung, composed by Balfe to the words of the good Longfellow's Excelsior. A pretty thing, charming in its thin sentimentality, one of the few pieces that Darius in former days really understood and liked. Maggie and Clara had not sung it for years. For years they had not sung it at all. Edwin went to the doorway of the drawing-room and stood there. Clara, in Sunday bonnet, was seated at the ancient piano. It had always been she who had played the accompaniments. Maggie, nursing one of the babies, sat on another chair and leaned towards the page in order to make out the words. She had half forgotten the words, and Clara was no longer at ease in the piano part, and their voices were shaky and unruly, and the piano itself was exceedingly bad. A very indifferent performance of indifferent music. And yet it touched Edwin. He could not deny that by its beauty and by the sentiment of old times it touched him. He moved a little forward to the doorway. Clara glanced at him and winked. Now he could see his father. Darius was standing at some distance behind his daughters and his grandchild, and staring at them. And the tears rained down from his red eyes, and then his emotion overcame him, and he blubbered, just as the duet finished. "Now, father," Clara protested cheerfully, "this won't do. You know you asked for it." Volume 3, Chapter 13 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Volume 3, Chapter 13, The Journey Upstairs. Late on another Saturday afternoon in the following March, when Darius had been ill nearly 2 years, he and Edwin and Albert were sitting round the remains of high tea together in the dining-room. Clara had not been able to accompany her husband on what was now the customary Saturday visit, owing to the illness of her 4th child. Mrs. Hamps was fighting chronic rheumatism at home, and Maggie had left the table to cosset Mrs. Nixon, who of late received more help than she gave. Darius sat in dull silence. The younger men were talking about the Bursley Society for the Prosecution of Felons, of which Albert had just been made a member. Whatever it might have been in the past, The Society for the Prosecution of Felons was now a dining club and little else. Its annual dinner, admitted to be the chief oratorical event of the year, was regarded as strictly exclusive, because no member, except the president, had the right to bring a guest to it. Only felons, as they humorously named themselves, and the reporters of the Signal might listen to the eloquence of felons. Albert Benbow, who for years had been hearing about the brilliant funniness of the American consul at these dinners, was so flattered by his felonry that he had been ready to put the letters S.P.F. after his name. "Oh, you'll have to join," said he to Edwin, kindly urgent, like a man who, recently married, goes about telling all bachelors that they positively must marry at once. "You ought to get it fixed up before the next feed." Edwin shook his head. Though he, too, dreamed of the felon's dinner as a repast really worth eating, though he wanted to be a felon and considered that he ought to be a felon and wondered why he was not already a felon, he repeatedly assured Albert that felonry was not for him. "You're a felon, aren't you, Dad?" Albert shouted at Darius. "Oh, yes, father's a felon," said Edwin. "Has been ever since I can remember." "Did you ever speak there?" asked Albert, with an air of good-humoured condescension. Darius's elbow slipped violently off the tablecloth, and a knife fell to the floor, and a plate after it. Darius went pale. All right, don't be alarmed, Dad," Albert reassured him, picking up the things. "I was asking ye, did ye ever speak there, make a speech?" "Yes," said Darius heavily. "Did you now?" Albert murmured, staring at Darius. And it was exactly as if he had said, "Well, it's extraordinary that a foolish physical and mental wreck such as you are now should ever have had wit and courage enough to rise and address the glorious felons." Darius glanced up at the gas with a gesture that was among Edwin's earliest recollections, and then he fixed his eyes dully on the fire, with his head bent and muscles lax. "Have a cigarette, that'll cheer you up," said Albert. Darius made a negative sign. "He's very tired, seemingly," Albert remarked to Edwin, as if Darius had not been present. "Yes," Edwin muttered, examining his father. Darius appeared 10 years older than his age. His thin hair was white, though the straggling beard that had been allowed to grow was only grey. His face was sunken and pale, but even more striking was the extreme pallor of the hands, with their long, clean fingernails, those hands that had been red and rough, tools of all work. His clothes hung somewhat loosely on him, and a shawl round his shoulders was awry. The comatose melancholy in his eyes was acutely painful to see, so much so that Edwin could not bear to look long at them. "Father," Edwin asked him suddenly, "would you like to go to bed?" And to his surprise Darius said, "Yes." "Well, come on, then." Darius did not move. "Come on," Edwin urged. "I'm sure you're overtired, and you'll be better in bed." He took his father by the arm, but there was no responsive movement. Often Edwin noticed this capricious, obstinate attitude. His father would express a wish to do a certain thing, and then would make no effort to do it. "Come," said Edwin more firmly, pulling at the lifeless arm. Albert sprang up and said that he would assist. One on either side, they got Darius to his feet and slowly walked him out of the room. He was very exasperating. His weight and his inertia were terrible. The spectacle suggested that either Darius was pretending to be a carcass, or Edwin and Albert were pretending that a carcass was alive. On the stairs there was not room for the three abreast. One had to push, another to pull. Darius seemed wilfully to fall backwards if pressure were released. Edwin restrained his exasperation, but though he said nothing, his sharp, half-vicious pull on that arm seemed to say, "Confound you! Come up, will you?" The last 2 steps of the stair had a peculiar effect on Darius. He appeared to shy at them, and then finally to jib. It was no longer a reasonable creature that they were getting upstairs, but an incalculable and mysterious beast. They lifted him onto the landing, and he stood on the landing as if in his sleep. Both Edwin and Albert were breathless. This was the man who, since the beginning of his illness, had often walked to Hillport and back. It was incredible that he'd ever walked to Hillport and back. He passed more easily along the landing, and then he was in his bedroom. "Father going to bed?" Maggie called out from below. "Yes," said Albert. "We've just been getting him upstairs." "Oh, that's right," Maggie said cheerfully. "I thought he was looking very tired tonight." "He gave us a doing," said the breathless Albert in a low voice at the door of the bedroom, smiling and glancing at his cigarette to see if it was still alight. "He does it on purpose, you know," Edwin whispered casually. "I'll just get him to bed, and then I'll be down." Albert went with a good night to Darius that received no answer. 2. In the bedroom, Darius had sunk onto the cushioned ottoman. Edwin shut the door. "Now then," said Edwin encouragingly, yet commandingly, "I can tell you one thing. You aren't losing weight." He had recovered from his annoyance, but he was not disposed to submit to any trifling. For many months now he had helped Darius to dress when he came up from the shop for breakfast, and to undress in the evening. It was not that his father lacked the strength, but he would somehow lose himself in the maze of his garments, and apparently he could never remember the proper order of doffing or donning them. Sometimes he would ask, "Am I dressing or undressing?" And he would be capable of so involving himself in a shirt, if Edwin were not there to direct, that much patience was needed for his extrication. His misapprehensions and mistakes frequently reached the grotesque. As habit threw them more and more intimately together, the trusting dependence of Darius on Edwin increased. At morning and evening, the expression of that intensely mournful visage seemed to be saying, as its gaze met Edwin's, "Here is the one clear-sighted, powerful being who can guide me through this complex and frightful problem of my clothes." A suit for Darius had become as intricate as a quadratic equation, and in Edwin compassion and irritation fought an interminable guerrilla. Now one obtained the advantage, now the other. His nerves demanded relief from the friction, but he could offer them no holiday, not one single day's holiday. Twice every day he had to manoeuvre and persuade that ponderous, irrational body to in his father's bedroom. Maggie helped the body to feed itself at table, but Maggie apparently had no nerves. "I shall never go down them stairs again," said Darius, as if in fatigued disgust, on the ottoman. "Oh, nonsense!" Edwin exclaimed. Darius shook his head solemnly and looked at vacancy. "Well, we'll talk about that tomorrow," said Edwin, and with the skill of regular practice drew out the ends of the bow of his father's necktie. He had gradually evolved a complete code of rules covering the entire process of the toilet, and he insisted on their observance. Every article had its order in the ceremony and its place in the room. Never had the room been so tidy, nor the rites so expeditious, as in the final months of Darius's malady. 3. The cumbrous body lay in bed. The bed was in the architecturally contrived recess, sheltered from both the large window and the door. Over its head was the gas bracket and the bell knob. At one side was a night table, and at the other a chair. In front of the night table were Darius's slippers. On the chair were certain clothes. From a hook near the night table, and almost over the slippers, hung his dressing gown. Seen from the bed, the dressing table and the window appeared to be a long way off, and the wardrobe was a long way off in another direction. The gas was turned low. It threw a pale illumination on the bed, and gleamed on a curve of mahogany here and there in the distances. Edwin looked at his father, to be sure that all was in order, that nothing had been forgotten. The body seemed monstrous and shapeless beneath the thickly piled clothes, and from the edge of the eiderdown, making a valley in the pillow, the bearded face projected in a manner grotesque and ridiculous. A clock struck 7 in another part of the house. "What time's that?" Darius murmured. 7, said Edwin, standing close to him. Darius raised himself slowly and clumsily on one elbow. "Here, but look here," Edwin protested. "I've just fixed you up." The old man ignored him, and one of those unnaturally white hands stretched forth to the night-table, which was on the side of the bed opposite to Edwin. Darius's gold watch and chain lay on the night-table. "I've wound it up," said Edwin a little crossly. "What are you worrying at?" But Darius, silent, continued to manoeuvre his flannelled arm so as to possess the watch. At length he seized the chain, and shifting his weight to the other elbow, held out the watch and chain to Edwin with a most piteous expression. Edwin could see in the twilight that his father was ready to weep. "I want ye," the old man began, and then burst into violent sobs, and the watch dangled dangerously. "Come now," Edwin tried to soothe him, forcing himself to be kindly. "What is it? I tell you I've wound it up all right, and it's correct time to a tick." He consulted his own silver watch. With a tremendous effort, Darius mastered his sobs and began once more. "I want ye." He tried several times, but his emotion overcame him each time before he could force the message out. It was always too quick for him. Silent, he could control it, but he could not simultaneously control it and speak. "Never mind," said Edwin. "We'll see about that tomorrow." And he wondered what bizarre project affecting the watch had entered his father's mind. Perhaps he wanted it set a quarter of an hour fast. Darius dropped the watch on the eiderdown and sighed in despair, and fell back on the pillow and shut his eyes. Edwin restored the watch to the night-table. Later he crept into the dim room. Darius was snoring under the twilight of the gas. Like an unhappy child, he had found refuge in sleep from the enormous infantile problems of his existence. And it was so pathetic, so distressing, that Edwin, as he gazed at that Volume 3, Chapter 14 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Volume 3, Chapter 14, The Watch. When Edwin, the next morning, rather earlier than usual on Sundays, came forth from his bedroom to go into the bathroom, he was startled by a voice from his father's bedroom calling him. It was Maggie's. She had heard him open his door, and she joined him on the landing. "I was waiting for you to be getting up," she said in a quiet tone. "I don't think father's so well, and I was wondering whether I hadn't better send Jane down for the doctor. It's not certain he'll call today if he isn't specially fetched." "Why?" said Edwin. "What's up?" "Oh, nothing," Maggie answered. "Nothing particular. But you didn't hear him ringing in the night?" "Ringing? No. What time?" "About 1 o'clock. Jane heard the bell and she woke me, so I got up to him. He said he couldn't do with being alone." "What did you do?" "I made him something hot and stayed with him." "What, all night?" "Yes," said Maggie. "But why didn't you call me?" "What was the good?" "He ought to have called me," he said with curt displeasure, not really against Maggie, but against himself for having heard naught of all these happenings. Maggie had no appearance of having passed the night by her father's bedside. "Oh," she said lightly, "I dozed a bit now and then, and as soon as the girl was up I got her to come and sit with him while I spruced myself." "I'll have a look at him," said Edwin in another tone. "Yes, I wish you would." Now as often he was struck by Maggie's singular deference to him, her submission to his judgment. In the past her attitude had been different. She had exercised the moral rights of an elder sister, but latterly she had mysteriously transformed herself into a younger sister. He went towards his father, drawing his dressing-gown more closely around him. The chamber had an aspect of freshness and tidiness that made it almost gay, until he looked at the object in the smooth and rectified bed. He nodded to his father, who merely gazed at him. There was no definite, definable change in the old man's face, but his bearing, even as he lay, was appreciably more melancholy and impotent. The mere sight of a man so broken and so sad was humiliating to the humanity which Edwin shared with him. "Well, father," he nodded familiarly, "don't feel like getting up, eh?" And remembering that he was the head of the house, the source of authority and of strength, he tried to be cheerful, casual, and invigorating, and was disgusted by the futile inefficiency of the attempt. He had not, like Auntie Hamps, devoted a lifetime to the study of the trick. Darius feebly moved his hopeless head to signify a negative. And Edwin thought with a lancinating pain of what the old man had mumbled on the previous evening. "I shall never go down them stairs again." Perhaps the old man never would go down those stairs again. He paid no serious attention to the remark at the moment, but now it presented itself to him as a solemn and prophetic utterance, of such as are remembered with awe for years, and continue to jut up clear in the mind when all minor souvenirs of the time have crumbled away. And he would have given much of his pride to be able to go back and help the old man upstairs once more, and do it with a more loving patience. "I've sent Jane," said Maggie, returning to the bedroom. "You better go and finish dressing." Coming out of the bathroom, he discovered Albert on the landing, waiting. "The missus would have me come up and see how he was," said Albert, "so I've run in between school and chapel. When I told her what a doing he gave us, getting him upstairs, she was quite in a way, and she would have me come up. The kid's better." He was exceedingly and quite genuinely fraternal, not having his wife's faculty for nourishing a feud. 2. The spectacular developments were rapid. In the afternoon, Auntie Hamps, Clara, Maggie, and Edwin were grouped round the bed of Darius. A fire burned in the grate, flowers were on the dressing-table. An extra table had been placed at the foot of the bed. The room was a sick-room. Dr. Heave had called and had said that the patient's desire not to be left alone was a symptom of gravity. He suggested a nurse, and when Maggie, startled, said that perhaps they could manage without a nurse, he inquired how. And as he talked he seemed to be more persuaded that a nurse was necessary, if only for night duty, and in the end he went himself to the new telephone exchange and ordered a nurse from the Par Hill Infirmary nursing home. And the dramatic thing was that within 2 hours and a half the nurse had arrived, and in 10 minutes after that it had been arranged that she should have Maggie's bedroom, and that she should take night duty, and in order that she might be fresh for the night, she had gone straight off to bed. Then Clara had arrived, in spite of the illness of her baby, and Auntie Hamps had forced herself up Trafalgar Road, in spite of her rheumatism. And a lengthy confabulation between the women had occurred in the dining-room, not about the invalid, but about what she had said, and about the etiquette of treating her, and about what she looked like and shaped like, her and she being the professional nurse. With a professional nurse in it, each woman sincerely felt that the house was no longer itself, that it had become the house of the enemy. Darius lay supine before them, physically and spiritually abased, accepting, like a victim who is too weak even to be ashamed, the cooings and strokings and prayers and optimistic mendacities of Auntie Hamps, and the tearful tendernesses of Clara. "I've made my will," he whimpered. "Yes, yes," said Auntie Hamps, "of course you have." "Did I tell you I've made my will?" he feebly insisted. "Yes, father," said Clara. "Don't worry about your will." "I've left the business to Edwin, and all the rest divided between you 2 wenches." He was weeping gently. "Don't worry about that, father," Clara repeated. "Why are you thinking so much about your will?" She tried to speak in a tone that was easy and matter-of-fact, but she could not. This was the first authentic information that any of them had had as to the dispositions of the will, and it was exciting. Then Darius began to try to sit up, and there were protests against such an act. Though he sat up to take his food, the tone of these apprehensive remonstrances implied that to sit up at any other time was to endanger his life. Darius, however, with a weak scowl, continued to lift himself up, whereupon Maggie aided him, and Auntie Hamps, like lightning, put a shawl round his shoulders. He sighed and stretched out his hand to the night-table for his gold watch and chain, which he dangled towards Edwin. "I want it." He stopped, controlling the muscles of his face. "He wants you to wind it up," said Clara, struck by her insight. "No, he doesn't," said Edwin. "He knows it's wound up." "I want it," Darius recommenced, but he was defeated again by his insidious foe. He wept loudly and without restraint for a few moments, and then suddenly ceased and endeavoured to speak, and wept anew, agitating the watch in the direction of Edwin. "Take it, Edwin," said Mrs. Hamps. "Perhaps he wants it put away," she added, as Edwin obeyed. Darius shook his head furiously. "I want him." Sobs choked him. "I know what he wants," said Auntie Hamps. "He wants to give dear Edwin the watch, because Edwin's been so kind to him, helping him to dress every day, and looking after him just like a professional nurse. Don't you dare!" Edwin secretly cursed her in the most horrible fashion, but she was right. "Yes," Darius confirmed her on a sob. "He wants to show his gratitude," said Auntie Hamps. "Yes," Darius repeated, and wiped his eyes. Edwin stood foolishly holding the watch with its massive Albert chain. He was very genuinely astonished, and he was profoundly moved. His father's emotion concerning him must have been gathering force for months and months, increasing a little and a little every day in those daily intimate contacts, until at length gratitude had become, as it were, a spirit that possessed him, a monstrous demon whose wild eagerness to escape defeated itself. And Edwin had never guessed, for Darius had mastered the spirit till the moment when the spirit mastered him. It was out now, and Darius, delivered, breathed more freely. Edwin was proud, but his humiliation was greater than his pride. He suffered humiliation for his father. He would have preferred that Darius should never have felt gratitude, or at any rate that he should never have shown it. He would have preferred that Darius should have accepted his help nonchalantly, grimly, thanklessly, as a right. And if through disease the old man could not cease to be a tyrant with dignity, could not become human without this appalling ceremonial abasement, better that he should have exercised harshness and oppression to the very end. There was probably no phenomenon of human nature that offended Edwin's instincts more than an open conversion. Maggie turned nervously away and busied herself with the grate. "You must put it on," said Auntie Hamps sweetly. "Mustn't he, father?" Darius nodded. The outrage was complete. Edwin removed his own watch and dropped it into the pocket of his trousers, substituting for it the gold one. "There, father!" exclaimed Auntie Hamps proudly, surveying the curve of the Albert on her nephew's waistcoat. "Aye," Darius murmured, and sank back on the pillow with a sigh of relief. "Thanks, father," Edwin muttered, reddening, "but there was no occasion." "Now you see what it is to be a good son," Auntie Hamps observed. Darius murmured indistinctly. "What is it?" she asked, bending down. "I must have his," said Darius. "I must have a watch here." "He wants your old one in exchange," Clara exclaimed eagerly. Edwin smiled, discovered a certain alleviation in this shrewd demand of his father's, and he drew out the silver Geneva. 3. Shortly afterwards the nurse surprised them all by coming into the room. She carried a writing case. Edwin introduced her to Auntie Hamps and Clara. Clara blushed and became mute. Auntie Hamps adopted a tone of excessive deference, of which the refrain was, "Nurse will know best." Nurse seemed disinclined to be professional. Explaining that as she was not able to sleep, she thought she might as well get up, she took a seat near the fire and addressed herself to Maggie. She was a tall and radiant woman of about 30. Her aristocratic southern accent proved that she did not belong to the Five Towns, and to Maggie, in excuse for certain questions as to the district, she said that she had only been at Parhill a few weeks. Her demeanour was extraordinarily cheerful. Auntie Hamps remarked aside to Clara what a good thing it was that Nurse was so cheerful, but in reality she considered such cheerfulness exaggerated in a sick-room, and not quite nice. The nurse asked about the posts, and said she had a letter to write, and would write it there if she could have pen and ink. Auntie Hamps, telling her eagerly about the posts, thought that these professional nurses certainly did make themselves at home in a house. The nurse's accent intimidated all of them. "Well, nurse, I suppose we mustn't tar our patient," said Auntie Hamps at last, after Edwin had brought ink and paper. Edwin, conscious of the glory of a gold watch and chain, and conscious also of freedom from future personal service to his father, preceded Auntie Hamps and Clara to the landing, and Nurse herself sped them from the room in her quality of mistress of the room. And when she and Maggie and Darius were alone together, she went to the bedside and spoke softly to her patient. She was so neat and bright and white and striped, and so perfect in every detail, that she might have been a model taken straight from a shop window. Her figure illuminated the dusk, an incredible luxury for the little boy from the Bastille. Volume 3, Chapter 15 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Volume 3, Chapter 15, The Banquet. It was with a conscience uneasy that Edwin shut the front door one night a month later and issued out into Trafalgar Road. Since the arrival of Nurse Shaw, Darius had not risen from his bed, and the household had come to accept him as bedridden and the nurse as a permanency. The sick-room was the centre of the house, and Maggie and Edwin and the servants lived, as it were, in a camp around it, their days uncomfortably passing in suspense, in expectation of developments which tarried. "How is he this morning?" "Much the same." "How is he this evening?" "Much the same." These phrases had grown familiar and tedious. But for 3 days Darius had been noticeably worse, and the demeanour of Nurse Shaw had altered, and she had taken less sleep and less exercise. Osmond Orgreave had even called in person to inquire after the invalid, doubtless moved by Janet to accomplish this formality, for he could not have been without news. Janet was constantly in the house, helping Maggie, and Alicia also sometimes. Since her engagement, Alicia had been striving to prove that she appreciated the gravity of existence. Still, despite the change in the patient's condition, everybody had insisted that Edwin should go to the annual dinner of the Society for the Prosecution of Felons, to which he had been duly elected with flattering dispatch. Why should he not go? Why should he not enjoy himself? What could he do if he stayed at home? Would not the change be good for him? At most the absence would be for a few hours, and if he could absent himself during 10 hours for business, surely for health or distraction he might absent himself for 5 hours. Maggie grew elder sisterly at the last moment of decision, and told him he must go, and that if he didn't she should be angry. When he asked her, what about her health, what about her needing a change, she said curtly that that had nothing to do with it. He went. The persuaders were helped by his own desire, and in spite of his conscience, when he was fairly in the street, he drew a sigh of relief, and deliberately turned his heart towards gaiety. It seemed inexpressibly pathetic that his father was lying behind those just-lighted blinds above, and would never again breathe the open air, never again glide along those pavements with his arms fixed and slightly outwards. But Edwin was determined to listen to reason, and not to be morbid. The streets were lively with the red and the blue colours of politics. The Liberal member for the parliamentary borough of Hanbridge, which included Bursley, had died very suddenly, and the seat was being disputed by the previously defeated Conservative candidate and a new Labour candidate officially adopted by the Liberal party. The Tories had sworn not to be beaten again in the defence of the integrity of the empire. And though they had the difficult and delicate task of persuading a large industrial constituency that an industrial representative would not further industrial interests, and that they alone were actuated by unselfish love for the people, yet they had made enormous progress in a very brief period, and publicans were jubilant and bars sloppy. The aspect of the affair that did not quite please the Society for the Prosecution of Felons was that the polling had been fixed for the day after its annual dinner instead of the day before. Powerful efforts had been made in the proper quarter to get the date conveniently arranged, but without success. After all, the seat of authority was Hanbridge and not Bursley. Hanbridge, sadly failing to appreciate the importance of Bursley's felonry, had suggested that the feast might be moved a couple of days. The felonry refused. If its dinner clashed with the supreme night of the campaign, so much the worse for the campaign. Moreover, the excitement of the campaign would at any rate give zest to the dinner. Ere he reached Duck Bank, the vivacity of the town, loosed after the day's labour to an evening's orgy of oratory and horseplay and beer, had communicated itself to Edwin. He was most distinctly aware of pleasure in the sight of the Tory candidate driving past at a pace to overtake steam cars in a coach and four, with amateur postilions and an orchestra of horns. The spectacle, and the speed of it, somehow thrilled him, and for an instant made him want to vote Tory. A procession of illuminated carts, bearing white potters apparently engaged in the handicraft which the Labour candidate had practised in humbler days, also pleased him, but pleased him less. As he passed up Duck Bank, the Labour candidate himself was raising loud, enthusiastic cheers from a railway lorry in Duck Square, and Edwin's spirits went even higher, and he elbowed through the laughing, joking throng with fraternal good humour, feeling that an election was in itself a grand thing, apart from its result, and apart from the profit which it brought to steam printers. In the porch of the town hall, a man turned from an eagerly smiling group of hungry felons, and, straightening his face, asked with quiet concern, "How's your father?" Edwin shook his head. "Pretty bad," he answered. "Is he?" murmured the other sadly. And Edwin suddenly saw his father again behind the blind, irrevocably prone. 2. But by the time the speeches were in progress, he was uplifted high once more into the joy of life. He had been welcomed by acquaintances and by strangers with a deferential warmth that positively startled him. He realized, as never before, that the town esteemed him as a successful man. His place was not many removes from the chair. Oswald Orgreave was on his right, and Albert Benbow on his left. He had introduced and impressed Albert to his friend Mr. Orgreave, recently made a justice of the peace. And down the long littered tables stretched the authority and the wealth of the town aldermen, councillors, members of the school board, guardians of the poor, magistrates, solid tradesmen and solid manufacturers, together with higher officials of the borough and some members of the learned professions. Here was the oligarchy which, behind the appearances of democratic government, effectively managed, directed, and controlled the town. Here was the handful of people who settled between them whether rates should go up or down, and to whom it did not seriously matter whether rates went up or down, provided that the interests of the common people were not too sharply set in antagonism to their own interests. Here were the privileged, who did what they liked on the condition of not offending each other. Here the populace was honestly and cynically and openly regarded as a restless child, to be humoured and to be flattered, but also to be ruled firmly, to be kept in its place, to be ignored when advisable, and to be made to pay. For the feasts, the courtroom had been transformed into a banqueting hall, and the magistrate's bench, where habitual criminals were created, and families ruined, and order maintained, was hidden in flowers. Osmond Orgreave was dryly facetious about that bench. He exchanged comments with other magistrates, and they all agreed, with the same dry facetiousness, that most of the law was futile, and some of it mischievous. And they all said, "But what can you do?" and by their tone indicated that you could do nothing. According to Osmond Orgreave's wit, the only real use of a magistrate was to sign the necessary papers for persons who had lost pawn tickets. It appeared that such persons in distress came to Mr. Orgreave every day for the august signature. "I had an old woman come to me this morning at my office," he said. "I asked her how it was that they were always losing their pawn tickets. I told her I never lost mine." Osmond Orgreave was encircled with laughter. Edwin laughed heartily. It was a good joke, and even mediocre jokes would convulse the room. Jos Curtenty, the renowned card, a jolly old gentleman of 60, was in the chair, and therefore jollity was assured in advance. Rising to inaugurate the oratorical section of the night, he took an enormous red flower from a bouquet behind him, and, sticking it with a studiously absent air in his buttonhole, said blandly, "Gentlemen, no politics, please." The uproarious effect was one of his very best. He knew his audience. He could have taught Edwin a thing or two. For Edwin in his simplicity was astonished to find the audience almost all of one colour, frankly and joyously and optimistically Tory. There were not 10 Liberals in the place, and there was not one who was vocal. The cream of the town, of its brains, its success, its respectability, was assembled together, and the Liberal party was practically unrepresented. It seemed as if there was no Liberal party. It seemed impossible that a Labour candidate could achieve anything but complete disaster at the polls. It seemed incredible that in the past a Liberal candidate had ever been returned. Edwin began, even in the privacy of his own heart, to be apologetic for his liberalism. All these excellent fellows could not be wrong. The moral force of numbers intimidated him. He suspected that there was, after all, more to be said for conservatism than he had hitherto allowed himself to suppose. 3. And the felons were so good-humoured and kindly, and so free-handed, and with it all so boyish. They burst into praise of one another on the slenderest excuse. They ordered more champagne as carelessly as though champagne were ginger beer. Edwin was glad that by an excess of precaution he had brought £2 in his pocket. The scale of expenditure was staggering. And they nonchalantly smoked cigars that would have made Edwin sick. They knew all about cigars and about drinks, and they implied by their demeanour, though they never said, that a first-class drink and a first-class smoke were the good things of life, the ultimate rewards. The references to women were sly. Edwin was like a demure cat among a company of splendid curly dogs. The toasts, every one of them, called forth enthusiasm. Even in the early part of the evening much good-nature had bubbled out, when, at intervals, a slim young bachelor of 50, armed with a violent mallet, had rapped authoritatively on the table and cried, "Mr. President wishes to take wine with Mr. Vice. Mr. President wishes to take wine with the bachelors on the right. Mr. President wishes to take wine with the married felons on the left," and so on, till every sort and condition and geographical situation had been thus distinguished. But the toasts proper aroused displays of the most affectionate loving kindness. Each reference to a felon was greeted with warm cheers, and each reference touched the superlative of laudation. Every stroke of humour was noisily approved, and every exhibition of tender feeling effusively endorsed. And all the estates of the realm, and all the institutions of the realm and of the town, and all the services of war and peace, and all the official castes, were handsomely and unreservedly praised, and their health and prosperity pledged with enthusiastic fervour. The organism of the empire was pronounced to be essentially perfect. Nobody of importance, from the Queen's Majesty to the ministers of the established church and other denominations, was omitted from the certificate of supreme excellence and efficiency. And even when an alderman, proposing the toast of the town and trade of Pursley, mentioned certain disturbing symptoms in the demeanour of the lower classes, he immediately added his earnest conviction that the heart of the country beat true, and was comforted with grave applause. Towards the end of the toast list, one of the humorous vocal quartets which were designed to relieve the seriousness of the programme was interrupted by the formidable sound of the governed proletariat beyond the walls of the town hall. And Edwin's memory, making him feel very old, leapt suddenly back into another generation of male glee-singers that did not disport humorously, and that would not have permitted themselves to be interrupted by the shouting of populations. And he recalled loud ocean's roar, and the figure of Florence Simcox flitted in front of him. The proletariat was cheering somebody. The cheers died down, and in another moment the Conservative candidate burst into the room and was followed by two of his friends, the latter in evening dress, whom he presented to the President. The ceremonious costume impressed the President himself, for at this period of ancient history felons dined in frock coats or cutaways. It proved that the wearers were so accustomed to wearing evening dress of a night that they put it on by sheer habit and inadvertence even for electioneering. The candidate only desired to shake hands with a few supporters and to assure the President that nothing but hard necessity had kept him away from the dinner. Amid inspiriting bravos and hurrahs, he fled, followed by his friends, and it became known that one of these was a baronet. After this, the vote of thanks to the President scarcely escaped being an anticlimax, and several men left, including Albert Benbow, who had once or twice glanced at his watch. "She won't let you be out after 10:30, eh, Benbow?" said jocularly a neighbour, and Albert, laughing at the joke, nevertheless looked awkward, and the neighbour perceived that he had been perhaps a trifle clumsy. Edwin, since the mysterious influence in the background was his own sister, had to share Albert's confusion. He too would have departed, but Osmond Orgreave absolutely declined to let him go, and to prevent him from going, used the force which good wine gives. 4. The company divided itself into intimate groups, leaving empty white spaces at the disordered tables. The attendants now served whisky, and more liqueurs, and coffee. Those guests who knew no calm lighted fresh cigars. A few produced beloved pipes. The others were content with cigarettes. Someone ordered a window to be opened, and then, when the fresh night air began to disturb the curtains and scatter the fumes of the banquet, someone else crept aside and furtively closed it again. Edwin found himself with Jos Curtenty and Osmond Orgreave and a few others. He felt gay and enheartened. He felt that there was a great deal of pleasure to be had on earth with very little trouble. Politics had been broached, and he made a mild joke about the Tory candidate. And amid the silence that followed it, he mistily perceived that the remainder of the group, instead of becoming more jolly, had grown grave. For them the political situation was serious. They did not trouble to argue against the Labour candidate. All their reasoning was based on the assumption, which nobody denied or questioned, that at any cost the Labour candidate must be defeated. The success of the Labour candidate was regarded as a calamity. It would jeopardize the entire social order. It would deliver into the destroying hands of an ignorant, capricious, and unscrupulous rabble all that was best in English life. It would even mean misery for the rabble itself. The tones grew more solemn, and Edwin, astonished, saw that beneath the egotism of their success, beneath their unconscious arrogance due to the habit of authority, there was a profound and genuine patriotism and a sense of duty. And he was abashed. Nevertheless, he had definitely taken sides, and out of mere self-respect he had gently to remind them of the fact. Silence would have been cowardly. "Then what about trusting to the people?" he murmured, smiling. "If trusting to the people means being under the thumb of the British working man, my boy," said Oswald Orgreave, "you can scratch me out for one." Edwin had never heard him speak so colloquially. "I've always found 'em pretty decent," said Edwin, but lamely. Jos Curtenty fixed him with a grim eye. "How many hands do you employ, Mr. Clayhanger?" 14, said Edwin. "Do you?" exclaimed another voice, evidently surprised and impressed. Jos Curtenty pulled at his cigar. "I wish I could make as much money as you make out of 14 hands," said he. "Well, I've got 200 of them at my place, and I know 'em. I know 'em for 40 years and more. There's not 10 of 'em as I'd trust to do an honest day's work of their own accord. And after the row in '80, when they agreed to arbitration, 15,000 of them, did they accept the award, or didn't they? Tell me that, if it isn't troubling you too much." Only in the last phase did the irrepressible humorous card in him assert itself. Edwin mumbled inarticulately. His mind was less occupied by politics than by the fact that in the view of all these men he had already finally and definitely taken the place of his father. But for the inquiries made at intervals during the evening, he might have supposed that Darius, lying in helpless obscurity up there at Bleak Ridge, had been erased from the memory of the town. A crony, who had not hitherto spoken, began to give sarcastic and apparently damning details of the early record of the Labour candidate. Among other delinquencies, the fellow had condoned the inexcusable rejection of the arbitrator's award long ago. And then someone said, "Hello, here's Bembo back again." Albert, in overcoat and cap, beckoned to Edwin, who sprang up, pricked into an exaggerated activity by his impatient conscience. "It's nothing particular," said Albert at the door, "but the missus has been round to your father's tonight, and it seems the nurse has knocked up. She thought I'd better perhaps come along and tell you in case you hadn't gone." "Knocked up, has she?" said Edwin. "Well, it's not to be wondered at. Nurse or no nurse, she's got no more notion of looking after herself than everybody else has. I was just going. It's only a little after 11. The last thing he heard on quitting the precincts of the banqueting chamber was the violent sound of the mallet. Its Volume 3, Chapter 16 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Volume 3, Chapter 16, After the Banquet. Yes, said Edwin impatiently, in reply to some anxious remark of Maggie's. "I shall be all right with him. Don't you worry till morning." They stood at the door of the sick-room, Edwin in an attitude almost suggesting that he was pushing her out. He had hurried home from the festival, and found the doctor just leaving the house in a commotion. Dr. Heave said mildly that he was glad Edwin had come, and he hinted that some general calming influence was needed. Nurse Shaw had developed one of the sudden abscesses in the ear which troubled her from time to time. This radiant and apparently strong creature suffered from an affection of the ear. Once her left ear had kept her in bed for 6 weeks, and she had arisen with the drum pierced. Since which episode there had always been the danger, when the evil recurred, of the region of the brain being contaminated through the tiny orifice in the drum. Hence, even if the acute pain which she endured had not forced her to abandon other people's maladies for the care of her own, the sense of her real peril would have done so. This masterful, tireless woman, whom no sadness or abomination of her habitual environment could depress or daunt, lived under a menace, and was sometimes laid low like a child. She rested now in Maggie's room, with a poultice for a pillow. A few hours previously no one in the house had guessed that she had any weakness whatever. Her collapse gave to Maggie an excellent opportunity, such as Maggie loved, to prove that she was equal to a situation. Maggie would not permit Mrs. Hamps to be sent for, nor would she permit Mrs. Nixon to remain up. She was excited and very fatigued, and she meant to manage the night with the sole aid of Jane. It was even part of her plan that Edwin should go to bed as usual, Poor Edwin, all the anxieties of business upon his head. But she had not allowed for Edwin's conscience, nor foreseen what the doctor would say to him privately. Edwin had learnt from the doctor, a fact which the women had not revealed to him, that his father during the day had shown symptoms of Cheyne-Stokes breathing, the final and the worst phenomenon of his disease, a phenomenon, too, interestingly rare. The doctor had done all that could be done by injections, and there was absolutely nothing else for anybody to do, except watch. "I shall come in the night," Maggie whispered. Behind them the patient vaguely stirred and groaned in his recess. "You'll do no such thing," said Edwin shortly. "Get all the sleep you can." "The nurse has to have a fresh poultice every 2 hours," Maggie protested. "Now look here," Edwin was cross. "Do show a little sense. Get all the sleep you can. We shall be having you ill next, and then there'll be a nice kettle of fish. I won't have you coming in here. I shall be perfectly all right. Now." He gave a gesture that she should go at once. "You won't be fit for the shop tomorrow." "Damn the shop." "Well, you know where everything is." She was resigned. "If you want to make some tea—" "All right, all right." He forced himself to smile. She departed, and he shut the door. "Confounded nuisance women are," he thought, half indulgently, as he turned towards the bed. But it was his conscience that was a confounded nuisance. He ought never to have allowed himself to be persuaded to go to the banquet. When his conscience annoyed him, it was usually Maggie who felt the repercussion. 2. Darius was extremely ill. Every part of his physical organism was deranged and wearied out. His features combined the expression of intense fatigue with the sinister liveliness of an acute tragic apprehension. His failing faculties were kept horribly alert by the fear of what was going to happen to him next. So much that was appalling had already happened to him. He wanted repose, he wanted surcease, he wanted nothingness. He was too tired to move, but he was also too tired to lie still. And thus he writhed faintly on the bed. His body seemed to have that vague appearance of general movement which a multitude of insects will give to a piece of decaying matter. His skin was sick, and his hair, and his pale lips. The bed could not be kept tidy for 5 minutes. "He's bad, no mistake," thought Edwin, as he met his father's anxious and intimidated gaze. He had never seen anybody so ill. He knew now what disease could do. "Where's nurse?" the old man murmured, with excessive feebleness, his voice captiously rising to a shrill complaint. "She's not well. She's lying down. I'm going to sit with you tonight. Have a drink." As Edwin said these words in his ordinary voice, it seemed to him that in comparison with his father he was a god of miraculous proud strength and domination. Darius nodded. "Her's a darter," Darius muttered, "but her's just. Her will have her own way." He often spoke thus of the nurse, giving people to understand that during the long nights when he was left utterly helpless to the harsh mercy of the nurse, he had to accept many humiliations. He seemed to fear and love her as a dog its master. Edwin, using his imagination to realize the absoluteness of the power which the nurse had over Darius during 10 hours in every 24, was almost frightened by it. "By Jove," he thought, "I wouldn't be in his place with any woman on earth." The old man's lips closed clumsily around the funnel of the invalid's cup that Edwin offered. Then he sank back and shut his eyes and appeared calmer. Edwin smoothed the clothes, stared at him a long time, and finally sat down in the armchair by the fire. He wound up his watch. It was not yet midnight. He took off his boots and put on the slippers, which now Darius had not worn for over a year and would not wear again. He yawned heavily. The yawn surprised him. He perceived that his head was throbbing and his mouth dry, and that the meats and liquors of the banquet, having ceased to stimulate, were incommoding him. His mind and body were in reaction. He reflected cynically upon the facile self-satisfactions of those successful men in whose company he had been. The whole dinner grew unreal. Nothing was real except imprisonment on a bed, night and day and night, for weeks. Everyone could have change and rest save his father. For his father was no relief, not a moment's. He was always there, in the same recess, prone, in subjection, helpless, hopeless, and suffering. Politics, what were they? 3. He closed his eyes because it occurred to him that to do so would be agreeable. And he was awakened from a doze by a formidable stir on the bed. Darius's breathing was quick and shallow, and growing more so. He lifted his head from the pillow in order to breathe, and leaned on one elbow. Edwin sprang up and went to him. "Clara, Clara, don't leave me!" the old man cried in tones of agonized apprehension. "It's all right, I'm here," said Edwin reassuringly, and he took the sick man's hot, crackling hand and held it. Gradually the breathing went slower and deeper, and at length Darius sighed very deeply as at a danger past, and relaxed his limbs, and Edwin let go his hand. But he had not been at ease more than a few seconds when the trouble recommenced, and he was fighting again, and with appreciably more difficulty, to get air down into his lungs. It entered in quantities smaller and smaller, until it seemed scarcely to reach his throat before it was expelled again. The respiration was as rapid as the ticking of a watch. Despite his feebleness, Darius wrenched his limbs into contortions and gripped fiercely Edwin's hands. "Clara, Clara!" he cried once more. "It's all right, you're all right, there's nothing to be afraid of," said Edwin, soothing him. And that paroxysm also passed, and the old man moaned in the melancholy satisfaction of deep breaths. But the mysterious, disturbing force would not leave him in peace. In another moment yet a fresh struggle was commencing, and each was worse than the last, and it was always Clara to whom he turned for succour. Not Maggie, who had spent nearly 40 years in his service, and never spoke ill-naturedly of him, but Clara, who was officious rather than helpful, who wept for him in his presence and said harsh things behind his back, and who had never forgiven him since the refusal of the loan to Albert. After he had passed through a dozen crises of respiration, Edwin said to himself that the next one could not be worse. But it was worse. Darius breathed like a blown dog that has fallen. He snatched furiously at breath like a tiger snatching at meat. He accomplished exertions that would have exhausted an athlete, and when he had saved his life in the very instant of its loss, calling on Clara as on God, he would look at Edwin for confirmation of his hope that he had escaped again. The paroxysms continued, still growing more critical. Edwin was aghast at his own helplessness. He could do absolutely naught. It was even useless to hold the hand or to speak sympathy and reassurance. Darius, at the keenest moment of battle, was too occupied with his enemy to hear or feel the presence of a fellow creature. He was solitary with his unseen enemy, and if the room had been full of ministering angels he would still have been alone and unsuccoured. He might have been sealed up in a cell with his enemy, who, incredibly cruel, withheld from him his breath, and Edwin outside the cell, trying foolishly to get in. He asked for little. He would be content with very little, but it refused him until despair had reached the highest agony. 4. "He's dying, I do believe," thought Edwin, and the wonder of this nocturnal adventure sent tremors down his spine. He faced the probability that at the next bout his father would be worsted. Should he fetch Maggie and then go for the doctor? Eve had told him that it would be pretty bad, and that nothing on earth could be done. No, he would not fetch Maggie, and he would not go for the doctor. What use? He would see the thing through. In the solemnity of the night he was glad that an experience tremendous and supreme had been vouchsafed to him. He knew now what the will to live was. He saw life naked, stripped of everything unessential. He saw life and death together. What caused his lip to curl when the thought of the felons' dinner flashed through his mind was the damned complacency of the felons. Did any of them ever surmise that they had never come within 10 miles of life itself, that they were attaching importance to the most futile trifles? Let them see a human animal in a crisis of Cheyne-Stokes breathing, and they would know something about reality. So this was Cheyne-Stokes breathing, that rare and awful affliction. What was it? What caused it? What controlled its frequency? No answer. Not only could he do naught, he knew naught. He was equally useless and ignorant before the affrighting mystery. Darius no longer sat up and twisted himself in the agony of the struggles. He lay flat, resigned but still obstinate, fighting with the only muscles that could fight now, those of his chest and throat. The enemy had got him down, but he would not surrender. Time after time he won a brief armistice in the ruthless altercation, and breathed deep and long, and sighed as if he would doze. And then his enemy was at him again, and Darius, aroused afresh to the same terror, summoned Clara in the extremity of his anguish. Edwin moved away and surveyed the bed from afar. The old man was perfectly oblivious of him. He looked at his watch and timed the crises. They recurred fairly regularly, about every 100 seconds. 36 times an hour, Darius, growing feebler, fought unaided and without hope of aid, an enemy growing stronger and would not yield. He was dragged to his death 36 times every hour, and 36 times managed to scramble back from the edge of the chasm. Occasionally his voice, demanding that Clara should not desert him, made a shriek which seemed loud enough to wake the street. Edwin listened for any noise in the house, but heard nothing. 5. A curious instinct drove him out of the room for a space onto the landing. He shut the door on the human animal in its lonely struggle. The gas was burning on the landing, and also in the hall, for this was not a night on which to extinguish lights. The clock below ticked quietly, and then struck 3. He had passed more than 3 hours with his father. The time had gone quickly. He crept to Maggie's door. No sound, utter silence. He crept upstairs to the 2nd story. No sound there. Coming down again to the 1st floor, he noticed that the door of his own bedroom was open. He crept in there, and started violently to see a dim form on the bed. It was Maggie, dressed but fast asleep under a rug. He left her. The whole world was asleep, and he was awake with his father. "What an awful shame," he thought savagely. "Why couldn't we have let him grow his mushrooms if he wanted to? What harm would it have done us? Supposing it had been a nuisance, supposing he had tried to kiss Jane, supposing he had hurt himself, what then? Why couldn't we let him do what he wanted?" And he passionately resented his own harshness and that of Maggie, as he might have resented the cruelty of some national injustice. He listened. Nothing but the ticking of the clock disturbed the calm of the night. Could his father have expired in one of those frantic bouts with his enemy? Brusquely, with false valiance, he re-entered the chamber, and saw again the white square of the blind, and the expanse of carpet, and the tables littered with nursing apparatus, and saw the bed, and his father on it, panting in a new and unsurpassable despair, but still unbeaten, under the thin gas-flame. The crisis eased as he went in. He picked up the arm-chair and carried it to the bedside, and sat down facing his father, and once more took his father's intolerably pathetic hand. "All right," he murmured, and never before had he spoken with such tenderness. "All right, I'm here. I'm not leaving you." The victim grew quieter. "Is it Edwin?" he whispered, scarcely articulate, out of a bottomless depth of weakness. "Yes," said Edwin cheerfully. "You're a bit better now, aren't you?" "I—" sighed Darius in hope. And almost immediately the rumour of struggle recommenced, and in a minute the crisis was at its fiercest. Edwin became hardened to the spectacle. He reasoned with himself about suffering. After all, what was its importance? Up to a point it could be borne, and when it could not be borne it ceased to be suffering. The characteristic grimness of those latitudes showed itself in him. There was nothing to be done. They who were destined to suffer had to suffer, must suffer, and no more could be said. The fight must come to an end sooner or later. Fortitude alone could meet the situation. Nevertheless, the night seemed eternal, and at intervals fortitude lacked. "By Jove," he would mutter aloud, under the old man's constant appeals to Clara, "I shan't be sorry when this is over." Then he would interest himself in the periodicity of the attacks, timing them by his watch with care. Then he would smooth the bed. Once he looked at the fire. It was out. He had forgotten it. He immediately began to feel chilly, and then he put on his father's patched dressing-gown and went to the window, and, drawing aside the blind, glanced forth. All was black and utterly silent. He thought with disdain of Maggie and the others unconscious in sleep. He returned to the chair. 6. He was startled at a side glance by something peculiar in the appearance of the window. It was the first messenger of dawn. Yes, a faint greyness, very slowly working in secret against the power of the gaslight, timid, delicate, but brightening by imperceptible degrees into strength. Some of them were getting up soon now, he said to himself. The hour was between 4 and past. He looked forward to release. Maggie was sure to come and release him shortly. And even as he held the sick man's arm, comforting him, he yawned. But no one came. 5 o'clock, 5:30. The first car rumbled down. And still the victim, unbroken, went through his agony every 2 minutes, or oftener, with the most frightful regularity. He extinguished the gas, and lo, there was enough daylight to see clearly. He pulled up the blind. The night had gone. He'd been through the night. The entire surface of his head was tingling. Now he would look at the martyrdom of the victim as at a natural curiosity, having no capacity left for feeling. And now his sympathy would gush forth anew, and he would cover with attentions his father, who, fiercely preoccupied with the business of obtaining breath, gave no heed to them. And now he would stand impressed, staggered, by the magnificence of the struggle. The suspense from 6 to 7 was the longest. When would somebody come? Had the entire household taken laudanum? He would go and rouse Maggie. No, he would not. He was too proud. At 7:15 the knob of the door clicked softly. He could scarcely believe his ears. Maggie entered. Darius was easier between two crises. "Well," said she tranquilly, "how is he?" She was tying her apron. "Pretty bad," Edwin answered with affected nonchalance. "Nurse is a bit better. I've given her 3 fresh poultices since midnight. You'd better go now, hadn't you?" "All right. I've let the fire out." "I'll tell Jane to light it. She's just making some tea for you." He went. He did not need twice telling. As he went, carelessly throwing off the dressing-gown and picking up his boots, Darius began to pant afresh, to nerve himself instinctively afresh for another struggle. Edwin, strong and healthy, having done nothing but watch, was completely exhausted. But Darius, weakened by disease, having fought a couple of hundred terrific and excruciating encounters, each a supreme battle, in the course of a single night, was still drawing upon the apparently inexhaustible reserves of his volition. Volume 3, Chapter 17 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Volume 3, Chapter 17, The Chain Broken. Shortly after 8 o'clock, Edwin was walking down Trafalgar Road on his way to the shop. He had bathed and drunk some tea, and under the stimulation he felt the factitious vivacity of excessive fatigue. Rain had fallen quietly and perseveringly during the night, and though the weather was now fine, the streets were thick with black mire. Paintresses, with their neat gloves and their dinner baskets and their thin shoes, were trudging to work, and young clerks and shop assistants and the upper classes of labour generally. Everybody was in a hurry. The humbler mass had gone long ago. Miners had been in the earth for hours. Later, and more leisurely, the magnates would pass by. There were carriages about. An elegant wagonette, streaming with red favours, dashed down the road behind 2 horses. Its cargo was a handful of clay-soiled artisans, gleeful in the naive pride of their situation, wearing red and shouting red and hurrahing for the Conservative candidate. "Asses," murmured Edwin, with acrid and savage disdain. "Do you think he'd drive you anywhere tomorrow?" He walked on a little and broke forth again, all to himself. "Of course he's doing it solely in your interest, isn't he? Why doesn't he pick up some of these paintresses out of the mud and give them a drive?" He cultivated an unreasoning anger against the men who had so impressed him at the banquet. He did not try to find answers to their arguments. He accused them stoutly of wilful blindness, of cowardice, of bullying, of Pharisaism, and of other sins. He had no wish to hear their defence. He condemned them, and as it were ordered them to be taken away and executed. He had a profound conviction that argument was futile, and that nothing would serve but a pitched battle, in which each fighting man should go to the poll and put a cross against a name in grim silence. Argue with these gross, self-satisfied fellows about the turpitude of the artisans? Why, there was scarcely one of them whose grandfather had not been an artisan. Curse their patriotism! Then he would begin bits of argument to himself, and stop them, too impatient to continue. The shilling cigars of those feasters disgusted him. In such wise his mind ran. And he was not much kinder to the artisan. If scorn could have annihilated, there would have been no proletariat left in the division. Men, sheep rather, letting themselves be driven up and down like that, and believing all the yarns that were spun to them. Gaping idiots, they would swallow any mortal thing. There was simply naught that they were not stupid enough to swallow with a glass of beer. It would serve them right if... However, that could not happen. Idiocy had limits. At least he presumed it had. Early as it was, the number of carriages was already considerable. But he did not see one with the blue of the Labour candidate. Blue the rosettes there were, but the red rosettes bore them down easily. Even dogs had been adorned with red rosettes, and nice clean infants. And on all the hoardings were enormous red posters exhorting the shrewd common-sense Potter not to be misled by paid agitators, but to plump for his true friend, for the man who was anxious to devote his entire career and goods to the welfare of the Potter and the integrity of the Empire. 2. "If you can give me 3 days off, sir," said Big James, in the majestic humility of his apron, "I shall take it kindly." Edwin had gone into the composing-room with the copy for a demi-poster, consisting of 4 red words, to inform the public that the true friend of the public was romping in. 100 posters were required within an hour. He nearly refused the order in his feverish fatigue and his disgust, but some remnant of sagacity had asserted itself in him, and saved him from this fatuity. "Why?" he asked roughly. "What's up now, James?" "My old comrade Abraham Heracles is dead, sir, at Glasgow, and I'm wishful for to attend the interment, far as it is. He was living with his daughter, and she's written to me. If you could make it convenient to spare me—" Of course, Edwin interrupted him hastily. In his present mood it revolted him that a man of between 50 and 60 should be humbly asking as a favour to be allowed to fulfil a pious duty. "I'm very much obliged to you, sir," said Big James simply, quite unaware that captious Edwin found his gratitude excessive and servile. "I'm the last now, sir, of the old Lee party," he added. "Really?" Big James nodded and said quietly, "And how's the old gentleman, sir?" Edwin shook his head. "I'm sorry, sir," said Big James. "I've been up with him all night," Edwin told him. "I wonder if you'd mind dropping me a line to Glasgow, sir, if anything happens. I can give you the address. If it isn't—" "Certainly, if you like." He tried to be nonchalant. "When are you going?" "I did think of getting to Crewe before noon, sir, as soon as I've seen to this." He cocked his eye at the copy for the poster. "Oh, you needn't bother about that," said Edwin carelessly. "Go now if you want to." "I've got time, sir. Mr. Curtin is coming for me at 9 o'clock to drive me to the polling booth." This was the first time that Edwin had ever heard Big James talk of his private politics. The fact was that Big James was no more anxious than Jos Curtenty and Osmond Orgreave to put himself under the iron heel of his fellow working man. "And what's your colour, James?" His smile was half a sneer. "If you'll pardon me saying so, sir, I'm for our most gracious," Big James answered with grave dignity. Three gentlemen, pretending to be busy, were listening with all ears from the other side of a case. "Oh!" exclaimed Edwin, dashed. "Well, that's all right." He walked straight out, put on his hat, and went to the Bleakridge polling station and voted Labour defiantly, as though with a personal grievance against the polling clerk. He had a vote, not as lessee of the business premises, but as his father's lodger. He despised Labour. He did not care what happened to Labour. In voting for Labour he seemed to have the same satisfaction as if from pique he voted against it because its stupidity had incensed him. Then, instead of returning him to the shop, his legs took him home and upstairs, and he lay down in his own room. 3. He was awakened by the presence of someone at his bedside, and the whole of his body protested against the disturbance. "I couldn't make you hear with knocking," said Dr. Heaves, "so I came into the room." "Hello, Doctor, is that you?" Edwin sat up, dazed, and with a sensation of large waves passing in slow succession through his head. "I must have dropped asleep." "I hear you had a pretty bad night with him," the doctor remarked. "Yes, it's a mystery to me how he could keep it up." "I was afraid you would. Well, he's quieter now. In fact, he's unconscious." "Unconscious, is he?" "You'll have no more trouble with the old gentleman," said the doctor. He was looking at the window as though at some object of great interest to be seen thence. His tone was gentle and unaffected. For the 20th time Edwin privately admitted that in spite of the weak, vacuous smile, which seemed to delight everybody except himself, there was a sympathetic quality in this bland doctor. In common moments he was common, but in rare moments when a man with such a smile ought to be at his worst, a certain soft dignity would curiously distinguish his bearing. Edwin muttered, also looking at the window, and then after a pause he asked, "Will it last long?" "I don't know," said the doctor. "The fact is, this is the first case of Cheyne-Stokes breathing I've ever had. It may last for days." "How's the nurse?" Edwin demanded. They talked about the nurse, and then Dr. Heaves said that his brother, the vicar, and he having met in the street, they had come in together, as the vicar was anxious to have news of his old acquaintance's condition. It appeared that the vicar was talking to Maggie and Janet in the drawing-room. "Well," said Edwin, "I shan't come down. Tell him I'm only presentable enough for doctors." With a faint smile and a nod the doctor departed. As soon as he had gone, Edwin jumped off the bed and looked at his watch, which showed 2 o'clock. No doubt dinner was over. No doubt Maggie had decided that it would be best to leave him alone to sleep. But that day neither he nor anybody in the household had the sense of time, the continuous consciousness of what the hour was. The whole systematized convention of existence was deranged, and all values transmuted. Edwin was aware of no feeling whatever, except an intensity of curiosity to see again in tranquillity the being with whom he had passed the night. Pushing his hand through his hair, he hurried into the sick-room. It was all tidy and fresh, as though nothing had ever happened in it. Mrs. Nixon, shriveled and deaf, sat in the armchair, watching. No responsibility now attached to the vigil, and so it could be left to the aged and almost useless domestic. She gave a gesture which might have meant anything: despair, authority, pride, grief. Edwin stood by the bedside and gazed. Darius lay on his back, with eyes half open, motionless, unseeing, unhearing, and he breathed faintly with the soft regularity of an infant. The struggle was finished, and he had emerged from it with the right to breathe. His hair had been brushed, and his beard combed. It was uncanny, this tidiness, this calm, this passivity. The memory of the night grew fantastic and remote. Surely the old man must spring up frantically in a moment to beat off his enemy. Surely his agonized cry for Clara must be ringing through the room. But nothing of him stirred. Air came and went through those parted and relaxed lips with the perfect efficiency of a healthy, natural function. And yet he was not asleep. His obstinate and tremendous spirit was now withdrawn somewhere into some fastness more recondite than sleep, not far off, not detached, not dethroned, but undiscoverably hidden, and beyond any summons. Edwin gazed and gazed, until his heart could hold no more of the emotion which this mysteriously impressive spectacle, at once majestic and poignant, distilled into it. Then he silently left the old woman sitting dully by the spirit concealed in its ruined home. 4. In the evening he was resting on the sofa in the drawing-room. Auntie Hamps was near him, at work on some embroidery. In order that her dear Edwin might doze a little if he could, she refrained from speech. From time to time she stopped her needle and looked reflectively at the morsel of fire or at the gas. She had been in the house since before tea. Clara also had passed most of the day there, with a few intervals at her own home. But now Clara was gone, and Janet too had gone. Darius was tiring them all out in his mild and senseless repose. He remained absolutely still, and the enigma which he so indifferently offered to them might apparently continue for ever. At any rate, the doctor's statement that he might keep as he was for days and days, beyond help, hung over the entire household, discouraging and oppressive. The energy of even Auntie Hamps was baffled. Only Alicia, who had come in, as she said, to take Janet's place, insisted on being occupied. This was one of the nights dedicated by family arrangement to her betrothed, but Alicia had found pleasure in sacrificing herself and him to her very busy sense of duty. Suddenly the drawing-room door was pushed open without a sound, and Alicia, in all the bursting charm of her youthfulness and the delicious naivety of her self-importance, stood in the doorway. She made no gesture. She just looked at Edwin with a peculiar ominous and excited glance, and Edwin rose quickly and left the room. Auntie Hamps had noticed nothing. "Maggie wants you upstairs," said Alicia to Edwin. He made no answer. He did not ask where Maggie was. They went upstairs together, but at the door of the sick-room Alicia hung back, intimidated, and Edwin entered and shut the door on that beautiful image of proud, throbbing life. Maggie, standing by the bed under the gas which blazed at full, turned to him as he approached. "Just come and look at him," she said quietly. Darius lay in exactly the same position. Except that his mouth was open a little wider, he presented exactly the same appearance as in the afternoon. His weary features, pitiful and yet grim, had exactly the same expression. But there was no sign of breathing. Edwin bent and listened. "Oh, he's dead," he murmured. Maggie nodded, her eyes glittering as though set with diamonds. "I think so," she said. "When was it?" "Scarcely a minute ago. I was sitting there by the fire, and I thought I noticed something." "What did you notice?" "I don't know. I must go and tell nurse." She went, wiping her eyes. Edwin, now alone, looked again at the residue of his father. The spirit, after hiding within him so long, had departed and left no trace. It had done with that form and was away. The vast and forlorn adventure of the little boy from the Bastille was over. Edwin did not know that the little boy from the Bastille was dead. He only knew that his father was dead. It seemed intolerably tragic that the enfeebled wreck should have had to bear so much, and yet intolerably tragic also that death should have relieved him. But Edwin's distress was shot through and enlightened by his solemn satisfaction at the fact that destiny had allotted to him, Edwin, an experience of such profound and overwhelming grandeur. His father was, and lo, he was not. That was all, but it was ineffable. Maggie returned to the room, followed by Nurse Shaw, whose head was enveloped in various bandages. Edwin began to anticipate all the tedious formalities as to which he would have to inform himself, of registration and interment. 5. 10 o'clock. The news was abroad in the house. Alicia had gone to spread it. Maggie had startled everybody by deciding to go down and tell Clara herself, though Albert was bound to call. The nurse had laid out the corpse. Auntie Hamps and Edwin were again in the drawing-room together. The ageing lady was making up her mind to go. Edwin, in search of an occupation, prepared to write letters to one or two distant relatives of his mother. Then he remembered his promise to Big James and decided to write that letter first. "What a mercy he passed away peacefully," Auntie Hamps exclaimed, not for the first time. Edwin, at a rickety fancy desk, began to write, "Dear James, my father passed peacefully away at—" Then with an abrupt movement he tore the sheet in two and threw it in the fire, and began again. "Dear James, my father died quietly at 8 o'clock tonight." Soon afterwards, when Mrs. Hamps had departed with her genuine but too spectacular grief, Edwin heard an immense commotion coming down the road from Hanbridge. Cheers, shouts, squeals, penny whistles, trumpets. He opened the gate. "Who's in?" he asked a stout, shabby man who was gesticulating in glee with a little Tory flag on the edge of the crowd. "Who do you think, mister?" replied the man drunkenly. "What majority?" 439. The integrity of the Empire was assured, and the paid agitator had received a proper rebuff. "Miserable idiots," Edwin murmured with the most extraordinary violence of scorn as he re-entered the house, and the blare of triumph receded. He was very much surprised. He had firmly expected his own side to win, though he was reconciled to a considerable reduction of the old majority. His lips curled. It was in his resentment, in the hard setting of his teeth as he confirmed himself in the rightness of his own opinions, that he first began to realize an individual freedom. "I don't care if we're beaten 40 times, his thoughts ran. "I'll be a more out-and-out radical than ever. I don't care, and I don't care." And he felt sturdily that he was free. The chain was at last broken that had bound together those two beings so dissimilar, antagonistic, and Volume 4, Chapter 1 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett, This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Volume 4, Chapter 1. Book 4, His Start in Life. The Birthday Visit. It was Auntie Hamps's birthday. "She must be quite 59, said Maggie. "Oh, stuff!" Edwin contradicted her curtly. "She can't be anything like as much as that." Having by this positive and sharp statement disposed of the question of Mrs. Hamps's age, he bent again with eagerness to his newspaper. The Manchester Examiner, no longer existing as a radical organ, he read the Manchester Guardian, of which that morning's issue contained a long and vivid obituary of Charles Stewart Parnell. Brother and sister were at breakfast. Edwin had changed the character of this meal. He went fasting to business at 8 o'clock, opened correspondence, and gave orders to the wonderful Stifford, a person now of real importance in the firm, and at 9 o'clock flew by car back to the house to eat bacon and eggs and marmalade leisurely, like a gentleman. It was known that between 9 and 10 he could not be seen at the shop. "Well," Megan continued with her mild persistence, "Aunt Spencer told me." "Who's Aunt Spencer, in God's name?" "You know, mother's and aunt's cousin, the fat old thing." "Oh, her." He recalled one of the unfamiliar figures that had bent over his father's coffin. "She told me auntie was either 55 or 56 at father's funeral, and that's nearly 3.5 years ago, so she must be—" "2.5, you mean?" Edwin interrupted with a sort of savageness. "No, I don't. It's nearly 3 years since Mrs. Nixon died." Edwin was startled to realize the passage of time, but he said nothing. Partly he wanted to read in peace, and partly he did not want to admit his mistake. Bit by bit he was assuming the historic privileges of the English master of the house. He had the illusion that if only he could maintain a silence sufficiently august, his error of fact and of manner would cease to be an error. "Yes, she must be 59, Maggie resumed placidly. "I don't care if she's 159, snapped Edwin. "Any more coffee? Hot, that is." Without moving his gaze from the paper, he pushed his cup a little way across the table. Maggie took it, her chin slightly lifting, and her cheeks showing a touch of red. "I hope you didn't forget to order the inkstand, after all," she said stiffly. "It's not been sent up yet. I want to take it down to auntie's myself this morning. You know what a lot she thinks of such things." It had been arranged that Auntie Hamps should receive that year a cut-glass double inkstand from her nephew and niece. The shop occasionally dealt in such articles. Edwin had not willingly assented to the choice. He considered that a cut-glass double inkstand was a vicious concession to Mrs. Hamps's very vulgar taste in knick-knacks, and moreover he always now discouraged retail trade at the shop. But still he had assented out of indolence. "Well, it won't come till tomorrow," he said. "But, Edwin, how's that?" "How's that? Well, if you want to know, I didn't order it till yesterday. I can't think of everything." "It's very annoying," said Maggie sincerely. Edwin put on the martyr's crown. "Some people seem to think I've nothing else to do down at my shop but order birthday presents," he remarked with disagreeable sarcasm. "I think you might be a little more polite," said Maggie. "Do you?" "Yes, I do," Maggie insisted stoutly. "Sometimes you get positively unbearable. Everybody notices it." "Who's everybody?" "You never mind." 2. Maggie tossed her head, and Edwin knew that when she tossed her head, a gesture rare with her, she was tossing the tears back from her eyes. He was more than startled, he was intimidated by that feminine movement of the head. She was hurt. It was absurd of her to be so susceptible, but he had undoubtedly hurt her. He had been clumsy enough to hurt her. She was nearly 40, and he also was close behind her on the road to 40. She was a perfectly decent sort, and he reckoned that he too was a perfectly decent sort, and yet they lacked the skill not to bicker. They no longer had the somewhat noisy altercations of old days concerning real or fancied interferences with the order and privacy of Edwin's sacred chamber, but their general demeanour to one another had dully soured. It was as if they tolerated one another from motives of self-interest. Why should this be so? They were, at bottom, affectionate and mutually respectful. In a crisis they could and would rely on one another utterly. Why should their demeanour be so false an index to their real feelings? He supposed it was just the fault of loose habit. He did not blame her. From mere pride he blamed himself. He knew himself to be cleverer, more perceptive, wilier than she, and he ought to have been able to muster the diplomatic skill necessary for smooth and felicitous intercourse. Any friction, whether due to her stupidity or not, was a proof of his incompetence in the art of life. Everybody notices it. The phrase pricked him. An exaggeration, of course. Still, a phrase that would not be dismissed by a superior curl of the lips. Maggie was not Clara, and she did not invent allegations. His fault. Yes, his fault. Beyond doubt he was occasionally gruff, he was churlish, he was porcupinish. He did not mean to be so, indeed he most honestly meant not to be so. But he was. He must change, he must turn over a new leaf. He wished it had been his own birthday, or better still, the New Year, instead of his auntie's birthday, so that he might have turned over a new leaf at once with due solemnity. He actually remembered a pious saw uttered over 20 years earlier by that wretch in a white tie who had damnably devised the Saturday afternoon Bible class, a saw which he furiously scorned. Every day begins a new year. Well, every day did begin a new year. So did every minute. Why not begin a new year then, in that minute? He'd only to say in a cajoling, good-natured tone, all right, keep your hair on, my child, I grovel. He'd only to say some such words, and the excellent, simple, unresentful Maggie would at once be appeased. It would be a demonstration of his moral strength to say them. But he could not say them. 3. Nevertheless, he did seriously determine to turn over a new leaf at the very next occasion. His eyes were now following the obituary of Parnell mechanically, without transmitting any message that his preoccupied brain would seize. He had been astonished to find that Parnell was only 45. He thought, why, at my age Parnell was famous, a great man, and a power. And there was he, Edwin, eating bacon and eggs opposite his sister in the humdrum dining-room at Bleakridge. But after all, what was the matter with the dining-room? It was not the dining-room that his father had left. He had altered and improved it to suit his own taste. He was free to do so, and he had done so. He was free in every way. The division of his father's estate according to the will had proved unjust to himself, but he had not cared in the least. He had let Albert do as Albert and Clara pleased. In the settlement, Maggie had taken the house, at a figure too high, and he paid her an adequate rent for it, while she in turn paid him for her board and lodging. They were all in clover, thanks to the terrible lifelong obstinacy of the little boy from the Bastille. And Edwin had had the business unburdened. It was not growing, but it brought him more than twice as much as he spent. Soon he would be as rich as either of the girls, and that without undue servitude. He bought books surpassing those books of Tom Orgreave which had once seemed so hopelessly beyond his reach. He went to the theatre, he went to concerts, he took holidays. He had been to London, and more than once. He had a few good friends, he was his own master, nobody dreamed of saying him nay, and no bad habits held him in subjection. Everywhere he was treated with quite notable respect. Even when, partly from negligence and partly to hide recurring pimples, he had allowed his beard to grow, Clara herself had not dared to titter. And although he suffered from certain disorders of the blood due to lack of exercise and to his condition, His health could not be called bad. The frequency of his colds had somewhat diminished. His career, which to others probably seemed dull and monotonous, presented itself to him as almost miraculously romantic in its development. And withal he could uneasily ask himself, "Am I happy?" Maggie did not guess that, as he bent unseeing over his precious Manchester Guardian, he was thinking, "I must hold an inquisition upon my whole way of existence. I must see where I stand. If ever I am to be alive, I ought to be alive now, and I'm not at all sure whether I am." Maggie never put such questions to herself. She went on in placidness from hour to hour, ruffled occasionally. 4. An unusual occurrence gave him the opportunity to turn over a new leaf immediately. The sounds of the front door-bell and of voices in the hall were followed by the proud entrance of Auntie Hamps herself into the dining-room. "Now don't disturb yourselves, please," Mrs. Hamps entreated. She often began with this phrase. Maggie sprang up and kissed her, somewhat effusively for Maggie, and said in a quiet, restrained tone, "Many happy returns of the day, Auntie." Then Edwin rose, scraping his armchair backwards along the floor, and shook hands with her, and said with a guilty grin, "A long life and a merry one, Auntie." "Hey!" she exclaimed, falling back with a sigh of satisfaction into a chair by the table. "I'm sure everybody is very kind. Will you believe me, those darling children of Clara's are round at my house before 8 o'clock this morning." "Is Amy's cough better?" Maggie interjected, as she and Edwin sat down. "Bless ye!" cried Auntie Hamps. "I was in such a fluster I forgot to ask the little toddler. But I didn't hear a cough. I do hope it is. October's a bad time for coughs to begin. I ought to have asked. But I'm getting an old woman." "We were just arguing whether you were 38 or 39, Auntie," said Edwin. "What a tease he is with his beard," she archly retorted. "Well, your old aunt is 60 this day." "60?" the nephew and niece repeated together in astonishment. Auntie Hamps nodded. "You're the finest 60 I ever saw," said Edwin, with unaffected admiration. And she was fine. The pride in her eye she made the avowal, probably the first frank avowal of her age that had passed those lips for 30 years, was richly justified. With her clear, rosy complexion, her white, regular teeth, her straight spine, her plump figure, her brilliant gaze, her rapid gestures, and that authentic hair of hers falling in Victorian curls, she offered to the world a figure that no one could regard without a physical pleasure and stimulation. And she was so shiningly correct in her black silk and black velvet, and in the massive jet at her throat, and in the slenderness of her shoe. It was useless to recall her duplicities, her mendacities, her hypocrisies, her meannesses. At any rate, she could be generous at moments, and the splendour of her vitality sometimes, as now, hid all her faults. She would confess to aches and pains like other folk, bouts of rheumatism, for example, but the high courage of her body would not deign to ratify such miserable statements. It haughtily repelled the touch of time. It kept at least the appearance of victory. If you did not like Auntie Hamps willingly, in her hours of bodily triumph, you had to like her unwillingly. Both Edwin and Maggie had innumerable grievances against her, but she held their allegiance, and even their warm instinctive affection, on the morning of her 60th birthday. She had been a lone widow ever since Edwin could remember, and yet she had continued to bloom. Nothing could desiccate nor wither her. Even her sins did not find her out. God and she remained always on the best terms, and she thrived on insincerity. 5. "There's a little parcel for you, Auntie," said Edwin, with a particular effort to make his voice soft and agreeable. "But it's in Manchester. It won't be here till tomorrow. My fault entirely. You know how awful I am for putting off things." "We quite expected it would be here today," said the loyal Maggie, when most sisters, and Clara assuredly, would have said in an eager, sarcastic tone, "Yes, it's just like Edwin, and yet I reminded him I don't know how many times." Edwin felt with satisfaction that the new leaf was already turned. He was glad that he had said, "My fault entirely." He now said to himself, "Maggie's all right, and so am I. I must keep this up. Perfect nonsense, people hinting that she and I can't get on together." "Please, please," Auntie Hamps entreated, "don't talk about parcels." Yet they knew that if they had not talked about a parcel, the ageing lady would have been seriously wounded. "All I want is your love. The children are all I have now. And you knew how proud I am of you all, seeing you all so nice and good and respected in the town, and Clara's little darlings beginning to run about, and such strong little things. If only your poor mother—" Impossible not to be impressed by those accents. Edwin and Maggie might writhe under Auntie Hamp's phraseology. They might remember the most horrible examples of her cant. In vain. They were impressed. They had to say to themselves, "There's something very decent about her, after all." Auntie Hamps looked from one to the other, and at the quiet opulence of the breakfast table, and the spacious solidities of the room. Admiration and respect were in that eye, always too masculine to weep under emotion. Undoubtedly she was proud of her nephew and nieces, and had she not the right to be? The bearded Edwin, one of the chief tradesmen of the town, and so fond of books, such a reader, and so quiet in his habits, and the two girls with nice independent fortunes, Clara so fruitful and so winning, and Maggie so dependable, so kind. Auntie Hamps had scarcely anything else to wish for. Her ideals were fulfilled. Undoubtedly, since the death of Darius, her attitude towards his children had acquired even a certain humility. "Should you be in tomorrow morning, Auntie?" Maggie asked, in the constrained silence that followed Mrs. Hamps's protestations. "Yes, I shall," said Mrs. Hamps with assurance. "I shall be mending curtains." "Well, then I shall call about 11. Maggie turned to Edwin benevolently. "It won't be too soon if I pop in at the shop a little before 11. "No," said Edwin with equal benevolence. "It's not often Sutton's delivery is after 10. That'll be all right. I'll have it unpacked." 6. He lit a cigarette. "Have one," he suggested to Mrs. Hamps, holding out the case. "I shall give you a rap over the knuckles in a minute," smiled Mrs. Hamps, who was now leaning an elbow on the table in easy intimacy. And she went on in a peculiar tone, low, mysterious, and yet full of vivacity. "I can't quite make out who that little nephew is that Janet Orgreave is taking about." "Little nephew that Janet's taking about?" murmured Maggie in surprise, and to Edwin, "Do you know?" Edwin shook his head. "When?" he asked. "Well, this morning," said Mrs. Hamps. "I met them as I was coming up. She was on one side of the road, and the child was on the other, just opposite Howson's. My belief is she'd lost all control over the little jockey. Oh, a regular little jockey. You could see that at once. 'Now, George, come along,' she called to him, and then he shouted, 'I want you to come on this side, Auntie.' Of course I couldn't stop to see it out. She was so busy with him, she only just moved to me." "George? George?" Maggie consulted her memory. "How old was he, about?" "Oh, 7 or 8, I should say." "Well, it couldn't be one of Tom's children, nor Alicia's." "No," said Auntie Hampson. "I always understood that the eldest daughter, what's her name? Marian's were all girls." "I believe they are, aren't they, Edwin?" "How can I tell?" said Edwin. It was a marvel to him how his auntie collected her information. Neither she nor Clara had ever been in the slightest degree familiar with the Orgreaves, and Maggie, so far as he knew, was not a gossiper. He thought he perceived, however, the explanation of Mrs. Hamps's visit. She had encountered in the street a phenomenon which would not harmonize with facts of her own knowledge, and the discrepancy had disturbed her to such an extent that she had been obliged to call in search of relief. There was that, and there was also her natural inclination to show herself off on her triumphant 60th birthday. "Charles Orgreave isn't married, is he?" she inquired. "No," said Maggie. 7. Silence fell upon this enigma of Janet's entirely unaccountable nephew. "Charlie may be married," said Edwin humorously at length. "You never know. It's a funny world. I suppose you've seen," he looked particularly at his auntie, "that your friend Parnell's dead?" She affected to be outraged. "I've seen that Parnell is dead," she rebuked him with solemn quietness. "I saw it on a poster as I came up. I don't want to be uncharitable, but it was the best thing he could do. I do hope we've heard the last of all this Home Rule now." Like many people, Mrs. Hamps was apparently convinced that the explanation of Parnell's scandalous fall and of his early death was to be found in the inherent viciousness of the Home Rule cause, and also that the circumstances of his end were a proof that Home Rule was cursed of God. She reasoned with equal power forwards and backwards, and she was so earnest and so dignified that Edwin was sneaped into silence. Once more he could not keep from his face a look that seemed to apologize for his opinions. And all the heroic and passionate grandeur of Parnell's furious career shrivelled up to mere sordidness before the inability of one narrow-minded and ignorant but vigorous woman to appreciate its quality. Not only did Edwin feel apologetic for himself, but also for Parnell. He wished he had not tried to be funny about Parnell. He wished he had not mentioned him. The brightness of the birthday was for an instant clouded. "I don't know what's coming over things," Auntie Hamps murmured sadly, staring out of the window at the street gay with October sunshine. "What with that, and what with those terrible baccarat scandals, and now there's this free education that we ratepayers have to pay for. They'll be giving the children of the working classes free meals next," she added, with a remarkably intelligent anticipation. "Oh, well, never mind," Edwin soothed her. She gazed at him in loving reproach, and he felt guilty because he only went to chapel about once in 2 months, and even then from sheer moral cowardice. "Can you give me those measurements, Maggie?" Mrs. Hamps asked suddenly. "I'm on my way to Brunt's." The women left the room together. Edwin walked idly to the window. After all, he had perhaps been wrong concerning the motive of her visit. The next moment he caught sight of Janet and the unaccountable
Volume 4, Chapter 2 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Volume 4, Chapter 2, Janet's Nephew. Edwin was a fairly conspicuous object at the dining-room window. As Janet and the child drew level with the corner, her eye accidentally caught Edwin's. He nodded, smiling, and took the cigarette out of his mouth and waved it. They were old friends. He was surprised to notice that Janet blushed and became self-conscious. She returned his smile awkwardly, and then, giving a gesture to signify her intention, she came in at the gate. Which action surprised Edwin still more. With all her little freedoms of manner, Janet was essentially a woman stately and correct, and time had emphasized these qualities in her. It was not in the least like her to pay informal, capricious calls at 10:15 in the morning. He went to the front door and opened it. She was persuading the child up the tiled steps. The breeze dashed gaily into the house. "Good morning. You're out early." "Good morning. Yes, we've just been down to the post office to send off a telegram. Haven't we, George?" She entered the hall, the boy following, and shook hands, meeting Edwin's gaze fairly. Her esteem for him, her confidence in him, shone in her troubled, candid eyes. She held herself proudly, mastering her curious constraint. "Now just see that," she said, pointing to a fleck of black mud on the virgin elegance of her pale brown costume. Edwin thought anew, as he had often thought, that she was a distinguished and delightful piece of goods. He never ceased to be flattered by her regard, but with harsh, masculine impartiality he would not minimize to himself the increasing cleft under her chin, nor the deterioration of her once brilliant complexion. "Well, young man," Edwin greeted the boy with that insolent familiarity which adults permit themselves to children who are perfect strangers. "I thought I'd just run in and introduce my latest nephew to you," said Janet quickly, adding, "and then that would be over." "Oh," Edwin murmured. "Come into the drawing, will you? Maggie's upstairs." They passed into the drawing-room, where a servant in striped print was languidly caressing the glass of a bookcase with a duster. "You can leave this a bit," Edwin said curtly to the girl, who obsequiously acquiesced and fled, forgetting a brush on a chair. "Sit down, will you?" Edwin urged awkwardly. "And which particular nephew is this? I may tell you he's already raised a great deal of curiosity in the town." Janet, most unusually, blushed again. "Has he?" she replied. "Well, he isn't my nephew at all, really, but we pretend he is, don't we, George? It's cosier. This is Master George Cannon." "Cannon? You don't mean— You remember Mrs. Cannon, don't you? Hilda Lessways? Now, Georgie, come and shake hands with Mr. Clayhanger." But George would not. "2. Indeed," Edmund exclaimed, very feebly. He knew not whether his voice was natural or unnatural. He felt as if he had received a heavy blow with a sandbag over the heart, not a symbolic, but a real physical blow. He might, standing innocent in the street, have been staggeringly assailed by a complete stranger of mild and harmless appearance who had then passed tranquilly on. Dizzy astonishment held him, to the exclusion of any other sentiment. He might have gasped, foolish and tottering, Why, what's the meaning of this? What's happened?" He looked at the child uncomprehendingly, idiotically. Little by little, it seemed an age, and was in fact a few seconds, he resumed his faculties, and remembered that in order to keep a conventional self-respect he must behave in such a manner as to cause Janet to believe that her revelation of the child's identity had in no way disturbed him. To act a friendly indifference seemed to him then to be the most important duty in life, and he knew not why. "I thought," he said in a low voice, and then he began again, "I thought you hadn't been seeing anything of Mrs. Cannon, for a long time now." The child was climbing on a chair at the window that gave on the garden, absorbed in exploration and discovery, quite ignoring the adults. Either Janet had forgotten him, or she had no hope of controlling him, and was trusting to chance, that the young wild stag would do nothing too dreadful. "Well," she admitted, "we haven't." Her constraint recurred. Very evidently she had to be careful about what she said. There were reasons why even to Edward she would not be frank. "I only brought him down from London yesterday." Edwin trembled as he put the question. "Is she here too, Mrs. Cannon?" Somehow he could only refer to Mrs. Cannon as her and she. "Oh, no," said Janet in a tone to indicate that there was no possibility of Mrs. Cannon being in Bursley. He was relieved. Yes, he was glad. He felt that he could not have endured the sensation of her nearness, of her actually being in the next house. Her presence at the Augleys would have made the neighbourhood, the whole town, dangerous. It would have subjected him to the risk of meeting her suddenly at any corner. Nay, he would have been forced to go in cold blood to encounter her, and he knew that he could not have borne to look at her. The constraint of such an interview would have been torture too acute. Strange that though he was absolutely innocent, though he had done naught but suffer, he should feel like a criminal, should have the criminal's shifting, downcast glance. 3. "Auntie," cried the boy, "can't I go into the garden? There's a swing there." "Oh, no," said Janet. "This isn't our garden. We must go home. We only just called in, and big boys who won't shake hands." Yes, Edwin dreamily stopped her. "Let him go into the garden for a minute if he wants to. You can't run off like that. Come along, my lord." he saw an opportunity of speaking to her out of the child's hearing. Janet consented, perhaps divining his wish. The child turned and stared deliberately at Edwin, and then plunged forward, too eager to await guidance, towards the conquest of the garden. Standing silent and awkward in the garden porch, they watched him violently agitating the swing, a contrivance erected by a good-natured Uncle Edwin for the diversion of Clara's offspring. "How old is he?" Edwin demanded, for the sake of saying something. "About 9, said Janet. "He doesn't look it." "No, but he talks it, sometimes." George did not in fact look his age. He was slight and small, and he seemed to have no bones, nothing but articulations that functioned with equal ease in all possible directions. His skin was pale and unhealthy. His eyes had an expression of fatigue, or he might have been ophthalmic. He spoke loudly, his gestures were brusque, and his life was apparently made up of a series of intense, absolute absorptions. The general effect of his personality upon Edwin was not quite agreeable, and Edwin's conclusion was that George, in addition to being spoiled, was a profound and rather irritating egoist by nature. "By the way," he murmured, "what's Mr. Cannon?" "Oh," said Janet, hesitating, with emotion, "she's a widow." He felt sick. Janet might have been a doctor who had informed him that he was suffering from an unexpected disease, and that an operation severe and perilous lay in front of him. The impartial observer in him asked somewhat disdainfully why he should allow himself to be deranged in this physical manner, and he could only reply feebly and very meekly that he did not know. He felt sick. Suddenly he said to himself, making a discovery, "Of course she won't come to Bursley. She'd be ashamed to meet me." "How long?" he demanded of Janet. "It was last year, I think," said Janet, with emotion increased, her voice heavy with the load of its sympathy. When he first knew Janet, an extraordinary, quick, generous concern for others had been one of her chief characteristics. But of late years, though her deep universal kindness had not changed, she seemed to have hardened somewhat on the surface. Now he found again the earlier Janet. "You never told me." "The truth is, we didn't know," Janet said, and without giving Edwin time to put another question, she continued, "The poor thing's had a great deal of trouble, a very great deal. George's health now. The sea air doesn't suit him, and Hilda couldn't possibly leave Brighton." "Oh, she's still at Brighton?" "Yes." "Let me see, she used to be at, what was it, Preston Street?" Janet glanced at him with interest. "What a memory you've got! Why, it's 10 years since she was here." "Nearly," said Edwin. "It just happened to stick in my mind. You remember she came down to the shop to ask me about trains and things the day she left?" "Did she?" Janet exclaimed, raising her eyebrows. Edwin had been suspecting that possibly Hilda had given some hint to Janet as to the nature of her relations with him. He now ceased to suspect that. He grew easier. He gathered up the reins again, though in a rather limp hand. "Why is she so bound to stay in Brighton?" he inquired with affected boldness. "She's got a boarding-house." "I see. Well, it's a good thing she has a private income of her own." "That's just the point," said Janet sadly. "We very much doubt if she has any private income any longer." Edwin waited for further details, but Janet seemed to speak unwilling. She would follow him, but she would not lead. 4. Behind them he could hear the stir of Mrs. Hamps's departure. She and Maggie were coming down the stairs. Guessing not the dramatic arrival of Janet Orgreave and the mysterious nephew, Mrs. Hamps, having peeped into the empty dining-room, said, "I suppose the dear boy has gone," and forthwith went herself. Edwin smiled cruelly at the thought of what her joy would have been actually to inspect the mysterious nephew at close quarters, and to learn the strange, suspicious truth that he was not a nephew after all. "Auntie!" yelled the boy across the garden. "Come along, we must go now," Janet retorted, "No, I want you to swing me. Make me swing very high." "George." "Oh, let him swing a bit," said Edwin. "I'll go and swing him." And calling loudly to the boy, "I'll come and swing you." "He's dreadfully spoiled," Janet protested. "You'll make him worse." "I don't care," said Edwin carelessly. He seemed to understand, better than he had ever done with Clara's letter, how and why parents came to spoil their children. It was not because they feared a struggle of wills, but because of the unreasoning, instinctive pleasure to be derived from the conferring of pleasure, especially when the pleasure thus conferred might involve doubtful consequences. He had not cared for the boy, did not care for him. In theory he had the bachelor's fictitious horror of a spoiled child. Nevertheless, he would now support the boy against Janet. His instinct said, "He wants something, I can give it to him. Let him have it. Never mind consequences, he shall have it." He crossed the damp grass, and felt the breeze and the sun. The sky was a moving medley of Chinese white and Prussian blue, that harmonized admirably with the India-red architecture which framed it on all sides. The high trees in the garden of the Orgreaves were turning to rich yellows and browns, and dead leaves slanted slowly down from their summits, a few reaching even the Clayhanger garden, speckling its evergreen with ochre. On the other side of the west wall, traps and carts rattled and rumbled and creaked along Trafalgar Road. The child had stopped swinging, and greeted him with a most heavenly, persuasive, grateful smile. A different child, a sudden angel with delicate, distinguished gestures. A wondrous screwing up of the eyes in the sun. Weak eyes, perhaps. The thick eyebrows recalled Hilda's. Possibly he had Hilda's look. Or was that fancy? Edwin was sure that he would never have guessed George's parentage. "Now," he warned, "hold tight." And going behind the boy, he strongly clasped his slim little waist in its blue sailor-cloth, and sent the whole affair, swing-seat and boy and all, flying to the skies. And the boy shrieked in the violence of his ecstasy, and his cap fell on the grass. Edwin worked hard without relaxing. "Go on, go on," the boy shriekingly commanded. And amid these violent efforts and brusque, delicious physical contacts, Edwin was calmly penetrated and saturated by the mystic effluence that is disengaged from young children. He had seen his father dead, and had thought, "Here is the most majestic and impressive enigma that the earth can show." But the child George, aged 9 and seeming more like 7, offered an enigma surpassing in solemnity that of death. This was Hilda's. This was hers, who had left him a virgin. With a singular thrilled impassivity, he imagined, not bitterly, the history of Hilda. She who was his by word and by kiss had given her mortal frame to the unknown canon, yielded it. She had conceived. At some moment when he, Edwin, was alive and suffering, she had conceived. She had ceased to be a virgin. Quickly, with an astounding quickness, for was not George 9 years old, she had passed from virginity to motherhood. And he imagined all that too, all of it, clearly. And here, swinging and shrieking, exerting the powerful and unique charm of infancy, was the miraculous sequel. Another individuality, a new being, definitely formed, with character and volition of its own, unlike any other individuality in the universe. Something fresh, something unimaginably created, a phenomenon absolutely original of the pride and the tragedy of life. George. Yesterday she was a virgin, and today there was this. And this might have been his, ought to have been his. Yes, he thrilled secretly amid all those pushings and joltings. The mystery obsessed him. He had no rancour against Hilda. He was incapable of rancour, except a kind of wilful, fostered rancour in trifles. Thus he never forgave the inventor of Saturday afternoon Bible classes. But rancour against Hilda? No, her act had been above rancour, like an act of heaven. And she existed yet, on a spot of the earth's surface entitled Brighton, which he could locate upon a map. She existed, a widow, in difficulty, keeping a boarding-house. She ate, slept, struggled. She brushed her hair. He could see her brushing her hair. And she was 34, was it? The wonder of the world amazed and shook him, and it appeared to him that his career was more romantic than ever. George, with dangerous abruptness, wriggled his legs downwards and slipped off the seat of the swing, not waiting for Edwin to stop it. He rolled on the grass and jumped up in haste. He'd had enough. "Well, want any more?" Edwin asked, breathing hard. The child made a shy, negative sigh, twisting his tousled head down into his right shoulder. After all, he was not really impudent, brazen. He could show delicious timidity. Edwin decided that he was an enchanting child. He wanted to talk to him, but he could not think of anything natural and reasonable to say by way of opening. "You haven't told me your name, you know," he began at length. "How do I know what your name is?" "George, yes, but George what? George is nothing by itself. I know 10 million Georges." The child smiled. "George Edwin Cannon," he replied shyly. 5. "Now, George," came Janet's voice, more firmly than before. After all, she meant in the end to be obeyed. She was learning her business as aunt to this new and difficult nephew, but learn it she would, and thoroughly. "Come on," Edwin counselled the boy. They went together to the house. Maggie had found Janet, and the two were conversing. Soon afterwards, aunt and nephew departed. "How very odd," murmured Maggie, with an unusual intonation, in the hall, as Edwin was putting on his hat to return to the shop. But whether she was speaking to herself or to him, he knew not. "What?" he asked gruffly. "Well," she said, "isn't it?" She was more like Auntie Hamps, more like Clara, than herself in that moment. He resented the suspicious implications of her tone. He was about to give her one of his rude, curt rejoinders, but happily he remembered in time that scarce half an hour earlier he had turned over a new leaf. Volume 4, Chapter 3 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Volume 4, Chapter 3, Adventure. It was when Edwin fairly reached the platform at Victoria Station and saw the grandiose express waiting its own moment to start, that the strange irrational quality of his journey first fully impressed him and frightened him, so much that he was almost ready to walk out of the station again. To come gradually into London from the north, to pass from the Manchester train, half full of Midlanders, through Bloomsbury, into the preoccupied, struggling and untidy Strand, this gave no shock, typified nothing definite. But having spent a night in London deliberately to leave it for the south, where he had never been, of which he was entirely ignorant, that was like an explicit self-committal, like turning the back on the last recognizable landmark in an ill-considered voyage of pure adventure. The very character of Victoria Station and of this express was different from that of any other station and express in his experience. It was unstrenuous, soft. It had none of the busy harshness of the Midlands. It spoke of pleasure, relaxation, a spending free from all worry and humiliation of getting. Everybody who came towards this train came with an assured air of wealth and of dominion. Everybody was well dressed. Many, if not most, of the women were in furs. Some had expensive and delicate dogs. Some had pale, elegant footmen, being too august even to speak to porters. All the luggage was luxurious. Handbags could be seen that were worth £15 or £20 apiece. There was no question of first, second, or third class, as there was no class at all on this train. Edwin had the apologetic air of the provincial, who is determined to be as good as anybody else. When he sat down in the vast interior of one of these gilded vehicles, he could not dismiss from his face the consciousness that he was an intruder, that he did not belong to that world. He was ashamed of his hand-baggage, and his gesture in tipping the porter lacked carelessness. Of course, he pretended a frowning, absorbed interest in a newspaper, but the very newspaper was strange. He guessed not that unless he glanced first at the penultimate column of page 1 thereof, he convicted himself of not knowing his way about. He could not think consecutively, not even of his adventure. His brain was in a maze of anarchy. But at frequent intervals recurred the query, "What the devil am I up to?" And he would uneasily smile to himself. When the train rolled with all its majesty out of the station and across the Thames, he said to himself, fearful, "Well, I've done it now." 2. On the Thursday he had told Maggie with affected casualness that on the Friday he might have to go to London about a new machine. Sheer invention. Fortunately, Maggie had been well drilled by her father in the manner proper to women in accepting announcements connected with business. And Edwin was just as laconic and mysterious as Darius had been about business. It was a word that ended arguments, or prevented them. On the Friday he had said that he should go in the afternoon. On being asked whether he should return on the Saturday, he had replied that he did not know, but that he would telegraph. Whereupon Maggie had said that if he stayed away for the weekend, she would probably have all the children up for dinner and tea. At the shop, "Stifford," he had said, "I suppose you don't happen to know a good hotel in Brighton. I might run down there for the weekend if I don't come back tomorrow. But you needn't say anything." "No, sir." Stifford had discreetly concurred in the suggestion. "They say there's really only one hotel in Brighton, sir, the Royal Sussex, but I've never been there." Edwin had replied, "Not the Metropole, then?" "Oh, no, sir." Stifford had become a great and wonderful man, and Edwin's constant fear was that he might lose this indispensable prop to his business. For Stifford, having done a little irregular commercial travelling in Staffordshire and the neighbouring counties, had been seized with the romance of travelling. He frequented the society of real commercial travellers, and was gradually becoming a marvellous encyclopaedia of information about hotels, routes, and topography. Edwin, having been to the bank himself, instead of sending Stifford, had departed with the minimum of ostentation. He had, in fact, crept away. Since the visit of Janet and the child, he had not seen either of them again, nor had he mentioned the child to anybody at all. 3. When, in an astounding short space of time, he stood in the King's Road at Brighton, it seemed to him that he was in a dream, that he was not really at Brighton, that town which for so many years had been to him naught but a romantic name. Had his adventurousness, his foolhardiness, indeed, carried him so far? As for Brighton, it corresponded with no dream. It was vaster than any imagining of it. Edwin had only seen the pleasure cities of the poor and of the middling, such as Blackpool and Llandudno. He had not conceived what wealth would do when it organized itself for the purposes of distraction. The train had prepared him to a certain extent, but not sufficiently. He suddenly saw Brighton in its autumnal pride, Brighton beginning one of the fine weekends, and he had to admit that the number of rich and idle people in the world surpassed his provincial notions. For miles westwards and miles eastwards, against a formidable background of high, yellow, and brown architecture, persons, the luxuriousness of any one of whom would have drawn remarks in Bursley, walked or drove or rode in thronging multitudes. Edwin could comprehend lolling by the sea in August, but in late October it seemed unnatural, fantastic. The air was full of the trot of glossy horses, and the rattle of bits, and the roll of swift wheels, and the fall of elegant souls on endless clean pavements. It was full of the consciousness of being correct and successful. Many of the faces were monstrously ugly. Most were dissatisfied and querulous, but they were triumphant. Even the pale beings in enlarged perambulators, pulled solemnly to and fro by their aged fellow-beings, were triumphant. The scared, the maimed, yes, and the able-bodied, blind, trusting to the arms of friends, were triumphant, and the enormous policeman, respectfully bland, confident in the system which had chosen them and fattened them, gave, as it were, to the scene an official benediction. The bricks and stucco which fronted the sea on the long embanked promenade never sank lower than a 4-story boarding-house, and were continually rising to the height of some gilt-lettered hotel, and at intervals rose sheer into the skies, 6, 8, 10 stories, where a hotel, admittedly the grandest on any shore of ocean, sent terracotta chimneys to lose themselves amid the pearly clouds. Nearly every building was a lodgment waiting for the rich, and nearly every great bow-window, out of tens of thousands of bow-windows bulging forward in an effort to miss no least glimpse of the full prospect, exhibited the apparatus and the menials of gourmandise. And the eye, following the interminable irregular horizontal lines of architecture, was foiled in the far distances, and still farther off, after a break of indistinguishable brown, it would catch again the receding run of roofs, simplified by atmosphere into featureless rectangles of grey against sapphire or rose. There were 2 piers that strode and sprawled into the sea, and these also were laden with correctness and with domination. And between the 2, men were walking miraculously on the sea to build a 3rd that should stride farther and deeper than the others. 4. Amid the crowd, stamping and tapping his way monotonously along with the assured obstinacy of a mendicant experienced and hardened, came a shabby man bearing on his breast a large label with these words, "Blind through boy throwing mortar, discharged from 4 hospitals, incurable." Edwin's heart seemed to be constricted. He thought of the ragged, snarling touts who had fawned to him at the station, and of the creatures locked in the cellars whence came beautiful odours of confectionery and soup through the pavement gratings, and of the slatternly women who kept thrusting flowers under his nose, and the half-clad infants who skimmed before the wind yelling the names of newspapers. All was not triumph. Where triumph was, there also must be the conquered. She was there, she too, somewhere close to him. He recalled the exact tone of Janet's voice as she had said, "The poor thing's had a great deal of trouble." A widow trying to run a boarding-house and not succeeding. Why, there were hundreds upon hundreds of boarding-houses, all large, all imposing, all busy at the end of October. Where was hers hidden away, her pathetic little boarding-house? Preston Street. He knew not where Preston Street was, and he had purposely refrained from inquiring. But he might encounter it at any moment. He was afraid to look too closely at the street signs as he passed them. Afraid. "What am I doing here?" he asked himself curiously, and sometimes pettishly. "What's my object? Where's the sense of it? I'm nothing but a damned fool. I've got no plan. I don't know what I'm going to do." It was true. He had no plan, and he did not know what he was going to do. What he did most intimately know was that the idea of her nearness made him tremble. "I'd much better go back at once," he said. He walked miles, until he came to immense and silent squares of huge palatial houses, and wide transversal avenues running far up into the land and into the dusk. In these vast avenues, and across these vast squares, infrequent carriages sped like mechanical toys guided by mannikins. The sound of the sea waxed, and then he saw the twinkle of lights, and then fire ran slowly along the promenade, until the whole map of it was drawn out in flame, and he perceived that, though he had walked a very long way, the high rampart of houses continued still interminably beyond him. He turned. He was tired. His face caught the full strength of the rising wind. Foam gleamed on the rising tide. In the profound violet sky to the east stars shone and were wiped out in fields, but to the west silver tarried. He had not seen Preston Street, and it was too dark now to decipher the signs. He was glad. He went on and on with rapidly increasing fatigue, disgust, impatience. The thronging multitudes had almost disappeared, but many illuminated vehicles were flitting to and fro, and the shops were brilliant. He was so exhausted by the pavements that he could scarcely walk. And Brighton became for him the most sorrowful city on earth. "What am I doing here?" he asked himself savagely. However, by dint of sticking doggedly to it, he did in the end reach the hotel. 5. After dinner and wine, both of which, by their surprising and indeed unique excellence, fostered the prestige of Stifford as an authority upon hotels, Edwin was conscious of new strength and cheerfulness. He left the crowded and rose-lit dining-room early, because he was not at ease amid its ceremoniousness of attire and of service, and went into the turkey-carpeted hall, whose porter suddenly sprang into proprietary life on seeing him. He produced a cigarette, and with passionate haste the porter produced a match, and by his method of holding the flame to the cigarette, deferential and yet firm, proved that his young existence had not been wasted in idleness. When the cigarette was alight, the porter surveyed his work with a pleased smile. "Another rare storm blowing up, sir," said the porter. "Yes," said Edwin, "I've been giving the window of my room a fine shake." The porter glanced at the clock. "High tide in half an hour, sir." "I think I'll go out and have a look at it," said Edwin. "Yes, sir." "By the way," Edwin added, "I suppose you haven't got a map of Brighton?" "Certainly, sir," said the porter, and with a rebirth of passion began to search among the pile of timetables and other documents on a table behind him. Edwin wished he had not asked for the map. He had not meant to ask for it. The words had said themselves. He gazed unseeing at the map for a few instants. "What particular street did you want, sir?" the porter murmured. In deciding how to answer, it seemed to Edwin that he was deciding the hazard of his life. "Preston Street." "Oh, Preston Street," the porter repeated in a relieved tone, as if assuring Edwin that there was nothing very esoteric about Preston Street. "It's just beyond the Metropole. You know Regency Square? Well, it's the next street after that. There's a club at the corner." In the afternoon, then, Edwin must have walked across the end of Preston Street twice. This thought made him tremble as at the perception of a danger past but unperceived at the moment. The porter gave his whole soul to the putting of Edwin's overcoat on Edwin's back. He offered the hat with an obeisance, and having ushered Edwin into the night so that the illustrious guest might view the storm, he turned with a sudden new mysterious supply of zeal to other guests who were now emerging from the dining-room. 6. The hotel fronted north on an old sheltered square where no storm raged, but simultaneously with Edwin's first glimpse of the sea, the wind struck him a tremendous blow, and continued to strike. He had the peculiar grim joy of the Midlander and Northerner in defying an element. All the lamps of the promenade were insecurely flickering. Grouped opposite a small jetty was a crowd of sightseers. The dim extremity of the jetty was wreathed in spray, and the waves ran along its side, making curved lines on the masonry like curved lines of a rope shaken from one end. The wet floor of the jetty shone like a mirror. Edwin approached the crowd, and, peeping over black shoulders, could see down into the hollow of the corner between the jetty and the sea wall, where boys on the steps dared the spent waves amid jeering laughter. The crowd had the air of being a family intimately united. Farther on was another similar crowd, near an irregular high fountain of spray that glittered in the dark. On the beach below, at vague distances, were curious rows of apparently tiny people, silhouetted like the edge of a black saw against an excessive whiteness. This whiteness was the sheet of foam that the sea made. It stretched everywhere until the eye lost it seawards. Edwin descended to the beach, adding another tooth to the saw. The tide ran up absolutely white in wide chords of a circle, and then, to the raw noise of disturbed shingle, the chord vanished, and in a moment was recreated. This play went on endlessly, hypnotizing the spectators, who, beaten by the wind and deafened by the sound, stared and stared, safe, at the mysterious and menacing world of spray and foam and darkness. Before was the open, malignant sea. Close behind, on their eminence, The hotels rose in vast cubes of yellow light, moveless, secure, strangely confident that nothing sinister could happen to them. Edwin was aware of emotion. The feel of his overcoat collar upturned against the chin was friendly to him amid that onset of the pathos of the human world. He climbed back to the promenade. Always at the bottom of his mind, the foundation of all the shifting structures in his mind, was the consciousness of his exact geographical relation to Preston Street. He walked westwards along the promenade. "Why am I doing this?" he asked himself again and again. "Why don't I go home? I must be mad to be doing this." Still his legs carried him on, past lamp-post after lamp-post of the wind-driven promenade, now almost deserted. And presently the high-lighted windows of the grandest hotels were to be seen, cut like square holes in the sky. And then the pier, which had flung a string of lanterns over the waves into the storm. And opposite the pier, a dark, empty space and a rectangle of gas lamps, Regency Square. He crossed over and passed up the square and out of it by a tiny side street at hazard. And lo, he was in Preston Street. He went hot and cold. 7. Well, and what then? Preston Street was dark and lonely. The wind charged furiously through it, panting towards the downs. He was in Preston Street, but what could he do? She was behind the black walls of one of those houses. But what then? Could he knock at the door in the night and say, "I've come, I don't know why"? He said, "I shall walk up and down this street once, and then I shall go back to the hotel. That's the only thing to do. I've gone off my head, that's what's the matter with me. I ought to have written to her. Why in the name of God didn't I begin by writing to her? Of course I might write to her from the hotel, send the letter by messenger, tonight, or early tomorrow. Yes, that's what I'll do." He set himself to make the perambulation of the street. Many of the numbers were painted on the fanlights over the doors, and showed plain against illumination. Suddenly he saw the large figures 59. He was profoundly stirred. He had said that the matter with him was that he had gone off his head. But now, staring at that number on the opposite side of the street, he really did not know what was the matter with him. He might have been dying. The front of the house was dark, save for the fanlight. He crossed over and peered down into the area and the black door. A brass plate, "Cannon's Boarding House," he could read. He perspired. It seemed to him that he could see her within the house, mysteriously moving at her feminine tasks. Or did she lie in bed? He had come from Bursley to London, from London to Brighton, and now he had found her portal. It existed. The adventure seemed incredible in its result. Enough for the present. He could stand no more. He walked away, meaning not to return. When he returned 5 minutes later, the fanlight was dark. Had she, in the meantime, come into the hall of the house and extinguished the gas? Strange that all lights should be out in a boarding establishment before 10 o'clock. He stood hesitant quite near the house, holding himself against the wind. Then the door opened a little, as it were stealthily, and a hand and arm crept out, and with a cloth polished the face of the brass plate. He thought in his excited fancy that it was her hand and arm. Within he seemed to distinguish a dim figure. He did not move, could not. The door opened wider, and the figure stood revealed, a woman's. Surely it was she. She gazed at him suspiciously, duster in hand. "What are you standing there for?" she questioned inimically. "We've had enough of loiterers in this street. Please go away." She took him for a knave, expectant of some chance to maraud. She was Volume 4, Chapter 4 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Volume 4, Chapter 4. In Preston Street. He said, "I happened to be in Brighton, so I thought I'd just call, She stared at him, frowning, in the dim, diffused light of the street. "I've been seeing your little boy," he said. "I thought perhaps as I was here you'd like to know how he was getting on." "Why," she exclaimed, with seeming bitterness, "you've grown a beard." "Yes," he admitted foolishly, apologetically. "We can't stand here in this wind," she said, angry with the wind, which was indeed blowing her hair about, and her skirts, and her duster. She did not in words invite him to enter, but she held the door more widely open, and drew back for him to pass. He went in. She closed the door with a bang and rattle of large old-fashioned latches, locks, and chains, and the storm was excluded. They were in the dark of the hall. "Wait till I put my hand on the matches," she said. Then she struck a match, which revealed a common oil lamp with a reservoir of yellow glass and a paper shade. She raised the chimney and lit the lamp, and regulated the wick. Edwin kept silence. The terrible constraint which had half paralyzed him when Janet first mentioned Hilda seized him again. He stood near the woman who, without a word of explanation or regret, had jilted, outraged, and ruined him 10 years before. This was their first meeting after their kisses in his father's shop. And yet she was not on her knees, nor in tears, nor stammering an appeal for forgiveness. It was rather he who was apologetic, who sought excuses. He felt somehow like a criminal, or at least like one who commits an enormous indiscretion. The harsh curves of her hair were the same. Her thick eyebrows were the same. Her blazing glance was the same. Her intensely clear intonation was the same. But she was a profoundly changed woman. Even in his extreme perturbation he could be sure of that. As, bending under the lampshade to arrange the wick, she exposed her features to the bright light, Edwin saw a face marred by anxiety and grief and time, the face of a mature woman with no lingering pretension to girlishness. She was 34, and she looked older than Maggie, and much older than Janet. She was embittered. Her black dress was shabby and untidy, her fingernails irregular, discoloured, and damaged. The aspect of her pained Edwin acutely. It seemed to him a poignant shame that time and sorrow and misfortune could not pass over a young girl's face and leave no mark. When he recalled what she had been, comparing the woman with the delicious, wistful freshness of the girl that lived unaltered in his memory, he was obliged to clear his throat. The contrast was too pathetic to be dwelt on. Only with the woman before him did he fully appreciate the exquisite, innocent simplicity of the girl. In the day of his passion, Hilda had not seemed to him very young, very simple, very wistful. On the contrary, she seemed to have much of the knowledge and the temper of a woman. Having at length subjugated the wick, she straightened her back with a gesture that he knew, and for one instant she was a girl again. 2. "Will you come this way?" she said coldly, holding the lamp in front of her and opening a door. At the same moment another door opened at the far end of the hall. There was a heavy footstep. A great hand and arm showed, and then Edwin had a glimpse of a man's head and shoulders emerging from an oblong flickering firelight. Hilda paused. "All right," she called to the man, who at once disappeared, shutting the door and leaving darkness where it had been. The large shadows cast by Hilda's lamp now had the gaunt hall to themselves again. "Don't be alarmed," she laughed harshly. "It's only the broker's man." Edwin was tongue-tied. If Hilda were joking, what answer could be made to such a pleasantry in such a situation? And if she were speaking the truth, if the bailiffs really were in possession? His life seemed to him once again astoundingly romantic. He had loved this woman, conquered her, and now she was a mere acquaintance, and he was following her stiffly into the recesses of a strange and sinister abode peopled by mysterious men. Was this a Brighton boarding-house? It resembled nothing reputable in his experience. All was incomprehensible. The room into which she led him was evidently the dining-room. Not spacious, perhaps not quite so large as his own dining-room, it was nearly filled by one long, bare table. 8 or 10 monotonous chairs were ranged round the grey walls. In the embrasure of the window was a wicker stand with a withered plant on its summit, and at the other end of the room a walnut sideboard in the most horrible taste. The mantelpiece was draped with dark, knotted and rosetted cloth. Within the fender stood a small paper screen. The walls were hung with ancient and with fairly modern engravings, some big, others little, some coloured, others in black and white, but all distressing in their fatuous ugliness. The ceiling seemed black. The whole room fulfilled pretty accurately the scornful, scrupulous housewife's notion of a lodging-house interior. It was suspect. And in Edwin there was a great deal of the housewife. He was appalled. Obviously the house was small, he had known that from the outside, and the entire enterprise insignificant. This establishment was not in the King's Road, nor on the Marine Parade, nor at Hove. No doubt hundreds of such little places existed precariously in a vast town like Brighton. Widows, of course, were often in straits, and Janet had told him. Nevertheless, he was appalled and completely at a loss to reconcile Hilda with her environment. And then the broker's man. At her bidding he sat down in his overcoat with his hat insecure on his knee, and observed under the lamp the dust on the surface of the long table. Hilda seated herself opposite, so that the lamp was between them, hiding him from her by its circle of light. He wondered what Maggie would have thought, and what Clara would have said, could they have seen him in that obscurity. 3. "So you've seen my boy?" she began, with no softening of tone. "Yes, Janet Orgreave brought him in one morning the other day. He didn't seem to me to be so ill as all that." "Ill?" she exclaimed. "He certainly wasn't ill when I left here. But he had been. The doctor said that this air didn't suit him. It never had suited him. It doesn't suit some folks, you know. People can say what they like. Anyhow, he's a lively piece, no mistake about that." "When he's well, he's very well," said George's mother. "But he's up and down in a minute, and on the whole he's been on the poorly side." He noticed that, though there was no relapse from the correctness of her accent, she was using just such phrases as she might have used had she never quitted her native Turnhill. He looked round the lamp at her furtively, and seemed to see in her shadowed face a particular local quality of sincerity and downrightness that appealed strongly to his admiration. Yet 10 years earlier he had considered her markedly foreign to the Five Towns. That this quality should have survived in her was a proof to him that she was a woman unique. Unique she had been, and unique she still remained. He did not know that he had long ago lost for ever the power of seeing her with a normal vision. He imagined, in his simplicity, which disguised itself as chill, critical impartiality, that he was adding her up with clear-sighted shrewdness. And then she was a mother. That meant a mysterious, a mystic perfecting. For him it was as if among all women she alone had been a mother, so special was his view of the influence of motherhood upon her. He drew together all the beauty of an experience almost universal, transcendentalized it, and centred it on one being. And he was disturbed, baffled, agitated by the effect of the secret workings of his own unsuspected emotion. He was made sad and sadder. He wanted to right wrongs, to efface from hearts the memory of grief, to create bliss. And he knew that this could never be done. He now saw Hilda exclusively as a victim, whose misfortunes were innumerable. Imagine this creature, with her passion for Victor Hugo, obliged by circumstances to polish a brass door-plate surreptitiously at night. Imagine her solitary in this awful house, with the broker's man. Imagine her forced to separate herself from her child. Imagine the succession of disasters that had soured her and transformed seriousness into harshness and acridity. And within that envelope, what a soul must be burning! When he begins to grow, he's scarcely begun to grow yet, Hilda continued about her offspring. Then he will need all his strength. Yes, he will, Edwin concurred heartily. He wanted to ask her, why did you call him Edwin for his second name? Was it his father's name, or your father's, or did you insist on it yourself because— But he could not ask. He could ask nothing. He could not even ask why she had jilted him without a word. He knew naught, and evidently she was determined to give no information. She might at any rate have explained how she had come to meet Janet, and under what circumstances Janet had taken possession of the child. All was a mystery. Her face, when he avoided the lamp, shone in the midst of a huge dark cloud of impenetrable mystery. She was too proud to reveal anything whatever. The grand pride in her forbade her even to excuse her conduct to himself. A terrific woman. 4. Silence fell. His constraint was excruciating. She too was nervous, tapping the table and creaking her chair. He could not speak. "Shall you be going back to Pursley soon?" she demanded. In her voice was desperation. "Oh, yes," he said, thankfully eager to follow up any subject. "On Monday, I expect." "I wonder if you mind giving Janet a little parcel from me, some things of George's. I meant to send it by post, but if you—" "Of course, with pleasure," he seemed to implore her. "It's quite small," she said, rising and going to the sideboard on which lay a little brown paper parcel. His eyes followed her. She picked up the parcel, glanced at it, and offered it to him. "I'll take it across on Monday night," he said fervently. "Thanks." She remained standing. He got up. "No message or anything?" he suggested. "Oh," she said coldly, "I write, you know." "Well—" He made the gesture of departing. There was no alternative. "We're having very rough weather, aren't we?" she said with careless conventionality, as she took the lamp. In the hall, when she held out her hand, he wanted tremendously to squeeze it, to give her through his hand the message of sympathy which his tongue, intimidated by her manner, dared not give. But his hand also refused to obey him. The clasp was strictly ceremonious. As she was drawing the heavy latch of the door, he forced himself to say, "I'm up in Brighton sometimes, off and on. Now I know where you are, I must look you up." She made no answer. She merely said good night as he passed out into the street and the wind. The door banged. 5. Edwin took a long breath. He had seen her. Yes, but the interview had been worse than his worst expectations. He had surpassed himself in futility, in fatuous lack of enterprise. He behaved like a schoolboy. Now, as he plunged up the street with the wind, he could devise easily a dozen ways of animating and guiding and controlling the interview, so that, even if sad, its sadness might have been made agreeable. The interview had been hell, ineffable torture, a perfect crime of clumsiness. It had resulted in nothing, except, of course, that he had seen her. That fact was indisputable. He blamed himself. He cursed himself with really extraordinary savageness. "Why did I go near her?" he demanded. "Why couldn't I keep away? I've simply made myself look a blasted fool, creeping and crawling round her. After all, she did throw me over, and now she's asked me to take a parcel to her confounded kid. The whole thing's ridiculous. And what's going to happen to her in that hole? I don't suppose she's got the least notion of looking after herself. Impossible, the whole thing. If anybody had told me that I should, that she'd—" half of which talk was simple bluster. The parcel was bobbing on its loop against his side. When he reached the top of the street, he discovered that he had been going up it instead of down it. "What am I thinking of?" he grumbled impatiently. However, he would not turn back. He ventured forward, climbing into latitudes whose geography was strange to him, and scarcely seeing a single fellow wanderer beneath the gas lamps. Presently, after a steep hill, he came to a churchyard, and then he redescended, and at last tumbled into a street alive with people who had emerged from a theatre, laughing, lighting cigarettes, linking arms. Their existence seemed shallow, purposeless, infantile, compared to his. He felt himself superior to them. What did they know about life? He would not change with any of them. Recognizing the label on an omnibus, he followed its direction, and arrived almost immediately in the vast square which contained his hotel, and which was illuminated by the brilliant facades of several hotels. The doors of the Royal Sussex were locked because 11 o'clock had struck. He could not account for the period of nearly 3 hours which had passed since he left the hotel. The zealous porter, observing his shadow through the bars, had sprung to unfasten the door before he could ring. 6. Within the hotel reigned gaiety, wine, and the dance. Small tables had been placed in the hall, and at these sat bald-headed men, smoking cigars and sharing champagne with ladies of every age. A white carpet had been laid in the large smoking-room, and through the curtained archway that separated it from the hall, Edwin could see couples revolving in obedience to the music of a piano and a violin. One of the Royal Sussex's Saturday Cinderellas was in progress. The self-satisfied gestures of men inspecting their cigars or lifting glasses, of simpering women glancing on the sly at their jewels, and of youths pulling straight their white waistcoats as they strolled about with the air of Don Juans, invigorated his contempt for the average existence. The tinkle of the music appeared exquisitely tedious in its superficiality. He could not remain in the hall because of the incorrectness of his attire, and the staircase was blocked, to a timid man, by elegant couples apparently engaged in the act of flirtation. He turned, through a group of attendant waiters, into the passage leading to the small smoking-room, which adjoined the discreetly situated bar. This smoking-room, like a club, warm and bright, was empty, but in passing he caught sight of 2 mutually affectionate dandies drinking at the splendid mahogany of the bar. He lit a cigarette. Seated in the smoking-room, he could hear their conversation. He was forced to hear it. "I'm really a very quiet man, old chap, very quiet," said one, with a wavering drawl. "And when they get at me, I was at the club at 1 o'clock. I wasn't drunk, but I had a top on." "You were just gay and cheerful," the other flatteringly and soothingly suggested, in exactly similar wavering drawl. "Yes, I felt as if I wanted to go out somewhere and have another drink. So I went to Willis's rooms. I was in evening dress. You know you have to get a domino for those things. And, of course, you remark at once. I also got a nose. A girl snatched it off me. I told her what I thought of her, and I got another nose. Then 5 fellows tried to snatch my domino off me. Then I did get angry. I landed out with my right, the nearest chap, right on his heart. Not his face, his heart. I knowed him. He asked me afterwards, 'Was that your right?' 'Yes,' I said, 'and my left's worse. I couldn't use my left because they were holding it. You see? You see?' 'Yes,' said the other impatiently and suddenly cantankerous. 'I see that all right. Damned awful rot like those Willis's rooms affairs are getting, if you ask me.' 'Asses!' Edwin exploded within himself. 'Idiots!' He could not tolerate their crassness. He had a hot prejudice against them because they were not as near the core of life as he was himself. It appeared to him that most people died without having lived. Willis's rooms, girls, nose, heart, asses! He surged again out of the small room, desolating the bar with one scornful glance as he went by. He braved the staircase, leaving those scenes of drivelling festivity. In his bedroom, with the wind crashing against the window, he regarded meditatively the parcel. After all, if she meant to have nothing to do with him, she would not have charged him with the parcel. The parcel was a solid fact. The more he thought about it, the more significant a fact it seemed to him. His ears sang with the vibrating intensity of his secret existence, but from the wild
Volume 4, Chapter 5 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Volume 4, Chapter 5, The Bully. The next morning he was up early, preternaturally awake. When he descended, the waiters were waiting for him, and the zealous porter stood ready to offer him a Sunday paper, just as though in the night they had refreshed themselves magically without going to bed. No sign nor relic of the Cinderella remained. He breakfasted in an absent mind, and then went idly into the lounge, a room with one immense circular window giving on the square. Rain was falling heavily. Already from the porter, and in the very mien of the waiters, he had learnt that the Brighton Sunday was ruined. He left the window. On a round table in the middle of the room were ranged, with religious regularity, all the most esoteric examples of periodical literature in our language, from the Iron Trades Review to the Animal's Guardian. With one careless movement he destroyed the balanced perfection of a labour into which some menial had put his soul, and then dropped into a gigantic easy-chair near the fire, whose thin flames were just rising through the interstices of great black lumps of coal. The housekeeper, stiff with embroidered silk, swam majestically into the lounge, bowed with a certain frigid and deferential surprise to the early guest, and proceeded to an inquiry into dust. In a moment she called, sharp and low, "Arthur!" and a page ran eagerly in, to whom, in the difficult corners of upholstery and of sculptured wood, she pointed out his sins of omission, lashing him with a restrained voice that Edwin could scarcely hear. Passing her hand carelessly along the beading of a door-panel, and then examining her fingers, she departed. The page fetched a duster. "I see why this hotel has such a name," said Edwin to himself. And suddenly the image of Hilda in that dark and frowsy tenement in Preston Street, on that wet Sunday morning, filled his heart with a revolt capricious and violent. He sprang to his feet, unreflecting, wilful, and strode into the hall. "Can I have a cab?" he asked the porter. "Certainly, sir," said the porter, as if saying, "You ask me too little. Why will you not ask for a white elephant, so that I may prove my devotion?" And within 5 seconds the screech of a whistle sped through the air to the cab-stand at the corner. 2. "Why am I doing this?" he once more asked himself, when he heard the bell ring in answer to his pull within the house in Preston Street. The desire for a tranquil life had always been one of his strongest instincts, and of late years the instinct had been satisfied, and so strengthened. Now he seemed to be obstinately searching for tumult, and he did not know why. He trembled at the sound of movement behind the door. In a moment, he thought, I shall be right in the thick of it. As he was expecting, she opened the door herself, but only a little, with the gesture habitual to women who live alone in apprehension, and she kept her hand on the latch. "Good morning," he said curtly. "Can I speak to you?" His eyes could not blaze like hers, but all his self-respect depended on his valour now, and with desperation he affronted her. She opened the door wider, and he stepped in, and at once began to wipe his boots on the mat with nervous particularity. "Frightful morning," he grinned. "Yes," she said. "Is that your cab outside?" He admitted that it was. "Perhaps if we go upstairs," she suggested. Thanking her, he followed her upwards into the gloom at the head of the narrow stairs, and then along a narrow passage. The house appeared quite as unfavourably by day as by night. It was shabby. All its tints had merged by use and by time into one tint, nondescript and unpleasant, in which yellow prospered. The drawing-room was larger than the dining-room by the poor width of the hall. It was a heaped, confused mass of chairs, sofas, small tables, draperies, embroideries, and valueless knick-knacks. There was no peace in it for the eye, neither on the walls nor on the floor. The gaze was driven from one ugliness to another without rest. The fireplace was draped, the door was draped, the back of the piano was draped,
and none of the dark, suspicious stuffs showed a clear pattern. The faded chairs were hidden by faded antimacassars. The little futile tables concealed their rickets under vague needlework, on which were displayed in straw or tinsel frames pale portraits of dowdy people who had stood like sheep before 15th-rate photographers. The mantelpiece and the top of the piano were thickly strewn with fragments of coloured earthenware. At the windows hung heavy, dark curtains from great rings that gleamed gilt near the ceiling, and lest the light which they admitted should be too powerful, it was further screened by greyish-white curtains within them. The carpet was covered in most places by small rugs or bits of other carpets, and in the deep shadows beneath sofas and chairs and behind the piano it seemed to slip altogether out of existence into black nothingness. The room lacked ventilation, but had the appearance of having been recently dusted. 3. Hilda closed the draped door with a mysterious, bitter, cynical smile. "Sit down," she said coldly. "Last night," Edwin began, without sitting down, "when you mentioned the broker's man, were you joking, or did you mean it?" She was taken aback. "Did I say broker's man?" "Well," said Edwin, "you've not forgotten, I suppose." She sat down, with some precision of pose, on the principal sofa. "Yes," she said at length, "as you're so curious. The landlords are in possession." "The bailiff's still here?" "Yes." "But what are you going to do?" "I'm expecting them to take the furniture away tomorrow or Tuesday at the latest," she replied. "And then what?" "I don't know." "But haven't you got any money?" She took a purse from her pocket and opened it with a show of impartial curiosity. 2 and 7, she said. "Any servant in the house?" "What do you think?" she replied. "Didn't you see me cleaning the door-plate last night? I do like that to look nice, at any rate." "I don't see much use in that looking nice when you've got the bailiffs in, and no servant, and no money," Edwin said roughly, and added, still more roughly, "What should you do if anyone came inquiring for rooms?" He tried to guess her real mood, but her features would betray nothing. "I was expecting 3 old ladies, sisters, next week," she said. "I've been hoping I could hold out till they came. They're horrid women, though they don't know it. But they've stayed a couple of months in this house every winter for I don't know how many years, and they're firmly convinced it's the best house in Brighton. They're quite enough to keep it going by themselves when they're here, but I shall have to write and tell them not to come this time." "Yes," said Edwin, "but I keep asking you, what then?" "And I keep saying I don't know." "You must have some plans." "I haven't." She put her lips together and dimpled her chin, and again cynically smiled. At any rate, she had not resented his inquisition. "I suppose you know you're behaving like a perfect fool," he suggested angrily. She did not wince. "And what if I am? What's that got to do with you?" she asked, as if pleasantly puzzled. "You'll starve. You can't live forever on 2 and 7. "Well? And the boy, is he going to starve?" "Oh," said Hilda, "Janet would look after him till something turns up. The fact is, that's one reason why I allowed her to take him in." "Something turns up. Something turns up," Edwin repeated deliberately, letting himself go. "You make me absolutely sick. It's absolutely incredible how some people will let things slide. What in the name of God Almighty do you think will turn up?" "I don't know," she said, with a certain weakness, still trying to be placidly bitter, and not now succeeding. "Where is the bailiff, Johnny?" "He's in the kitchen with one of his friends, drinking." Edwin, with bravado, flopped his hat down forcibly on a table, pushed a chair aside, and strode towards the door. "Where are you going?" she asked in alarm, standing up. "Where do you suppose I'm going? I'm going to find out from that chap how much will settle it. If you can't show any common sense for yourself, other folk must show some for you. That's all. The brokers in the house, I never heard of such work." And indeed, To a respected and successful tradesman, the entrance of the bailiffs into a house did really seem to be the very depth of disaster and shame for the people of that house. Edwin could not remember that he had ever before seen a bailiff. To him, a bailiff was like a bug, something heard of, something known to exist, but something not likely to enter the field of vision of an honest and circumspect man. He would deal with the bailiff. He would have a short way with the bailiff. Secure in the confidence of his bankers, he was ready to bully the innocent bailiff. He would not reflect, would not pause. He had heated himself, his steam was up, and he would not let the pressure be weakened by argumentative hesitations. His emotion was not disagreeable. When he was in the passage, he heard the sound of a sob. Prudently he had not banged the door after him. He stopped and listened. Was it a sob? Then he heard another sob. He went back to the drawing-room. 4. Yes, she stood in the middle of the room, weeping. Save Clara, and possibly once or twice Maggie, he had never seen a woman cry, that is, in circumstances of intimacy. He had seen women crying in the street, and the spectacle usually pained him. On occasion he had very nearly made Maggie cry, and had felt exceedingly uncomfortable. But now, as he looked at the wet eyes and the shaken bosom of Hilda Cannon, he was aware of acute joy. Exquisite moment. Damn her! He could have taken her and beaten her in his sudden passion, a passion not of revenge, not of punishment. He could have made her scream with the pain that his love would inflict. She tried to speak, and failed in a storm of sobs. He had left the door open. Half blind with tears, she dashed to the door and shut it, and then turned and fronted him, with her hands hovering near her face. "I can't let you do it," she murmured imploringly, plaintively, and yet with that still obstinate bitterness in her broken voice. "Then who is to do it?" he demanded, less bitterly than she had spoken, nevertheless not softly. "Who is to keep you if I don't? Have you got any other friends who will stand by you?" "I've got the Orgreaves," she answered. "And do you think it would be better for the Orgreaves to keep you, or for me?" As she made no response, he continued, "Anybody else beside the Orgreaves?" "No," she muttered sulkily. "I'm not the sort of woman that makes a lot of friends. I expect people don't like me as a rule." "You're the sort of woman that behaves like a blooming infant," he said. "Supposing I don't help you? What then, I keep asking you? How shall you get money? You can only borrow it, and there's nobody but Janet, and she'd have to ask her father for it. Of course, if you'd sooner borrow from Osmond Orgreave than from me—" "I don't want to borrow from anyone," she protested. "Then you want to starve, and he wants your boy to starve, or else to live on charity. Why don't you look facts in the face? You'll have to look them in the face sooner or later, and the sooner the better. You think you're doing a fine thing by sitting tight and bearing it and saying nothing and keeping it all a secret until you get pitched into the street. Let me tell you, you aren't." 5. She dropped into a chair by the piano and rested her elbows on the curved lid of the piano. "You're frightfully cruel," she sobbed, hiding her face. He fidgeted away to the larger of the two windows, which was bayed, so that the room could boast a view of the sea. On the floor he noticed an open book, pages downwards. He picked it up. It was the poems of Crashaw, an author he had never read but had always been intending to read. Outside, the driver of his cab was bunching up his head and shoulders together under a large umbrella, upon which the rain spattered. The flanks of the resigned horse glistened with rain. "You needn't talk about cruelty," he remarked, staring hard at the signboard of an optician opposite. He could hear the faint clanging of church bells. After a pause she said, as if apologetically, "Keeping a boarding-house isn't my line, but what could I do? My sister-in-law had it, and I was with her, and when she died. Besides, I dare say I can keep a boarding-house as well as plenty of other people, but, well, it's no use going into that." Edwin abruptly sat down near her. "Come now," he said less harshly, more persuasively. "How much do you owe?" "Oh," she cried, pouting and shifting her feet. "It's out of the question. They've distrained for £75. "I don't care if they've distrained for £775. She seemed just like a girl to him again now, in spite of her face and her figure. "If that was cleared off, you could carry on, couldn't you? This is just the season. Could you get a servant in time for these 3 sisters?" "I could get a charwoman anyhow," she said unwillingly. "Well, do you owe anything else?" "There'll be the expenses." "Of the distraint?" "Yes." "That's nothing. I shall lend you £100. It just happens that I've got £50 on me in notes. That and a cheque will settle the bailiff person, and the rest of the 100 I'll send you by post. It'll be a bit of working capital." She rose and threaded between chairs and tables to the sofa, several feet from Edwin. With a vanquished and weary sigh, she threw herself onto the sofa. "I never knew there was anybody like you in the world," she breathed, flicking away some fluff from her breast. She seemed to be regarding him not as a benefactor, but as a natural curiosity. 6. He looked at her like a conqueror. He had taught her a thing or two. He had been a man. He was proud of himself. He was proud of all sorts of details in his conduct. The £50 in notes, for example, was not an accident. Since the death of his father he had formed the habit of never leaving his base of supplies without a provision far in excess of what he was likely to need. He was extravagant in nothing, but the humiliations of his penurious youth and early manhood had implanted in him a morbid fear of being short of money. He had fantastically surmised circumstances in which he might need a considerable sum at Brighton. And lo, the sequel had transformed his morbidity into prudence. "This time yesterday," he reflected in his triumph, "I hadn't even seen her, and didn't know where she was. Last night I was a fool. Half an hour ago she herself hadn't a notion that I was going to get the upper hand of her. Why, it isn't 2 days yet since I left home. And look where I am now." With pity and with joy he watched her slowly wiping her eyes. 34, perhaps, yet a child compared to him. But if she did not give a natural, ingenuous smile of relief, it was because she could not. If she acted foolishly, it was because of her tremendous haughtiness. However, he had learned that. He had shown her her master. He felt that she had been profoundly wronged by destiny, and that gentleness must be lavished upon her. In a casual tone he began to talk about the most rapid means of getting rid of the bailiff. He could not tolerate the incubus of the bailiff a moment longer than was absolutely unavoidable. At intervals a misgiving shot like a thin flying needle through the solid satisfaction of his sensations. "She's a strange and an incalculable woman. Why am I doing this?" Volume 4, Chapter 6 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Volume 4, Chapter 6. The Rendezvous. In the afternoon the weather cleared somewhat. Edwin, vaguely blissful, but with nothing to occupy him save reflection, sat in the lounge drinking tea at a Moorish table. An old Jew, who was likewise drinking tea at a Moorish table, had engaged him in conversation, and was relating the history of a burglary in which he had lost from his flat in Bolton Street, Piccadilly, 19 gold cigarette cases and 37 jewelled scarf-pins, tokens of esteem and regard offered to him by friends and colleagues at various crises of his life. The lounge was crowded, but not with tea-drinkers. Despite the horrid dismalness of the morning, Hope had sent down from London trains full of people whose determination was to live and to see life in a grandiose manner. and all about the lounge of the Royal Sussex were groups of elegant youngish men and flaxen, uneasily stylish women, inviting the assistance of flattered waiters to decide what liqueurs they should have next. Edwin was humanly trying to publish in nonchalant gestures the scorn which he really felt for these nincompoops, but whose free expression was hindered by a layer of envy. The hall porter appeared, and his eye ranged like a condor's over the field until it discovered Edwin, whom he approached with a mien of joy, and handed to him a letter. Edwin took the letter with an air of custom, as if he was anxious to convince the company that his stay at the Royal Sussex was frequently punctuated by the arrival of special missives. "Who brought this?" he asked. "An oldish man, sir," said the porter, and bowed and departed. The handwriting was hers. Probably the broker's man had offered to bring the letter. In the short colloquy with him in the morning, Edwin had liked the slattern, coarse fellow. The bailiff could not, unauthorized, accept cheques, but his tone in suggesting an immediate visit to his employers had shown that he had bowels, that he sympathized with the difficulties of careless tenants in a harsh world of landlords. 3. Before 6 o'clock it was quite dark. He thought it a strange notion to fix a rendezvous at such an hour on a day in autumn in the open air. But perhaps she was very busy, doing servant's work in the preparation of her house for visitors. When he reached the pier gates at 5 minutes to 6, they were closed, and the obscure vista of the pier as deserted as some northern pier in midwinter. Naturally it was closed. There was a notice prominently displayed that the pier would close that evening at dusk. What did she mean? The truth was, he decided, that she lived in the clouds, ordering her existence by means of sudden and capricious decisions in which facts were neglected. And herein probably lay the explanation of her misfortunes. He was very philosophical, rather amused than disturbed, because her house was scarcely a stone's throw away. She could not escape him. He glanced up and down the lighted promenade, and across the broad, muddy road towards the opening of Preston Street. The crowds had disappeared. Only scattered groups and couples, and now and then a solitary, passed quickly in the gloom. The hotels were brilliant, and carriages with their flitting lamps were continually stopping in front of them. But the blackness of the shop fronts produced a sensation of melancholy, proper to the day, even in Brighton, and the renewed sound of church bells intensified this arid melancholy. Suddenly he saw her, coming not across the road from Preston Street, but from the direction of Hove. He saw her before she saw him. Under the multiplicity of lamps her face was white and clear. He had a chance to read it, but he could read nothing in it save her sadness, save that she had suffered. She seemed querulous, preoccupied, worried, and afflicted. She had the look of one who is never free from apprehension. Yet for him that look of hers had a quality unique, a quality that he had never found in another, but which he was completely unable to define. He wanted acutely to explain to himself what it was, and he could not. "You are frightfully cruel," she had said, and admitted that he had been. Yes, he had bullied her, her who, he was convinced, had always been the victim. In spite of her vigorous individuality, she was destined to be a victim. He was sure that she had never deserved anything but sympathy and respect and affection. He was sure that she was the very incarnation of honesty. Possibly she was too honest for the actual world. Did not the Orgreaves worship her? And could he himself have been deceived in his estimate of her character? She recognized him only when she was close upon him. A faint, transient, wistful smile lightened her brooding face, pale and stern. 4. "Oh, there you are," she exclaimed in her clear voice. "Did I say 6 or 5 in my note?" 6. "I was afraid I had done when I came here at 5 and didn't find you. I'm so sorry." "No," he said, "I think I ought to be sorry. It's you've had the waiting to do. The pier's closed now." "It was just closing at 5, she answered.
I ought to have known, but I didn't. The fact is, I scarcely ever go out. I remember once seeing the pier open at night, and I thought it was always open." She shrugged her shoulders as if stopping a shiver. "I hope you haven't caught cold," he said. "Suppose we walk along a bit." They walked westwards in silence. He felt as though he were by the side of a stranger. So far was he from having pierced the secret of that face. As they approached one of the new glazed shelters, she said, "Can't we sit down a moment? I can't talk standing up. I must sit down." They sat down in an enclosed seat designed to hold four, and Edwin could feel the wind on his calves, which stretched beyond the screened side of the structure. Odd people passed dimly to and fro in front of them, glanced at them with nonchalant curiosity, and glanced away. On the previous evening he had observed couples in those shelters, and had wondered what could be the circumstances or the preferences which led them to accept such a situation. Certainly he could not have dreamed that within 24 hours he would be sitting in one of them with her, by her appointment, at her request. He thrilled with excitement, with delicious anxieties. "Janet told you that I was a widow?" Hilda began, gazing at the ferrule of her umbrella which gleamed on the ground. "Yes." Again she was surprising him. "Well, we arranged she should tell everyone that, but I think you ought to know that I'm not." "No?" he murmured weakly, and in one small unimportant region of his mind he reflected with astonishment upon the hesitating but convincing air with which Janet had lied to him. Janet. "After what you've done," she paused and went on with unblurred clearness, "after what you've insisted on doing, I don't want there to be any misunderstanding. I'm not a widow. My husband's in prison. He'll be in prison for another 6 or 7 years. That's all I wanted to tell you." "I'm very sorry," he breathed. "I've no idea you had this trouble." What could he say? What could anybody have said? "I ought to have told you at once," she said. "I ought to have told you last night." Another pause. "Then perhaps you wouldn't have come again this morning." "Yes, I should," he asserted eagerly. "If you're in a hole, you're in a hole, but what difference would it possibly make whether you were a widow or not?" "Oh," she said, "the wife of a convict, you know." He felt that she was evading the point. She went on, "It's a good thing my 3 old ladies don't know, anyhow. I'd no chance to tell you this morning. You were too much for me." "I don't care whose wife you are," he muttered, as though to himself, as though resenting something said by someone who had gone away and left him. "If you're in a hole, you're in a hole." She turned and looked at him. His eyes fell before hers. "Well," she said, "I've told you. I must go. I haven't a moment. Good night." She held out her hand. "You don't want me to thank you a lot, do you?" "That I don't," he exclaimed. "Good night. But I really must go." He rose and gave his hand. The next instant she was gone. There was a deafening roar in his head. It was the complete destruction by earthquake of a city of dreams, a calamity which left nothing even to be desired. A tremendous silence reigned after the event. 5. On the following evening, when from the windows of the London to Manchester express he saw in the gloom the high-leaping flames of the blast furnaces that seemed to guard eternally the southern frontier of the Five Towns, he felt that he had been returned into daily reality out of an impossible world. Waiting for the Loop Line train in the familiar tedium of Knype platform, staring at the bookstall, every item of which he knew by heart and despised, surrounded once more by local physiognomies, gestures, and accent, he thought to himself, "This is my lot, and if I get messing about, it only shows what a damned fool I am." He called himself a damned fool because Hilda had proved to have a husband. Because of that he condemned the whole expedition to Brighton as a piece of idiocy. His dejection was profound and bitter. At first, after Hilda had quitted him on the Sunday night, he had tried to be cheerful, had persuaded himself indeed that he was cheerful. But gradually his spirit had sunk, beaten and miserable. He had not called at Preston Street again. Pride forbade, and the terror of being misunderstood. And when he sat at his own table, in his own drawing-room, and watched the calm, incurious Maggie dispensing to him his elaborate tea-supper with slightly more fuss and slightly more devotion than usual, his thoughts, had they been somewhat less vague, might have been summed up thus. The right sort of woman don't get landed up at the wives of convicts. Can you imagine such a thing happening to Maggie, for instance? Or Janet? And yet Janet was in the secret. This disturbed the flow of his reflections. Hilda was too mysterious. Now she had half disclosed yet another mystery. But what? Why was her husband a convict? Under what circumstances? For what crime? Where? Since when? He knew the answer to none of these questions. More deeply than ever was that woman embedded in enigmas. "What's his parcel on the sideboard?" Maggie inquired. "Oh, I want you to send it in to Janet. It's from her particular friend, Mrs. Cannon. Something for the kid, I believe. I ran across her in Brighton, and she asked me if I'd bring the parcel along." The innocence of his manner was perfectly acted. He wondered that he could do it so well. But really there was no danger. Nobody in Bursley or in the world had the least suspicion of his past relations with Hilda. The only conceivable danger would have been in hiding the fact that he had met her in Brighton. "Of course," said Maggie, mildly interested. "I was forgetting she lived at Brighton. Well?" And she put a few casual questions to which Edwin casually replied. "You look tired," she said later. He astonished her by admitting that he was. According to all precedent, her statement ought to have drawn forth a quick contradiction. The sad image of Hilda would not be dismissed. He had to carry it about with him everywhere, and it was heavy enough to fatigue a stronger than Edwin Clayhanger. The pathos of her situation overwhelmed him, argue as he might about the immunity of the right sort of women from a certain sort of disaster. On the Tuesday he sent her a post-office order for £20. It rather more than made up the agreed sum of £100. She returned it, saying she did not need it. "Little fool," he said. He was not surprised. He was, however, very much surprised a few weeks later to receive from Hilda her own cheque for £80 odd. More mystery. An absolutely incredible woman. Whence had she obtained that £80? Needless to say, she offered no explanation. He abandoned all conjecture, but he could not abandon the image. And first Auntie Hamps said, and then Clara, and then even Maggie admitted, that Edwin was sticking too close to business and needed a change, needed rousing. Auntie Hamps urged openly that a wife ought to be found for him. But in a few days the great talkers of the family, Auntie Hamps and Clara, had grown accustomed to Volume 4, Chapter 7 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Volume 4, Chapter 7, The Wall. One morning, towards the end of November, Edwin, attended by Maggie, was rearranging books in the drawing-room after breakfast, when there came a startling loud tap at the large central pane of the window. Both of them jumped. "Who's throwing?" Edwin exclaimed. "I expect it's that boy," said Maggie, almost angrily. "Not Georgie?" "Yes, I wish you'd go and stop him. You've no idea what a tiresome little thing he is, and so rough too." This attitude of Maggie towards the mysterious nephew was a surprise for Edwin. She had never grumbled about him before. In fact, they had seen little of him. For a fortnight he had not been abroad, and the rumour ran that he was unwell, that he was not so strong as he ought to be. And now Maggie suddenly charged him with a whole series of misdoings. But it was Maggie's way to keep unpleasant things from Edwin for a time, in order to save her important brother from being worried, and then in a moment of tension to fling them full in his face like a wet clout. "What's he been up to?" Edwin inquired for details. "Oh, I don't know," answered Maggie vaguely. At the same instant came another startling blow on the window. "There!" Maggie cried in triumph of his saying, "That's what he's been up to." After all, the windows were Maggie's own windows. Edwin left on the sofa a whole pile of books that he was sorting, and went out into the garden. On the top of the wall separating him from the Orgreaves, a row of damaged earthenware objects, jugs and jars chiefly, at once caught his eye. He witnessed the smashing of one of them, and then he ran to the wall, and taking a spring, rested on it with his arms, his toes pushed into crevices. Young George, with hand outstretched to throw, in the garden of the Orgreaves, seemed rather diverted by this apparition. "Hello," said Edwin. "What are you up to?" "I'm practising breaking crocks," said the child. That he had acquired the local word gave Edwin pleasure. "Yes, but do you know you're practising breaking my windows too? When you aim too high, you simply can't miss one of my windows." George's face was troubled as he examined the facts which had hitherto escaped his attention, that there was a whole world of consequences on the other side of the wall, and that a missile which did not prove its existence against either the wall or a crock had not necessarily ceased to exist. Edwin watched the face with a new joy, as though looking at some wonder of nature under a microscope. It seemed to him that he now saw vividly why children were interesting. "I can't see any windows from here," said George in defence. "If you climb up here, you'll see them all right." "Yes, but I can't climb up. I've tried to a lot of times. Even when I stood on my toes on this stump, I could only just reach to put the crocks on the top." "What did you want to get on the wall for?" "I wanted to see that swing of yours." "Well," said Edwin, laughing, "if you could remember the swing, why couldn't you remember the windows?" George shook his head at Edwin's stupidity and looked at the ground. "A swing isn't windows," he said. Then he glanced up with a diffident smile. "I've often been wanting to come and see you." Edwin was tremendously flattered. If he had made a conquest, the child, by this frank admission, had made a greater. "Then why didn't you come?" "I couldn't by myself. Besides, my back hasn't been well. Did they tell you?" George was so naturally serious that Edwin decided to be serious too. "I did hear something about it," he replied, with the grave, confidential tone that he would have used to a man of his own age. This treatment was evidently appreciated by George, and always afterwards Edwin conversed with him as with an equal, forbearing from facetiousness. Damp though it was, Edwin twisted himself round and sat on the wall next to the crocks, and bent over the boy beneath, who gazed with upturned face. "Why didn't you ask Auntie Janet to bring you?" "I don't generally ask for things that I really want," said the boy, with a peculiar glance. "I see," said Edwin, with an air of comprehension. He did not, however, comprehend. He only felt that the boy was wonderful. Imagining the boy saying that. He bent lower. "Come on up," he said. "I'll give you a hand. Stick your feet into that nick there." 2. In an instant George was standing on the wall, light as fluff. Edwin held him by the legs, and his hand was on Edwin's cap. The feel of the boy was delightful. He was so lithe and so yielding and yet firm, and his glance was so trustful and admiring. "Rough," thought Edwin, remembering Maggie's adjective. "He isn't a bit rough. Unruly? Well, I dare say he can be unruly if he cares to be. It all depends how you handle him." Thus Edwin reflected in the pride of conquest, holding close to the boy and savouring intimately his charm. Even the boy's slightness attracted him. Difficult to believe that he was 9 years old. His body was indeed backward. So, too, it appeared, was his education. And yet, was there not the wisdom of centuries in it? I don't generally ask for things that I really want. Suddenly the boy wriggled and gave a sound of joy that was almost a yell. "Look!" he cried. The covered top of the steam car could just be seen gliding along above the high wall that separated Edwin's garden from the street. "Yes," Edwin agreed. "Funny, isn't it?" But he considered that such glee at such a trifle was really more characteristic of 6 or 7 than of 9 years. George's face was transformed by ecstasy. "It's when things move like that, horizontal," George explained, pronouncing the word carefully. Edwin felt that there was no end to the surpassing strangeness of this boy. One moment he was aged 6, and the next he was talking about horizontality. "Why? What do you mean?" "I don't know," George sighed, "but somehow—" Then with fresh vivacity, "I tell you, when Auntie Janet comes to wake me up in the morning, the cat comes in too, with its tail up in the air. You know." Edwin nodded. "Well, when I'm lying in bed I can't see the cat, but I can see the top of its tail sailing along the edge of the bed. But if I sit up I can see all the cat, and that spoils it, so I don't sit up at first." The child was eager for Edwin to understand his pleasure in horizontal motion that had no apparent cause, like the tip of a cat's tail on the horizon of a bed, or the roof of a tram-car on the horizon of the wall. And Edwin was eager to understand, and almost persuaded himself that he did understand, but he could not be sure. A marvellous child, disconcerting. He had a feeling of inferiority to the child, because the child had seen beauty where he had not dreamed of seeing it. "Want a swing?" he suggested, "before I have to go off to business?" 3. When it occurred to him that he had had as much violent physical exercise as was good for his years, and that he had left his books in disarray, and that his business demanded him, Edwin apologetically announced that he must depart, and the child admitted that Aunt Janet was probably waiting to give him his lessons. "Are you going back the way you came?" "You better. It's always best," said Edwin. "Is it?" "Yes." He lifted and pushed the writhing form onto the wall, dislodging a jar which crashed dully on the ground. "Auntie Janet told me I could have them to do what I liked with, so I break them," said George, "when they don't break themselves." "I bet she never told you to put them on this wall," said Edwin. "No, she didn't, but it was the best place for aiming, and she told me it didn't matter how many crocks I broke, because they make crocks here." "Do they, really?" "Yes." "Why?" "Because there's clay here," said Edwin glibly. "Where?" "Oh, round about." "White like that?" exclaimed George eagerly, handling a teapot without a spout. He looked at Edwin. "Will you take me to see it? I should like to see white ground." "Well," said Edwin more cautiously, "the clay they get about here isn't exactly white." "Then do they make it white?" "As a matter of fact, the white clay comes from a long way off, Cornwall, for instance." "Then why do they make the things here?" George persisted, with the annoying obstinacy of his years. He turned the teapot upside down. "This was made here. It got bursty on it. Auntie Janet showed me." Edwin was caught. He saw himself punished for that intellectual sloth which leads adults to fob children off with any kind of a slipshod, dishonestly simplified explanation of phenomena whose adequate explanation presents difficulty. He remembered how nearly 20 years earlier he had puzzled over the same question, and for a long time had not found the answer. "I'll tell you how it is," he said, determined to be conscientious. "It's like this." He had to pause. Queer how hard it was to state the thing coherently. "It's like this. In the old days they used to make crocks anyhow, very rough, out of any old clay. And crocks were first made here because the people found common yellow clay, and the coal to burn it with, lying close together in the ground. You see how handy it was for them." "Then the old crocks were yellow?" "More or less. Then people got more particular, you see, and when white clay was found somewhere else they had it brought here, because everybody was used to making crocks here, and they had all the works and the tools they wanted, and the coal too. Very important, the coal. Much easier to bring the clay to the people and the works than cart off all the people, and their families, don't forget, and so on, to the clay and build fresh works into the bargain. That's why. Now are you sure you see?" George ignored the question. "I suppose they used up all the yellow clay there was here long ago." "Not much," said Edwin, "and they never will. You don't know what a sagger is, I reckon." "What is a sagger?" "Well, I can't stop to tell you all that now, but I will sometime. They make saggers out of yellow clay." "Will you show me the yellow clay?" "Yes, and some saggers too." "When?" "I don't know, as soon as I can." "Will you tomorrow?" Tomorrow happened to be Thursday. It was not Edwin's free afternoon, but it was an afternoon to which a sort of licence attached. He yielded to the ruthless egotism of the child. "All right," he said. "You won't forget?" "You can rely on me. Ask your auntie if you may go, and if she says you may, be ready for me to pull you up over the wall here about 3 o'clock. "Auntie will have to let me go," said George in a savage tone, as Edwin helped him to slip down into the garden of the Orgreaves. Edwin went off to business with a singular consciousness of virtue, and with pride in his successful manner of taming wayward. Volume 4, Chapter 8 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Volume 4, Chapter 8, The Friendship. The next afternoon George's invincible energy took both himself and the great bearded man Edwin to a certain spot on the hollow confines of the town towards Turnhill, where there were several pits of marl and clay. They stared in silence at a vast ochre-coloured glistening cavity in the ground, on the high edges of which grew tufts of grass amid shards and broken bottles. In the bottom of the pit were laid planks, and along the planks men with pieces of string tied tight round their legs beneath the knees drew large barrows, full or empty, sometimes insecurely, over pools of yellow water into which the planks sagged under their weight, and sometimes over little hillocks and through little defiles formed in the basin of the mine. They seemed to have no aim. The whole cavity had a sticky look which at first amused George, but on the whole he was not interested, and Edwin gathered that the clay pit in some mysterious way fell short of expectations. A mineral line of railway which, nearby, ambled at random like a pioneer over rough country, was much more successful than the pit in winning his approval. "Can we go and see the saggers now?" he suggested. Edwin might have taken him to the manufactory in which Albert Benbow was a partner, but he preferred not to display to the father of Clara's offspring his avuncular patronage of George Cannon, and he chose the works of a customer down at Shawport, for whom he was printing a somewhat ambitious catalogue. He would call at the works and talk about the catalogue, and then incidentally mention that his young friend desired to see saggers. "I suppose God put that clay there so that people could practise on it first, before they tried the white clay," George observed, as the pair descended Oldcastle Street. Decidedly he had moments of talking like an infant, like a baby of 3. Edwin recalled that Hilda used to torture herself about questions of belief when she was not 3 but 23. The scene in the garden porch seemed to have happened, after all, not very long ago. Yet a new generation, unconceived on that exciting and unforgettable night, had since been born and had passed through infancy, and was now trotting and arguing and dogmatizing by his side. It was strange, but it was certainly a fact that George regarded him as being immeasurably old. He still felt a boy. How ought he to talk to the child concerning God? He was about to make a conventional response when he stopped himself. "Confound it, why should I?" he thought. "If I were you, I shouldn't worry about God," he said aloud, in a casual and perhaps slightly ironic tone. "Oh, I don't," George answered positively. "But now and then he comes into your head, doesn't he? I was only just thinking—" The boy ceased, being attracted by the marvellous spectacle of a man perilously balanced on a crate float, driving a long-tailed pony full tilt down the steep slope of Oldcastle Street. It was equal to a circus. 2. The visit to the works was a particularly brilliant success. By good fortune an oven was just being drawn, and the child had sight of the finest, the most barbaric picture that the manufacture of earthenware, from end to end picturesque, offers to the imaginative observer. Within the dark and sinister bowels of the kiln, illuminated by pale rays that came down through the upper orifice from the smoke-soiled sky, half-naked figures moved like ghosts, strenuous and damned among the saggers of ware. At rapid intervals they emerged, their hairy torsos glistening with sweat, carrying the fired ware, which was still too hot for any but inured fingers to touch. An endless procession of plates and saucers and cups and mugs and jugs and basins, thousands and thousands. George stared in an enchanted silence of awe. And presently one of the Herculeses picked him up and held him for a moment within the portal of the torrid kiln, and he gazed at the high curved walls, like the walls of a gigantic tomb, and at the yellow saggers that held the ware. Now he knew what a sagger was. "I am glad you took me," he said afterwards, clearly impressed by the authority of Edwin, who could stroll out and see such terrific goings-on whenever he chose. During all the walk home he did not speak. On the Saturday, nominally in charge of his Auntie Janet, he called upon his chum with some water-colour drawings that he had done. They showed naked devils carrying cups and plates amid bright salmon-tinted flames, designs horrible and horribly crude, interesting only because a child had done them. But somehow Edwin was obscurely impressed by them, and also he was touched by the coincidence that George painted in water-colours, and he too had once painted in water-colours. He was, moreover, expected to judge the drawings as an expert. On Monday he brought out the most complicated box of water-colours that his shop contained, and presented it to George, who, astounded, dazed, bore it away to his bedroom without a single word. Their friendship was sealed and published. It became a fact recognized by the two families. 3. About a week later, after a visit of a couple of days to Manchester, Edwin went out into the garden as usual when breakfast was finished, and discovered George standing on the wall. The boy had learned how to climb the wall from his own side of it without help. "I say," George cried in a loud, rough, angry voice as soon as he saw Edwin at the garden door, "I've got to go off in a minute, you know." "Go off? Where?" "Home. Didn't they tell you in your house? Auntie Janet and I came to your house yesterday after I waited on the wall for you, I don't know how long, and you never came. We came to tell you, but you weren't in. So we asked Miss Clayhanger to tell you. Didn't Miss Clayhanger tell you?" "No," said Edwin. "She must have forgot." It occurred to him that even the simple and placid Maggie had her personal prejudices, and that one of them might be against this child. For some reason she did not like the child. She positively could not have forgotten the child's visit with Janet. She had merely not troubled to tell him. A touch of that malice which, though it be as rare as radium, nevertheless exists even in the most benignant natures. Edwin and George exchanged a silent, puzzled glance. "Well, that's a nice thing," said the boy. It was. "When are you going home?" "I'm going now. Mr. Orgreave has to go to London today, and Mamma wrote to Auntie Janet yesterday to say that I must go with him, if he'd let me, and she would meet me at London. She wants me back. So Auntie Janet is taking me to Knype to meet Mr. Orgreave there. He's gone to his office first, and the gardener has taken my luggage in the barrow up to Bleakridge Station. Auntie's putting her hat on. Can't you see I've got my other clothes on?" "Yes," said Edwin, "I noticed that." "And my other hat?" "Yes." "I've promised Auntie I'll come and put my overcoat on as soon as she calls me. I say, you wouldn't believe how jammed my trunk is with that paint-box and everything. Auntie Janet had to sit on it like anything. I say, shall you be coming to Brighton soon?" Edwin shook his head. "I'd never go to Brighton." "But when I asked you once if you'd been, you said you had." "So I have, but that was an accident." "Was it long since?" "Well," said Edwin, "you ought to know. It was when I brought that parcel for you." "Oh, of course." Edwin was saying to himself. She sent for him on purpose. She's heard that we're great friends, and she's sent for him. She means to stop it. That's what it is. He had no rational basis for this assumption. It was instinctive. And yet, why should she desire to interfere with the course of the friendship? How could it react unpleasantly on her? There obviously did not exist between mother and son one of those passionate attachments which misfortune and sorrow sometimes engender. She had been able to let him go. And as for George, he seldom mentioned his mother. He seldom mentioned anybody who was not actually present or necessary to the fulfilment of the idea that happened to be reigning in his heart. He lived a life of absorption, hypnotized by the idea of the moment. These ideas succeeded each other like a dynasty of kings, like a series of dynasties, marked by frequent dynastic quarrels, by depositions and sudden deaths. But George's loyalty was the same to all of them. It was absolute. "Well, anyhow," said he, "I shall come back here. Mother will have to let me." And he jumped down from the wall into Edwin's garden, carelessly, his hands in his pockets, with a familiar ease of gesture that implied practice. He had, in fact, often done it before. But just this time, perhaps he was troubled by the unaccustomed clothes, having lighted on his feet, he failed to maintain his balance and staggered back against the wall. "Now, clumsy," Edwin commented. The boy turned pale and bit his lip, and then Edwin could see the tears in his eyes. One of his peculiarities was that he had no shame whatever about crying. He could not, or he would not, suffer stoically. Now he put his hands to his back and writhed. "Hurt yourself?" Edwin asked. George nodded. He was very white and startled. At first he could not command himself sufficiently to be able to articulate. Then he spluttered, "My back." He subsided gradually into a sitting posture. Edwin ran to him and picked him up, but he screamed until he was set down. At the open drawing-room window Maggie was arranging curtains. Edwin reluctantly left George for an instant and hurried to the window. "I say, Maggie, bring a chair or something out, will you? The dashed kid's fallen and hurt himself." "I'm not surprised," said Maggie calmly. "What surprises me is that you should ever have given him permission to scramble over the wall and trample all about the flower beds the way he does." However, she moved at once to obey. He returned to George. Then Janet's voice was heard from the other garden, calling him. "George, Georgie, nearly time to go." Edwin put his head over the wall. "He's fallen and hurt his back," he answered to Janet, without any prelude. "His back?" she repeated in a frightened tone. Everybody was afraid of that mysterious back, and George himself was most afraid of it. "I'll get over the wall," said Janet. Edwin quitted the wall. Maggie was coming out of the house with a large cane easy-chair and a large cushion. But George was now standing up, though still crying. His beautiful best sailor hat lay on the winter ground. "Now," said Maggie to him, "you mustn't be a baby." He glared at her resentfully. She would have dropped down dead on the spot if his wet and angry glance could have killed her. She was a powerful woman. She seized him carefully and set him in the chair and supported the famous spine with the cushion. "I don't think he's much hurt," she decided. "He couldn't make that noise if he was. And see how his colour's coming back." In another case Edwin would have agreed with her, for the tendency of both was to minimize an ill and to exaggerate the philosophical attitude in the first moments of any occurrence that looked serious. But now he honestly thought that her judgment was being influenced by her prejudice, and he felt savage against her. The worst was that it was all his fault. Maggie was odiously right. He ought never to have encouraged the child to be acrobatic on the wall. It was he who had even put the idea of the wall as a means of access into the child's head. "Does it hurt?" he inquired, bending down, his hands on his knees. "Yes," said George, ceasing to cry. "Much?" asked Maggie, dusting the sailor hat and sticking it on his head. "No, not much," George unwillingly admitted. Maggie could not at any rate say that he did not speak the truth. Janet, having obtained steps, stood on the wall in her elaborate street array. "Who's going to help me down?" she demanded anxiously. She was not so young and sprightly as once she had been. Edwin obeyed the call. Then the three of them stood round the victim's chair, and the victim, like a god, permitted himself to be contemplated. And Janet had to hear Edwin's account of the accident, and also Maggie's account of it, as seen from the window. "I don't know what to do," said Janet. "It is annoying, isn't it?" said Maggie. "And just as you were going to the station, too." I think I'm all right," George announced. Janet passed a hand down his back, as though expecting to be able to judge the condition of his spine through the thickness of all his clothes. "Are you?" she questioned doubtfully. "It's nothing," said Maggie, with firmness. "He'll be all right in the train," said Janet. "It's the walking to the station that I'm afraid of. You never know." "I can carry him," said Edwin quickly. "Of course you can't," Maggie contradicted. "And even if you could, you'd jog him far worse than if he walked himself." "There's no time to get a cab now," said Janet, looking at her watch. "If we aren't at Knype, Father will wonder what on earth's happened, and I don't know what his mother would say." "Where's that old pram?" Edwin demanded suddenly of Maggie. "What, Clara's? It's in the outhouse." "I can run him up to the station in 2 jiffs in that." "Oh, yes, do," said George. "You must. And then lift me into the carriage." The notion was accepted. "I hope it's the best thing to do," said Janet, apprehensive and doubtful, as she hurried off to the other house in order to get the boy's overcoat and meet Edwin and the perambulator at the gates. "I'm certain it is," said Maggie calmly. "There's nothing really the matter with that child." "Well, it's very good of Edwin, I'm sure," said Janet. Edwin had already rushed for the perambulator, an ancient vehicle which was sometimes used in the garden for infant bimbos. In a few moments Trafalgar Road had the spectacle of the bearded and eminent master printer, Edwin Clayhanger, steaming up its muddy pavement behind a perambulator with a grown boy therein, and dozens of persons who had not till then distinguished the boy from other boys inquired about his identity, and gossip was aroused. Maggie was displeased. In obedience to the command, Edwin lifted George into the train, and the feel of his little slippery body and the feel of Edwin's mighty arms seemed to make them more intimate than ever. Except for dirty tear marks on his cheeks, George's appearance was absolutely normal. Edwin expected to receive a letter from
Volume 4, Chapter 9 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Volume 4, Chapter 9, The Arrivals. On a Saturday in the early days of the following year, 1892, Edwin, by special request, had gone in to take afternoon tea with the Orgreaves. Osmond Orgreave was just convalescent after an attack of influenza, and in the opinion of Janet wanted cheering up. The task of enlivening him had been laid upon Edwin. The guest, and Janet and her father and mother, sat together in a group round the fire in the drawing-room. The drawing-room alone had grown younger with years. Money had been spent on it rather freely. During the previous decade, Osmond's family, scattering, had become very much less costly to him, but his habits of industry had not changed, nor his faculty for collecting money. Hence the needs of the drawing-room, which had been pressing for quite 20 years, had at last been satisfied. Indeed, Osmond was saving, through mere lack of that energetic interest in things which is necessary to spending. Possibly even the drawing-room would have remained untouched. Both Janet and her elder sister Marion sentimentally preferred it as it was, had not Mrs. Orgreave been positively ashamed of it when her married children, including Marion, came to see her. They were all married now, except Janet and Charlie and Johnny, and Alicia at any rate had a finer drawing-room than her mother. So far as the parents were concerned, Charlie might as well have been married, for he had acquired a partnership in a practice at Ealing, and seldom visited home. Johnny, too, might as well have been married. Since Jimmy's wedding he had used the house strictly as a hotel, for sleeping and eating, and not always for sleeping. He could not be retained at home. His interests were mysterious and lay outside it. Janet alone was faithful to the changed drawing-room with its new carpets and wallpapers and upholstery. "I've got more grandchildren than children now," said Mrs. Orgreave to Edwin, "and I never thought to have." "Have you really?" Edwin responded. "Let me see. I've got 9. 10, mother," Janet corrected her. "She's forgetting her own grandchildren now." "Bless me!" exclaimed Mrs. Orgreave, taking off her eyeglasses and wiping them. "I've missed Tom's youngest." "You better not tell Emily that," said Janet. Emily was the mother of Tom's children. "Here, give me those eyeglasses, dear. You'll never get them right with a linen handkerchief. Where's your bit of chamois?" Mrs. Orgreave, absently and in somewhat stiff silence, handed over the pince-nez. She was now quite an old woman, small, shapeless, and delightfully easy-going, whose sense of humour had not developed with age. She could never see a joke which turned upon her relations with her grandchildren, and in fact the jocular members of the family had almost ceased to employ this subject of humour. She was undoubtedly rather foolish about her grandchildren, fond, as they say down there. The parents of the grandchildren did not object to this foolishness, that is, they only pretended to object. The task of preventing a pardonable weakness from degenerating into a tedious and mischievous mania fell solely upon Janet. Janet was ready to admit that the health of the grandchildren was a matter which could fairly be left to their fathers and mothers, and she stood passive when Mrs. Orgreave's grandmotherly indulgences seemed inimical to their health. But Mrs. Orgreave was apt to endanger her own health in her devotion to the profession of grandmother, for example, by sitting up to unchristian hours with a needle. Then there would be a struggle of wills, in which, of course, Mrs. Orgreave, being the weaker, was defeated. Though her belief survived that she, and she alone, by watchfulness, advice, sagacity, and energy, kept her children's children out of the grave. On all other questions the harmony between Janet and her mother was complete, and Mrs. Orgreave undoubtedly considered that no mother had ever had a daughter who combined so many virtues and charms. 2. Mr. Orgreave, forgetful of the company, was deciphering the British Medical Journal in the twilight of the afternoon. His doctor had lent him this esoteric periodical because there was an article therein on influenza, and Mr. Orgreave was very much interested in influenza. "You remember the influenza of '89, Edwin?" he asked suddenly, looking over the top of the paper. "Do I?" said Edwin. "Yes, I fancy I do remember a sort of epidemic." "I should think so, indeed," Janet murmured. "Well," continued Mr. Orgreave, "I'm like you. I thought it was an epidemic, but it seems it wasn't. It was a pandemic. What's a pandemic, now?" "Give it up," said Edwin. "You might just look in the dictionary. Ogilvy there." And while Edwin ferreted in the bookcase, Mr. Orgreave proceeded reading, "The pandemic of 1889 has been followed by epidemics, and by endemic prevalence in some areas. So you see how many demics there are. I suppose they call it an epidemic we've got in the town now." His voice had changed on the last sentence. He meant to be a little facetious about the Greek words, but it was the slowly prepared and rather exasperating facetiousness of an ageing man, and he had dropped it listlessly, as though he himself had perceived this. Influenza had weakened and depressed him. He looked worn, and even outworn. But not influenza alone was responsible for his appearance. The incredible had happened. Osmond Orgreave was getting older. His bald head was not the worst sign of his declension, nor the thickened veins in his hands, nor the deliberation of his gestures, nor even an unsprightliness of his wit. The worst sign was that he was losing his terrific zest in life. His palate for the intense savour of it was dulled. In this last attack of influenza he had not fought against the onset of the disease. He had been wise, he had obeyed his doctor, and laid down his arms at once, and he showed no imprudent anxiety to resume them. Yes, had changed Osmond. He was still one of the most industrious professional men in Bursley, but he worked from habit, not from passion. When Edmund had found pandemic in Ogilvy, Mr. Orgreave wanted to see the dictionary for himself, and then he wanted the Greek dictionary, which could not be discovered, and then he began to quote further from the British Medical Journal. It may be said that there are 3 well-marked types of the disease, attacking respectively the respiratory, the digestive, and the nervous system. Well, I should say I'd had them all 3. As a rule, the attack... Then he went on. Janet made a moue at Edwin, who returned the signal. These youngsters were united in good-natured forbearing condescension towards Mr. Orgreave. The excellent old fellow was prone to be tedious. They would accept his tediousness, but they would not disguise from each other their perception of it. "I hear the vicar of St. Peter's is very ill indeed," said Mrs. Orgreave, blandly interrupting her husband. "What, Heave, with influenza?" "Yes, I wouldn't tell you before because I thought it might pull you down again." Mr. Orgreave in silence stared at the immense fire. "What about this tea, Janet?" he demanded. Janet rang the bell. "Oh, I'd have done that," said Edwin, as soon as she had done it. 3. While Janet was pouring out the tea, Edwin restored Ogilvy in his place in the bookcase, feeling that he'd had enough of Ogilvy. "Not so many books here now as there used to be," he said, vacuously amiable, as he shut the glass door which had once protected the treasures of Tom Orgreave. For a man who has been specially summoned to the task of cheering up, it was not a felicitous remark. In the first place, it recalled the days when the house, which was now a hushed retreat where settled and precise habits sheltered themselves from a changing world, had been an arena for the jolly, exciting combats of outspread individualities. And in the second place, it recalled a slight difficulty between Tom and his father. Osmond Orgreave was a most reasonable father, but no father is perfect in reasonableness, and Osmond had quite inexcusably resented that Tom, on his marriage, should take away all Tom's precious books. Osmond's attitude had been that Tom might in decency have left, at any rate, some of the books. It was not that Osmond had a taste for book collecting. It was merely that he did not care to see his house depleted and bookcases emptied. But Tom had shown no compassion. He had removed not merely every scrap-up of book belonging to himself, but also 2 bookcases, which he happened to have paid for. The weight of public opinion was decidedly against Mr. Orgreave, who had to yield and affect pleasantness. Nevertheless, books had become a topic which was avoided between father and son. "Ah," muttered Mr. Orgreave, satirical in response to Edwin's clumsiness. "Suppose we have another gas lighted," Janet suggested. The servant had already lighted several burners and drawn the blinds and curtains. Edwin comprehended that he had been a blundering fool, and that Janet's object was to create a diversion. He lit the extra burner above her head. She sat there, rather straight and rather prim, between her parents, sticking to them, smoothing creases for them, bearing their weight, living for them. She was the kindliest, the most dignified, the most capable creature. But she was now an old maid. You saw it even in the way she poured tea and dropped pieces of sugar into the cups. Her youth was gone, her complexion was nearly gone. And though in one aspect she seemed indispensable, in another the chief characteristic of her existence seemed to be a tragic futility. Whenever she came seriously into Edwin's thoughts, she saddened him. Useless for him to attempt to be gay and frivolous in that house. 4. With the inevitable passionate egotism of his humanity, he almost at once withdrew his aroused pity from her to himself. Look at himself. Was he not also to be sympathized with? What was the object or the use of his being alive? He worked, saved, improved his mind, voted right, practised philosophy, and was generally benevolent. But to what end? Was not his existence miserable, and his career a respectable fiasco? He, too, had lost zest. He had diligently studied both Marcus Aurelius and Epictetus. He was enthusiastic, to others, about the merits of those 2 expert daily philosophers. But what had they done for him? Assuredly they had not enabled him to keep the one treasure of this world, zest. The year was scarcely a week old, and he was still young enough to have begun the year with resolutions and fresh hopes and aspirations. But already the New Year sensation had left him, and the year might have been dying in his heart. And yet what could he have done that he had not done? With what could he reproach himself? Ought he have continued to run after a married woman? Ought he to have set himself titanically against the conventions amid which he lived, and devoted himself either to secret intrigue or to the outraging of the susceptibilities which environed him? There was only one answer. He could not have acted otherwise than he had acted. His was not the temperament of a rebel, nor was he the slave of his desires. He could sympathize with rebels and with slaves, but he could not join them. He regarded himself as spiritually their superior. And then the disaster of Hilda's career. He felt more than ever that he had failed in sympathy with her overwhelming misfortune. In the secrecy of his heart a full imaginative sympathy had been lacking. He had not realized, as he seemed to realize then, in front of the fire in the drawing-room of the Orgreaves, what it must be to be the wife of a convict. Janet, sitting there as innocent as a doe, knew that Hilda was the wife of a convict. But did her parents know? And was she aware that he knew? He wondered, drinking his tea. 5. Then the servant, not the Martha who had been privileged to smile on duty if she felt so inclined, came with a tawny gold telegram on a silver plate, and hesitated a moment as to where she should bestow it. "Give it to me, Selina," said Janet. Selina impassively obeyed, imitating as well as she could the deportment of an automaton, and went away. "That's my telegram," said Mr. Orgreave. "How is it addressed?" "Orgreave, Bleakridge, Bursley." "Then it's mine." "Oh, no, it isn't," Janet archly protested. "If you have your business telegram sent here, you must take the consequences. I always open all telegrams that come here, don't I, Mother?" Mrs. Orgreave made no reply, but waited with candid and fretful impatience, thinking of her 5 absent children and her 10 grandchildren, for the telegram to be opened. Janet opened it. Her lips parted to speak, and remained so in silent astonishment. "Just read that," she said to Edwin, passing the telegram to him, and she added to her father, "It was for me, after all." Edwin read aloud. "Am sending George down to-day. Please meet 6:30 train at Knype. Love, Hilda." "Well, I never!" exclaimed Mrs. Orgreave. "You don't mean to tell me she's letting that boy travel alone? What's next?" "Where's the telegram sent from?" asked Mr. Orgreave. Edwin examined the official indications. "Victoria." "Then she's brought him up to London, and she's putting him in a train at Euston. That's it." "And there is no London train that gets to Knype at 6:30, Edwin said. "It's 7:12 or 7:14, I forget." "Oh, that's near enough for Hilda," Janet smiled, looking at her watch. "She doesn't mean any other train?" Mrs. Orgreave fearfully suggested. "She can't mean any other train. There is no other. Only probably she's been looking at the wrong timetable," Janet reassured her mother. "Because if that poor little thing found no one to meet him at Knype—" "Don't worry, dear," said Janet. "The poor little thing would soon be engaging somebody's attention. Trust him." "But has she written to you lately?" Mrs. Orgreave questioned. "No." "Then why—" "Don't ask me," said Janet. "No doubt I shall get a letter tomorrow, after George has come and told us everything. Poor dear, I'm glad she's doing so much better now." "Is she?" Edwin murmured, surprised. "Oh, yes," said Janet. "She's got a regular bustling partner, and they're that busy they scarcely know what to do. But they only keep one little servant." In the ordinary way, Janet and Edwin never mentioned Hilda to one another. Each seemed to be held back by a kind of timid shame and by a cautious suspicion. Each seemed to be inquiring, "What does he know? What does she know?" "If I didn't thought it wasn't too cold, I'd go with you to Knype," said Mr. Orgreave. "Now, Osmond?" Mrs. Orgreave sat up. "Shall I go?" said Edwin. "Well," said Janet with much kindliness, "I'm sure she'd be delighted to see you." Mrs. Orgreave rang the bell. "What do you want, mother?" "There'll be the bed." "Don't you trouble with those things, dear," said Janet very calmly. "There's heaps of time." But Janet was just as excited as her parents. In 2 minutes the excitement had spread through the whole house like a piquant and agreeable odour. The place was alive again. "I'll just step across and ask Maggie to alter supper," said Edwin, "and then I'll call for you. I suppose we'll go down by train." "I'm thankful he's had influenza," observed Mrs. Orgreave, implying that thus there would be less chance of George catching the disease under her infected roof. That George had been down with influenza before Christmas was the sole information about him that Edwin obtained. Nobody appeared to consider it worthwhile to discuss the possible reasons for his sudden arrival. Hilda's caprices were accepted in that house like the visitations of heaven. 6. Edwin and Janet stood together on the windy and bleak down platform of Knype Station, awaiting the express which had been signalled. Edwin was undoubtedly very nervous and constrained, and it seemed to him that Janet's demeanour lacked naturalness. "It's just occurred to me how she made that mistake about the time of the train," said Edwin, chiefly because he found the silence intolerably irksome. "It stops at Lichfield, and in running her eye across the page she must have mixed up the Lichfield figures with the Knype figures. You know how awkward it is in a timetable. As a matter of fact, the train does stop at Lichfield about 6:30. "I see," said Janet reflectively. And Edwin was saying to himself, "It's a marvel to me how I can talk to her at all. What made me offer to come with her? How much did she know about me and Hilda? Hilda may have told her everything. If she's told her about her husband, why shouldn't she have told her about me? And here we are, both pretending that there's never been anything at all between me and Hilda." Then the train appeared, obscure round the curve, and bore down formidable and dark upon them, growing at every instant in stature and in noise, until it deafened and seemed to fill the station, and the platform was suddenly in an uproar. And almost opposite Janet and Edwin, leaning forth high above them from the door of a third-class carriage, the head and the shoulders of George Cannon were displayed in the gaslight. He seemed to dominate the train and the platform. At the windows on either side of him were adult faces, excited by his excitement, of the people who had doubtless been friendly to him during the journey. He distinguished Janet and Edwin almost at once, and shouted, and then waved. "Hello, young son of a gun," Edwin greeted him, trying to turn the handle of the door. But the door was locked, and it was necessary to call a porter, who tarried. "I made Mamma let me come," George cried victoriously. "I told you I should." He was far too agitated to think of shaking hands, and seemed to be in a state of fever. All his gestures were those of a proud, hysterical conqueror, and like a conqueror he gazed down at Edwin and Janet, who stood beneath him with upturned faces. He had absolutely forgotten the existence of his acquaintances in the carriage. "Did you know I've had the influenza? My temperature was up to 104 once, but it didn't stay long," he added regretfully. When the door was at length opened, he jumped headlong, and Edwin caught him. He shook hands with Edwin, and allowed Janet to kiss him. "How hot you are," Janet murmured. The people in the compartment passed down his luggage, and after one of them had shouted good-bye to him twice, he remembered them as if it were by an effort, and replied, "Good-bye, good-bye," in a quick, impatient tone. It was not until his anxious and assiduous foster parents had bestowed him and his goods in the tranquillity of an empty compartment of the Loop Line train that they began to appreciate the morbid unusualness of his condition. His eyes glittered with extraordinary brilliance. He talked incessantly, not listening to their answers, and his skin was burning hot. "Why, whatever's the matter with you, my dear?" asked Janet, alarmed. "You're like an oven." "I'm thirsty," said George. "If I don't have something to drink soon, I don't know what I shall do." Janet looked at Edwin. "There won't be time to get something at the refreshment room?" They both felt heavily responsible. "I might," Edwin said irresolutely. But just then the guard whistled. "Never mind," Janet comforted the child. "In 20 minutes we shall be in the house. No, you must keep your overcoat buttoned." "How long have you been like this, George?" Edwin asked. "You weren't like that when you started, surely?" "No," said George judicially. "It came on in the train." After this he appeared to go to sleep. "He's certainly not well," Janet whispered. Edwin shrugged his shoulders. "Don't you think he's grown?" he observed. "Oh, yes," said Janet. "It's astonishing, isn't it, how children shoot up in a few weeks?" They might have been parents exchanging notes instead of celibates playing at parenthood for a hobby. "Mamma says I've grown an inch." George opened his eyes. "She says it's about time I had. I dare say I shall be very tall. Are we nearly there?" His high, curt, febrile tones were really somewhat alarming. When the train threw them out into the sodden waste that surrounds Bleakridge Station, George could scarcely stand. At any rate, he showed no wish to stand. His protectors took him strongly by either arm, and thus bore him to Lane End House, with irregular, unwilling assistance from his own feet. A porter followed with the luggage. It was an extremely distressing passage. Each protector, in secret, was imagining for George some terrible fever, a swift onslaught and fatal effect. At length they entered the garden, thanking their gods. "He's not well," said Janet to her mother, who was fussily awaiting them in the hall. Her voice showed apprehension, and she was not at all convincing when she added, "But it's nothing serious. I shall put him straight to bed and let him eat there." Instantly George became the centre of the house. The women disappeared with him, and Edwin had to recount the whole history of the arrival to Osmond Orgreave in the drawing-room. This recital was interrupted by Mrs. Orgreave. "Mr. Edwin, Janet thinks we will send for the doctor, just to be sure. As Johnny isn't in, would you mind—" "Sterling, I suppose," said Edwin. Sterling was the young Scottish doctor who had recently come into the town and taken it by storm. When Edwin at last went home to a much-delayed meal, he was in a position to tell Maggie that young George Cannon had thought fit to catch influenza a second time in a couple of months, and Maggie, without a clear word, contrived to indicate that Volume 4, Chapter 10 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Volume 4, Chapter 10, George and the Vicar. On the Tuesday evening, Edwin came home from business at 6 o'clock, and found that he was to eat alone. The servant anxiously explained that Miss Clayhanger had gone across to the Orgreaves to assist Miss Orgreave. It was evident that, before going, Miss Clayhanger had inspired the servant with a full sense of the importance of Mr. Clayhanger's solitary meal, and of the terrible responsibility lying upon the person in charge of it. The girl was thrillingly alive. She would have liked some friend or other of the house to be always seriously ill, so that Miss Clayhanger might often leave her to the voluptuous savouring of this responsibility, whose formidableness surpassed words. Edwin, as he went upstairs, and as he came down again, was conscious of her excited presence somewhere near him, half visible in the warm gas-lit house, spying upon him in order to divine the precise moment for the final service of the meal. And in the dining-room the table was laid differently, so that he might be well situated, with regard to the light, for reading. And by the side of his plate were the newspaper, the magazines, and the book, among which Maggie had well guessed that he would make his choice for perusal. He was momentarily touched. He warmed his hands at the splendid fire, and then he warmed his back, watching the servant as with little flouncings and perkings she served, and he was touched by the placid and perfect efficiency of Maggie as a housekeeper. Maggie gave him something that no money could buy. The servant departed and shut the door. When he sat down, he minutely changed the situation of nearly everything on the table, so that his magazine might be lodged at exactly the right distance and angle, and so that each necessary object might be quite handy. He was in luxury, and he yielded himself to it absolutely. The sense that unusual events were happening, that the course of social existence was disturbed while his comfort was not disturbed, that danger hung cloudy on the horizon, this sense somehow intensified the appreciation of the hour and positively contributed to his pleasure. Moreover, he was agreeably excited by a dismaying anticipation affecting himself alone. 2. The door opened again, and Auntie Hamps was shown in by the servant. Before he could move, the old lady had, with overwhelming sweet supplications, insisted that he should not move, no, not even to shake hands. He rose, only to shake hands, and then fell back into his comfort. Auntie Hamps fixed a chair for herself opposite him, and drummed her black-gloved hand on the white tablecloth. She was steadily becoming stouter, and those chubby little hands seemed impossibly small against the vast mountain of fur which was crowned by her smirking crimson face and the supreme peak of her bonnet. "They keep very friendly, those two," she remarked, with a strangely significant air, when he told her where Maggie was. She had shown no surprise at finding him alone, for the reason that she had already learnt everything from the servant in the hall. Janet and Maggie, but they're friendly enough when they can be of use to each other. "How kind Miss Janet was when your father was ill. I'm sure Maggie feels she must do all she can to return her kindness," Mrs. Hamps murmured with emotion. "I shall always be grateful for her helpfulness. She's a grand girl, a grand girl." "Yes," said Edwin awkwardly. "She's still waiting for you," said Mrs. Hamps, not archly, but sadly. Edwin restively poohed. At the first instant of her arrival he had been rather glad to see her, for unusual events create a desire to discuss them. But if she meant to proceed in that strain, unuttered curses would soon begin to accumulate for her in his heart. "I expect the kid must be pretty bad," he said. "Yes," sighed Mrs. Hamps, "and probably poor Mrs. Orgreave is more in the way than anything else. And Mr. Orgreave only just out of bed, as you may say. That young lady must have her hands full. My word, what a blessing it is she's made such friends with Maggie." Mrs. Hamps had the peculiar gift, which developed into ever-increasing perfection as her hair grew whiter, of being able to express ideas by means of words which had no relation to them at all. Within 3 minutes, by 3 different remarks, whose occult message no stranger could have understood, but which forced itself with unpleasant clearness upon Edwin, Mrs. Hamps had conveyed, "Janet Orgreave only cultivates Maggie because Maggie is the sister of Edwin Clayhanger." "You're all very devoted to that child," she said, meaning, "there is something mysterious in that quarter which sooner or later is bound to come out." And the meaning was so clear that Edwin was intimidated. What did she guess? Did she know anything? Tonight Auntie Hamps was displaying her gift at its highest. "I don't know that Maggie's so desperately keen on the infant," he said. "She's not like you about him, that's sure," Mrs. Hamps admitted. And she went on, in a tone that was only superficially casual, "I wonder the mother doesn't come down to him." Not his mother, the mother. Odd, the effect of that trifle. Mrs. Hamps was a great artist in phrasing. "Oh," said Edwin, "it's not serious enough for that." "Well, I'm not so sure," Auntie Hamps gravely replied. "The vicar is dead." The emphasis which she put on these words was tremendous. "Is he?" Edwin stammered. "But what's that got to do with it?" He tried to be condescending towards her absurdly superstitious assumption that the death of the vicar of St. Peter's could increase the seriousness of George's case, and he feebly succeeded in being condescending. Nevertheless, he could not meet his auntie's gaze without self-consciousness, for her emphasis had been double, and he knew it. It had implied, secondly, that the death of the vicar was an event especially affecting Edwin's household. The rough sketch of a romance between the vicar and Maggie had never been completed into a picture, but on the other hand it had never been destroyed. The vicar and Maggie had been supposed to be still interested in each other, despite the vicar's priestliness, which latterly had perhaps grown more marked, just as his church had grown more ritualistic. It was a strange affair, thin, elusive, but an affair it was. The vicar and Maggie had seldom met of recent years. They had never, so far as anyone knew, met alone, and yet upon the news of the vicar's death the first thought of nearly everybody was for Maggie Clayhanger. Mrs. Hamps's eyes, swimming in the satisfaction of several simultaneous woes, said plainly, "What about poor Maggie?" "When did you hear?" Edwin asked. "It isn't in this afternoon's paper." "I've only just heard. He died at 4 o'clock. She had come up immediately with the news, as fresh as orchard fruit. "And the Duke of Clarence is no better," she said, in a luxurious, sighing gloom. "And I'm afraid it's all over with Cardinal Manning." She made a peculiar noise in her throat, not quite a sigh, rather a brave protest against the general fatality of things, stiffened by a determination to be strong, though melancholy in misfortune. 3. Maggie suddenly entered, hatted, with a jacket over her arm. "Hello, Auntie, you here?" They had already met that morning. "I just called," said Mrs. Hamps guiltily. Edwin felt as though Maggie had surprised them both in some criminal act. They knew that Mr. Heath was dead. She did not know. She had to be told. He wished violently that Auntie Hamps had been elsewhere. "Everything all right?" Maggie asked Edwin, surveying the table. "I gave particular orders about the eggs." "As right as rain," said Edwin, putting into his voice a note of true appreciation. He saw that her sense of duty towards him had brought her back to the house. She had taken every precaution to ensure his well-being, but she could not be content without seeing for herself that the servant had not betrayed the trust. "How are things across?" he inquired. "Well," said Maggie, frowning, "that's one reason why I came back sooner than I meant. The doctor had just been. His temperature is getting higher and higher. I wish you'd go over as soon as you've finished. If you ask me, I think they ought to telegraph to his mother. But Janet doesn't seem to think so. Of course, it's enough when Mrs. Orgreave began worrying about telegraphing for Janet to say there's no need to telegraph. She's rather trying, Mrs. Orgreave is, I must admit. All that I've been doing is to keep her out of the bedroom. Janet has everything on her shoulders. Mr. Orgreave is just about as fidgety as Mrs., and of course the servants have their own work to do. Naturally, Johnny isn't in." Her tone grew sarcastic and bitter. "What does Sterling say about telegraphing?" Edwin demanded. He intended to say telegraphing for Mrs. Cannon, but he could not utter the last words. He could not compel his vocal organs to utter them. He became aware of the beating of his heart. For 24 hours he had been contemplating the possibility of a summons to Hilda. Now the possibility had developed into a probability, nay, a certainty. Maggie was the very last person to be alarmist. Maggie replied, "He says it might be as well to wait till tomorrow. Then you know he is like that, a bit." "So they say," Auntie Hamps agreed. "Have you seen the kid?" Edwin asked. "About 2 minutes," said Maggie. "It's pitiable to watch him." "Why, is he in pain?" "Not what you'd call pain, no, but he's so upset. Worried about himself. He's got a terrific fever on him. I'm certain he's delirious sometimes, poor little thing." Tears gleamed in her eyes. The plight of the boy had weakened her prejudices against him. Assuredly he was not rough now. Astounded and frightened by those shimmering tears, Edwin exclaimed, "You don't mean to say there's actual danger?" "Well—" Maggie hesitated and stopped. There was silence for a moment. Edwin felt that the situation was now further intensified. "I expect you've heard about the poor vicar," Mrs. Hamps funereally insinuated. Edwin mutely damned her. Maggie looked up sharply. "No, he's not—" Mrs. Hamps nodded twice. The tears vanished from Maggie's eyes, forced backwards by all the secret pride that was in her. It was obvious that not the news of the vicar had originally caused those tears, but nevertheless there should be no shadow of misunderstanding. The death of the vicar must be associated with no more serious sign of distress in Maggie than in others. She must be above suspicion. For one acute moment, as he read her thoughts, and as the profound sacrificial tragedy of her entire existence loomed less indistinctly than usual before him, Edwin ceased to think about himself and Hilda. She made a quick hysterical movement. "I wish you'd go across, Edwin," she said harshly. "I'll go now," he answered with softness, and he was glad to go. 4. It was Osmond Orgreave who opened to him the front door of Lane End House. Maggie had told the old gentleman that she should send Edwin over, and he was wandering vaguely about in nervous expectation. In an instant they were discussing George's case and the advisability of telegraphing to Hilda. Mrs. Orgreave immediately joined them in the hall. Both father and mother clearly stood in awe of the gentle but powerful Janet. And somehow the child was considered as her private affair, into which others might not thrust themselves save on sufferance. Perceiving that Edwin was slightly inclined to the course of telegraphing, they drew him toward them as a reinforcement. But while Mrs. Orgreave frankly displayed her dependence on him, Mr. Orgreave affected to be strong, independent, and judicial. "I wish you'd go and speak to her," Mrs. Orgreave entreated. "Upstairs?" "It won't do any harm, anyhow," said Osmond, finally indifferent. They went up the stairs in a procession. Edwin did not wish to tell them about the vicar. He could see no sense in telling them about the vicar. And yet, before they reached the top of the stairs, he heard himself saying in a concerned whisper, "You know about the vicar of St. Peter's?" "No." "Died at 4 o'clock. "Oh, dear me, murmured Mrs. Orgreave, agonized. Most evidently George's case was aggravated by the vicar's death, and not only in the eyes of Mrs. Orgreave and her falsely stoic husband, but in Edwin's eyes too. Useless for him to argue with himself about idiotic superstitiousness. The death of the vicar had undoubtedly influenced his attitude towards George. They halted on the landing, outside a door that was ajar. Near them burned a gas jet, and beneath the bracket was a large framed photograph of the bridal party at Alicia's wedding. Farther along the landing were other similar records of the weddings of Marion, Tom, and Jimmy. Mr. Orgreave pushed the door half open. "Janet," said Mr. Orgreave conspiratorially. "Well?" from within the bedroom. "Here's Edwin." Janet appeared in the doorway, pale. She was wearing an apron with a bib. I thought I'd just look in and inquire," Edwin said awkwardly, fiddling with his hat and a pocket of his overcoat. "What's he like now?" Janet gave details. The sick-room lay hidden behind the face of the door, mysterious and sacred. "Mr. Edwin thinks he ought to telegraph," said Mrs. Orgreave timidly. "Do you?" demanded Janet. Her eyes seemed to pierce him. Did she gaze at him with such particularity, as though he possessed a special interest in Hilda? "Well," he muttered, "you might just wire how things are, and leave it to her to come as she thinks fit." "Just so," said Mr. Orgreave quickly, as if Edwin had expressed his own thought. "But the telegram couldn't be delivered tonight," Janet objected. "It's nearly 7:30 now." It was true. Yet Edwin was more than ever conscious of a keen desire to telegraph at once. "But it would be delivered first thing in the morning," he said, "so that she'd have more time to make arrangements if she wanted to." "Well, if you think like that," Janet acquiesced. The visage of Mrs. Orgreave lightened. "I'll run down and telegraph myself, if you like," said Edwin. "Of course, you've written to her. She knows." "Oh, yes." In a minute he was walking rapidly with his ungainly, slouching stride down Trafalgar Road, his overcoat flying loose. Another crisis was approaching, he thought. As he came to Duck Square, he met a newspaper boy shouting shrilly and wearing the contents bill of a special edition of the Signal as an apron. Duke of Clarence, most serious bulletin. The scourge and fear of influenza was upon the town, upon the community, tangible, oppressive, tragic. In the evening calm of the shabby, gloomy post office, holding a stubby pencil that was chained by a cable to the wall, he stood over a blank telegraph form, hesitating how to word the message. Behind the counter an instrument was ticking unheeded, and far within could be discerned the vague bodies of men dealing with parcels. He wrote, Cannon, 59 Preston Street, Brighton. George's temperature 104. Then he paused and added, Edwin. It was sentimental. He ought to have signed Janet's name. And, if he was determined to make the telegraph personal, he might at least have put his surname. He knew it was sentimental, and he loathed sentimentality. But that evening he wanted to be sentimental. He crossed to the counter and pushed the form under the wire netting. A sleepy girl accepted it and glanced mechanically at the clock, and then wrote the hour, 7:42. "It won't be delivered tonight," she said, looking up as she counted the words. "No, I know," said Edwin. "Sixpence, please." As he paid the sixpence, he felt as though he had accomplished some great, critical, agitating deed.
Volume 4, Chapter 11 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The recording by Simon Evers. Volume 4, Chapter 11, Beginning of the Night. The next day was full of strange suspense. It was coloured throughout with that quality of strangeness which puts a new light on all quotidian occupations and exposes their fundamental unimportance. Edwin arose to the fact that a thick grey fog was wrapping the town. When he returned home to breakfast at 9, the fog was certainly more opaque than it had been an hour earlier. The steam cars passed like phantoms, with a continuous clanging of bells. He breakfasted under gas, and alone. Maggie was invisible, or only to be seen momentarily, flying across the domestic horizon. She gave out that she was very busy in the attics, cleaning those shockingly neglected rooms. "Please, sir," said the servant, "Miss Clayhanger says she's been across Miss Orgreaves, and Master George is about the same." Maggie would not come and tell him herself. On the previous evening he had not seen her after the reception of the news about the vicar. She had gone upstairs when he came back from the post office. Beyond doubt she was too disturbed emotionally to be able to face him with her customary tranquillity. She was getting over the shock with brush and duster up in the attics. He was glad that she had not attempted to be as usual. The ordeal of attempting to be as usual would have tried him perhaps as severely as her. He went forth again into the fog in a high state of agitation, constricted with sympathetic distress on Maggie's account, apprehensive for the boy, and painfully expectant of the end of the day. The whole day slipped away so, hour after monotonous hour, while people talked about influenza and about distinguished patients, and doctors hurried from house to house, and the fog itself seemed to be the visible mantle of the disease. And the end of the day brought nothing to Edwin save an acuter expectancy. George varied. On the whole he was worse, not much worse, but worse. Dr. Stirling saw him twice. No message arrived from Hilda, nor did she come in person. Maggie watched George for 5 hours in the late afternoon and evening, while Janet rested. At 8 o'clock, when there was no further hope of a telegram from Hilda, everybody pretended to concur in the view that Hilda, knowing her boy better than anybody else, and having already seen him through an attack of influenza, had not been unduly alarmed by the telegraphic news of his temperature, and was content to write. She might probably be arranging to come on the morrow. After all, George's temperature had reached 104 in the previous attack. Then there was the fog. The fog would account for anything. Nevertheless, Nobody was really satisfied by these explanations of Hilda's silence and absence. In every heart lay the secret and sinister thought of the queerness and the incalculableness of Hilda. Edwin called several times on the Orgreaves. He finally left their house about 10 o'clock, with some difficulty tracing his way home from gas-lamp to gas-lamp through the fog. Mr. Orgreaves himself had escorted him with a lantern round the wilderness of the lawn to the gates. "We shall have a letter in the morning," Mr. Orgreave had said. "Bound to," Edwin had replied, and they both superiorly puffed away into the fog the absurd misgivings of women. Knowing that he was in no condition to sleep, Edwin mended the drawing-room fire and settled down on the sofa to read. But he could no more read than sleep. He seemed to lie on the sofa for hours, while his thoughts jigged with fatiguing monotony in his head. He was extraordinarily wakeful and alive, every sense painfully sharpened. At last he decided to go to bed. In his bedroom he gazed idly out at the blank density of the fog, and then his heart leapt as his eye distinguished a moving glimmer below in the garden of the Orgreaves. He threw up the window in a tumult of anticipation. The air was absolutely still. Then he heard a voice say, "Good night." It was undoubtedly Dr. Stirling's voice. The Scotch accent was unmistakable. Was the boy worse? Not necessarily, for the doctor had said that he might look in again, last thing, if chance favoured. And the Scotch significance of last night was notoriously comprehensive. It might include regions beyond midnight. Then Edwin heard another voice. "Thanks ever so much." First it puzzled him. He knew it, and yet... Could it be the Sunday's voice? Surely it was not the voice of Mr. Orgreave, nor of anyone living in the house. It reminded him of the Sunday's voice. He went out of his bedroom, striking a match, and going downstairs lit the gas in the hall, which he had just extinguished. Then he put on a cap, found a candlestick in the kitchen, unbolted the garden door as quietly as he could, and passed into the garden. The flame of the candle stood upright in the fog. He blundered along to the dividing wall, placed the candle on the top of it, and managed to climb over. Leaving the candle on the wall to guide his return, he approached the house, which showed gleams at several windows, and rang the bell. And in fact it was Charlie Orgreave himself who opened the door, and a lantern, stuck carelessly on the edge of a chair, was still burning in the hall. 2. In a moment he had learnt the chief facts. Hilda had gone up to London, dragged Charlie out of Ealing, and brought him down with her to watch over her child. Once more she had done something which nobody could have foreseen. The train, not the London Express, but the Loop, was late. The pair had arrived about 10:30, and a little later Dr. Stirling had fulfilled his promise to look in if he could. The two doctors had conferred across the child's bed, and had found themselves substantially in agreement. Moreover, the child was, if anything, somewhat better. The Scotsman had gone. Charles and Hilda had eaten. Hilda meant to sit up, and had insisted that Janet should go to bed. It appeared that Janet had rested, but not slept, in the afternoon. Charlie took Edwin into the small breakfast-room, where Osmond Orgreave was waiting, and the three men continued to discuss the situation. They were all of them too excited to sit down, though Osmond, and, in a less degree, Charlie, affected the tranquillity of high philosophers. At first Edwin knew scarcely what he did. His speech and gestures were not the result of conscious volition. He seemed suddenly to have two individualities, and the new one, which was the more intimate one, watched the other as in a dim-lighted dream. She was there, in a room above. She had come in response to the telegram signed Edwin. Last night she was far away. Tonight she was in the very house with him. Miracle! He asked himself, why should I get myself into this state simply because she is here? It would be mighty strange if she had not come. I must take myself in hand better than this. I mustn't behave like a blooming girl. He frowned and coughed. "Well," said Osmond Orgreave to his son, thrusting out his coat-tails with his hands towards the fire, and swaying slightly to and fro on his heels and toes. "So you've had your consultation, you eminent specialists. What's the result?" He looked at his elegant son with an air half quizzical and half deferential. "I've told you he's evidently a little better, Dad," Charlie answered casually. His London department was more marked than ever. The bracingly correct atmosphere of Ealing had given him a rather obvious sense of importance. He had developed into a man with a stake in the country, and he twisted his moustache like such a man, and took out a cigarette like such a man. "Yes, I know," said Osmond with controlled impatience, "but what sort of influenza is it? I'm hoping to learn something now you've come. Sterling will talk about anything except influenza." "What sort of influenza is it? What do you mean?" And Charlie's twinkling glance said condescendingly, "What's the old cock got hold of now? This is just like him." "But is there any real danger?" Edwin murmured. "Well," said Osmond, bringing up his regiments, "as I understand it, there are 3 types of influenza: the respiratory, the gastrointestinal, and the nervous. Which one is it?" Charlie laughed, and prodded his father with a forefinger in a soft region near the shoulder, disturbing his balance. "You've been reading the BMJ," he said, "and so you needn't pretend you haven't." Osmond paused an instant to consider the meaning of these initials. "What if I have?" he demanded, raising his eyebrows. "I say there are 3 types." "30. You might be nearer the mark with 30," Charlie interrupted him. "The fact is that these divisions into types is all very well in theory," he proceeded with easy disdain, "but in practice it won't work out. Now, for instance, what this kid has won't square with any of your 3 types. It's purely febrile, that's what it is. Rare, decidedly rare, but less rare in children than in adults, at any rate in my experience. If his temperature wasn't so high, I should say the thing might last for days, weeks even. I've known it. The first question I put was, has he been in a stupor? He had. It may recur. That, and headache, and the absence of localized nervous symptoms." He stopped, leaving the sentence in the air, grandiose and formidable, but of no purport. Charlie shrugged his shoulders, allowing the beholder to choose his own interpretation of the gesture. "You're a devilish wonderful fellow," said Osmond grimly to his son, and Charlie winked grimly at Edwin, who grimly smiled. "You in your British Medical Journal," Charlie exclaimed, with an irony from which filial affection was not absent, and again prodded his father in the same spot. "Of course I know I'm an old man," said Osmond, condescendingly rejecting Charlie's condescension. He thought he did not mean what he said. Nevertheless, it was the expression of the one idea which latterly, beyond all other ideas, had possessed him. 3. Janet came into the room, and was surprised to see Edwin. She was in a state of extreme fatigue, pale, with burning eyes, and hair that had lost the gracefulness of its curves. "So you know?" she said. Edwin nodded. "It seems I've got to go to bed," she went on. "Father, you must go to bed too. Mother's gone. It's frightfully late. Come along now." She was insistent. She had been worried during the greater part of the day by her restless parents, and she was determined not to leave either of them at large. "Charlie, you might run upstairs and see that everything's all right before I go. I shall get up again at 4. "I'll be off," said Edwin. "Here, hold on a bit," Charlie objected. "Wait till I come down. Let's have a yarn. You don't want to go to bed yet." Edwin agreed to the suggestion, and was left alone in the breakfast-room. What struck him was that the new situation created by Hilda's strange caprice had instantly been accepted by everybody, and had indeed already begun to seem quite natural. He esteemed highly the demeanour of all the Orgreaves. Neither he himself nor Maggie could have surpassed them in their determination not to exaggerate the crisis, in their determination to bear themselves simply and easily, and to speak with lightness, even with occasional humour. There were few qualities that he admired more than this. And what was her demeanour up there in the bedroom? Suddenly the strangeness of Hilda's caprice presented itself to him as even more strange. She had merely gone to Ealing and captured Charlie. Charlie was understood to have a considerable practice. At her whim, all his patients had been abandoned. What an idea, to bring him down like this! What tremendous faith in him she must have! And Edwin remembered distinctly that the first person who had ever spoken to him of Hilda was Charlie. And in what terms of admiration? Was there a long and secret understanding between these two? They must assuredly be far more intimate than he had ever suspected. Edwin hated to think that Hilda would depend more upon Charlie than upon himself in a grave difficulty. The notion caused him acute discomfort. He was resentful against Charlie, as against a thief who had robbed him of his own, but who could not be apprehended and put to shame. The acute discomfort was jealousy, but this word did not occur to him. 4. "I say," Edwin began, in a new intimate tone, when after what seemed a very long interval Charlie Orgreave returned to the breakfast-room with the information that for the present all had been done that could be done. "What's up?" said Charlie, responding quite eagerly to the appeal for intimacy in Edwin's voice. He brought in a tray with whisky and its apparatus, and he set this handily on a stool in front of the fire, and poked the fire, and generally made the usual ritualistic preparations for a comfortable, talkative night. "Rather delicate, wasn't it, you coming down and taking Sterling's case off him?" Edwin smiled idly as he lolled far back in an old easy-chair. His two individualities had now merged again into one. "My boy," Charlie answered, pausing impressively with his curly head held forward, before dropping into an armchair by the stool, "you may take it from me that delicate is not the word." Edwin nodded sympathetically, perceiving with satisfaction, but beneath his metropolitan mannerism, and his amusing pomposities, and his perfectly dandiacal clothes, Charlie still remained the Sunday, possibly more naive than ever. This naivety of Charlie's was particularly pleasing to him, for the reason that it gave him a feeling of superiority to the more brilliant being, and persuaded him that the difference between London and the provinces was inessential and negligible. Charlie's hair still curled like a boy's, and he had not outgrown the naivety of boyhood. Against these facts, the fact that Charlie was a partner in a fashionable and dashing practice at Ealing simply did not weigh. The deference which in thought Edwin had been slowly acquiring for this Charlie, as to whom impressive news reached Bursley from time to time, melted almost completely away. In fundamentals he was convinced that Charlie was an infant compared to himself. "Have a drop?" "Well, it's not often I do, but I will tonight. Steady on with the whisky, old chap." Each took a charged glass and sipped. Edwin, by raising his arm, could just lodge his glass on the mantelpiece. Charlie then opened his large gun-metal cigarette-case, and one match lighted 2 cigarettes. "Yes, my boy," Charlie resumed, as he meditatively blew out the match and threw it on the fire. "You may well say delicate. The truth is that if I hadn't seen at once that Sterling was a very decent sort of chap, and very friendly here, I might have funked it. Yes, I might. He came in just after we'd arrived, so I saw him alone, here. I made a clean breast of it and put myself in his hands. Of course he appreciated the situation at once, and considering he'd never seen her, it was rather clever of him. I suppose people rather like that Scotch accent of his down here." "They say he makes over 1,000 a year already," Edwin replied. He was thinking, "Is she likely to be coming downstairs?" "No." "The deuce he does," Charlie murmured with ingenuous animation, foolishly betraying by an instant's lack of self-control the fact that Ealing was not Utopia. Envy was in his voice as he continued, "It's astonishing how some chaps can come along and walk straight into anything they want, whatever it happens to be." What do you think of him as a doctor?" Edwin questioned. "Seems all right," said Charlie, with a fine brief effort to be patronizing. "He's got a great reputation down here," Edwin said quietly. Yes, I should say he's quite all right." 5. "How came it that Mrs. Cannon came and rummaged you out?" Edwin knew that he would blush, and so he reached up for his whisky and drank, adding, "The old man still clings to his old brand of Scotch." "My dear fellow, I know no more than you. I was perfectly staggered, I can tell you that. I hadn't seen her since before she was married. Only heard of her again just lately through Janet. I suppose it was Janet who told her I was at Ealing. It's an absolute fact that just at the first blush I didn't even recognize her." "Didn't you?" Edwin wondered how this could be. "I did not. She came into our surgery as if she'd come out of the next room and I'd seen her only yesterday, and she just asked me to come away with her at once to Bursley. I thought she was off her nut, but she wasn't. She showed me your telegram." "The ticket she did?" Edwin was really startled. "Yes, I told her that there was nothing absolutely fatal in a temperature of 104. It happened in thousands of cases. Then she explained to me exactly how he'd been ill before, seemingly in the same way, and I can judge from what she said that he wasn't a boy who would stand a high temperature for very long." "By the way, what's his temperature tonight?" Edwin interrupted. 102.7, said Charlie. "Yes," he resumed, "she did convince me it might be serious, but what then? I told her I couldn't possibly leave. She asked me why not. She kept on asking me why not. I said, what about my patients here? She asked if any of them were dying. I said, no, but I couldn't leave them all to my partner. I don't think she realized before that I was in partnership. She stuck to it worse than ever then. I asked her why she wanted just me. I said all we doctors were much about the same, and so on. But it was of no use. The fact is, you know, Hilda always had a great notion of me as a doctor. Can't imagine why. Kept it to herself, of course, jolly close, as she did most things, but I'd noticed it now and then. You know, one of those tremendous beliefs she has. You're another of her beliefs, if you want to know." "How do you know? Give us another cigarette." Edwin was exceedingly uneasy, and yet joyous. One of his fears was that the Sunday might inquire how it was that he signed telegrams to Hilda with only his Christian name. The Sunday, however, made no such inquiry. "How do I know?" Charlie exclaimed. "I could tell in a second by the way she showed me your telegram. Oh, and besides, that's an old story, my young friend. You needn't flatter yourself it wasn't common property at one time." "Oh, rot," Edwin muttered. "Well, go on." "Well, then I explained that there was such a thing as medical etiquette." You should have heard Hilda on medical etiquette. You should just have heard her on that lay, medical etiquette versus the dying child. I simply had to chuck that, I said to her. But suppose you hadn't caught me at home, I might have been out for the day of 100 things. It was sheer accident she had caught me. At last she said, "Look here, Charlie, will you come or won't you?" 6. "Well, and what did you say?" "I should tell you, she went down on her knees." "What should you?" said Homer boy. "What could I say? They've got you when they put it that way, especially a woman like she is. I tell you, she was simply terrific. I tell you, I wouldn't go through it again, not for something." Edwin responsively shook. "I just threw up the sponge and came. I told Huskisson a thundering lie to save my face, and away I came, and I've been with her ever since. Dash if I haven't." "Who's Huskisson?" "Oh, my partner. If anybody had told me beforehand that I should do such a thing, I should have laughed. Of course, if you look at it calmly, it's preposterous. Preposterous. There's no other word from my point of view. But when they begin to put it the way she put it, well, you've got to decide quick whether you'll be sensible and a brute, or whether you'll sacrifice yourself and be a damn fool. What good am I here? No more good than anybody else. Supposing there is danger. Well, there may be, but I've left 20 or 30 influenza cases at Ealing. Every influenza case is dangerous if it comes to that." "Exactly," breathed Edwin. "I wouldn't have done it for any other woman," Charlie recommenced. "Not much." "Then why did you do it for her?" Charlie shrugged his shoulders. "There's something about her. I don't know." He lifted his nostrils fastidiously and gazed at the fire. "There's not many women knocking about like her. She gets hold of you. She's nothing at all for about 6 months at a stretch, and then she has 1 minute of the grand style. That's the sort of woman she is. Understand? But I expect you don't know her as we do." "Oh, yes, I understand," said Edwin. "She must be tremendously fond of the kid." "You bet she is. Absolute passion." "What sort is he?" "Oh, he's all right. But I've never seen them together, and I never thought she was so particularly keen on him." "Don't you make any mistake," said Charlie loftily. "I believe women often are like that about an only child when they've had a rough time. By the look of her, she must have had a pretty rough time. I've never made out why she married that swine, and I don't think anyone else has either." "Did you know him?" Edwin asked with sudden eagerness. "Not a bit. But I've sort of understood he was a regular outsider. Do you know how long she's been a widow?" "No," said Edwin. "I've barely seen her." At these words he became so constrained and so suspicious of the look on his own face that he rose abruptly and began to walk about the room. "What's the matter?" demanded Charlie. "Got pins and needles?" "Only fidget," said Edwin. "I hope this isn't one of your preliminaries for clearing out and leaving me alone," Charlie complained. "Here, where's that glass of yours? Have another cigarette." There was a sound that seemed to resemble a tap on the door. "What's that noise?" said Edwin, startled. The whole of his epidermis tingled, and he stood still. They both listened. The sound was repeated. Yes, it was a tap on the door. But in the night, and in the repose of the house, it had the character of some unearthly summons. Edwin was near the door. He hesitated for an instant, afraid, and then with an effort brusquely opened the door and looked forth beyond the shelter of the room. A woman's figure was disappearing down the passage in the direction of the stairs. It was she. "Did you—" he began, but Hilda had gone. Agitated, he said to Charlie, his hand still on the knob, "It's Mrs. Cannon. She just knocked and ran off. I expect she wants you." Charlie jumped up and scurried out of the room exactly like a boy. Volume 4, Chapter 12 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Volume 4, Chapter 12, End of the Night. For the second time that night, Edwin was left alone for a long period in the little breakfast-room. Charlie's phrase, "You're another of her beliefs," shone like a lamp in his memory, beneficent. And though he was still jealous of Charlie, with whom Hilda's relations were obviously very intimate, although he said to himself, "She never made any appeal to me, she would scarcely have my help at any price," nevertheless he felt most singularly uplifted, and, without any reason, hopeful. So much so that the fate of the child became with him a matter of secondary importance. He excused this apparent callousness by making sure in his own mind that the child was in no real danger. On the other hand, he blamed himself for ever having fancied that Hilda was indifferent to George. She indifferent to her own son? What a wretched, stupid slander! He ought to have known better than that. He ought to have known that a Hilda would bring to maternity the mightiest passions. All that Charlie had said confirmed him in his idolization of her. 1 minute of the grand style. That was it. Charlie had judged her very well, damn him. And the 1 minute was priceless, beyond all estimation. The fire sank with little sounds of decay, and he stared at it, prevented as if by a spell from stooping to make it up, prevented even from looking at his watch. At length he shivered slightly, and the movement broke the trance. He wandered to the door, which Charlie had left ajar, and listened. No sign of life. He listened intently, but his ear could catch nothing whatever. What were those two doing upstairs with the boy? Cautiously he stepped out into the passage and went to the foot of the stairs, where a gas jet was burning. He was reminded of the nights preceding his father's death. Another gas jet showed along the corridor at the head of the stairs. He put his foot on the first step. It creaked, with a noise comparable to the report of a pistol in the dead silence. But there was no responsive sound to show that anyone had been alarmed by this explosion. Impelled by nervous curiosity and growing careless, he climbed the reverberating, complaining stairs, and, entering the corridor, stood exactly in front of the closed door of the sick-room, and listened again, and heard naught. His heart was obstreperously beating. Part of the household slept, the other part watched, and he was between the two, like a thief, like a spy. Should he knock discreetly and ask if he could be of help? The strange romance of his existence, and of all existence, flowed around him in mysterious currents, obsessing him. Suddenly the door opened, and Charlie, barely avoiding a collision, started back in alarm. Then Charlie recovered his self-possession and carefully shut the door. I was just wondering whether I could be of any use," Edwin stammered in a whisper. Charlie whispered, "It's all right, but I must run round to Sterling's and get a drug I want." "Is he worse?" "Yes, that is, yes, you never know with a child. They're up and down and all over the place inside of an hour." "Can I go?" Edwin suggested. "No, I can explain to him quicker than you." "You'll never find your way in this fog." "Bosh, man, do you think I don't know the town as well as you? Besides, it's lifted considerably." By a common impulse they tiptoed to the window at the end of the corridor. Across the lawn could be dimly discerned a gleam through the trees. "I'll come with you," said Edwin. "You'd much better stay here, in case." "Shall I go into the bedroom?" "Certainly." Charlie turned to descend the stairs. "I say," Edwin called after him in a loud whisper, "when you get to the gate, you know the house, you go up the side entry. The night bell's rather high up on the left hand." All right, Charlie replied impatiently. "Just come and shut the front door after me. I don't want to bang it." 2. When Edwin crept into the bedroom, he was so perturbed by continually growing excitement that he saw nothing clearly except the central group of objects, that is to say, a narrow bed whose burden was screened from him by its foot, a table, an empty chair, the gas globe luminous against a dark green blind, and Hilda, in black, alert and erect beneath the downflowing light. The rest of the chamber seemed to stretch obscurely away into no confines. Not for several seconds did he even notice the fire. This confusing excitement was not caused by anything external, such as the real or supposed peril of the child. It had its source within. As soon as Hilda identified him, her expression changed from the intent, frowning stare of inquiry to a smile. Edwin had never before seen her smile in that way. The smile was weak, resigned, almost piteous, and it was extraordinarily sweet. He closed the door quietly and moved in silence towards the bed. She nodded an affectionate welcome. He returned her greeting eagerly, and all his constraint was loosed away, and he felt at ease and happy. Her face was very pale indeed against the glittering blackness of her eyes and her sombre disordered hair and untidy dress, but it did not show fatigue nor extreme anxiety. It was a face of calm meekness. The sleeves of her dress were reversed, showing the forearms, which gave her an appearance of déshabillé, homely, intimate, confiding. So it was common property at one time, Edwin thought, recalling a phrase of Charlie's in the breakfast-room. Strange. He wanted her, in all her disarray, with all her woes, anxieties, solicitudes. He wanted her, piteous, meek, beaten by destiny, weakly smiling. He wanted her because she stood so, after the immense, masterful effort of the day, watching in acquiescence by that bed. "Has he gone?" she asked, in a voice ordinarily loud, but for her unusually tender. "Yes," said Edwin, "he's gone. He told me I'd better come in here, so I came." She nodded again. "Have that chair." Without arguing, he took the chair. She remained standing. The condition of George startled him. Evidently the boy was in a heavy stupor. His body was so feverish that it seemed to give off a perceptible heat. There was no need to touch the skin in order to know that it burned. One divined this. The hair was damp. About the pale lips an irregular rash had formed, purplish, patchy, and the rash seemed to be the mark and sign of some strange, dreadful disease that nobody had ever named, a plague. Worse than all this was the profound, comprehensive discomfort of the whole organism, showing itself in the unnatural pose of the limbs and in multitudinous faint instinctive ways of the inert but complaining body. And the child was so slight beneath the blanket, so young, so helpless, spiritually so alone. How could even Hilda communicate her sympathy to that spirit, withdrawn and inaccessible? During the illness of his father, Edwin had thought that he was looking upon the extreme, tragic limit of pathos, but this present spectacle tightened more painfully the heart. It was more shameful, a more excruciating accusation against the order of the universe. To think of George in his pride, strong, capricious, and dominant, while gazing at this victim of malady, the contrast was intolerable. George was very ill, and yet Hilda, despite the violence of her nature, could stand there calm, sweet, and controlled. What power! Edwin was humbled. This is the sort of thing that women of her sort can do, he said to himself. Why, Maggie and I are simply nothing to her. Maggie and he could be self-possessed in a crisis, they could stand a strain, but the strain would show itself either in a tense harshness or in some unnatural lightness or even flippancy. Hilda was the very image of soft, caressing sweetness. He felt that he must emulate her. "Surely his temperature's gone up," he said quietly. "Yes," Hilda replied, fingering absently the clinical thermometer that with a lot of other gear lay on the table. "It's nearly 105. Can't last like this. It won't. I've been through it with him before, but not quite so bad." "I didn't think anyone could have influenza twice, so soon," Edwin murmured. "Neither did I," said she. "Still, he must have been sickening for it before he came down here." There was a pause. She wiped the boy's forehead. "This change has come on quite suddenly," she said in a different voice. 2 hours ago, less than 2 hours ago, there was scarcely a sign of that rash." "What is it?" "Charlie says it's nothing particular." "What's Charlie gone for?" "I don't know." She shook her head, then smiled. "Isn't it a good thing I brought him?" Indubitably it was. Her caprice, characterized as preposterous by males, had been justified. Thus chance often justifies women, setting at naught the high priests of reason. 3. Looking at the unconscious and yet tormented child, Edwin was aware of a melting, protective pity for him, of an immense desire to watch over his rearing with all insight, sympathy, and help, so that in George's case none of the mistakes and cruelties and misapprehensions should occur which had occurred in his own. This feeling was intense to the point of being painful. "I don't know whether you know it or not," he said, "but we're great pals, the infant and I." Hilda smiled, and in the very instant of seeing the smile, its effect upon him was such that he humiliated himself before her in secret for ever having wildly suspected that she was jealous of the attachment. "Do you think I don't know all about that?" she murmured. "He wouldn't be here now if it hadn't been for that." After a silence she added, "You're the only person that he ever has really cared for, and I can tell you he likes you better than he likes me." "How do you know that?" "I know by the way he talks and looks." "If he takes after his mother, that's no sign," Edwin retorted, without considering what he said. "What do you mean, if he takes after his mother?" She seemed puzzled. "Could anyone tell your real preferences from the way you talked and looked?" His audacious rashness astounded him. Nevertheless he stared her in the eyes, and her glance fell. No one but you could have said a thing like that, she observed mildly, yieldingly. And what he had said suddenly acquired a mysterious and wise significance and became oracular. She alone had the power of inspiring him to be profound. He had noticed that before, years ago, and first at their first meeting. Or was it that she saw in him an oracle and caused him to see with her? Slowly her face coloured, and she walked away to the fireplace and cautiously tended it. Constraint had seized him again, and his heart was loud. "Edwin," she summoned him from the fireplace. He rose, shaking with emotion, and crossed the undiscovered spaces of the room to where she was. He had the illusion that they were by themselves, not in the room, but in the universe. She was leaning with one hand on the mantelpiece. "I must tell you something," she said, "that nobody at all knows except George's father, and probably nobody ever will know. His sister knew, but she's dead." "Yes," he muttered in an exquisite rush of happiness. After all, it was not with Charlie, nor even with Janet, that she was most intimate. It was with himself. "George's father was put in prison for bigamy. George is illegitimate." She spoke with the characteristic extreme clearness of enunciation in a voice that showed no emotion. "You don't mean it," he gasped foolishly. She nodded. "I'm not a married woman. I once thought I was, but I wasn't. That's all." But what? You said 6 or 7 years, didn't you? Surely they don't give that long for bigamy." "Oh," she replied mildly, "that was for something else. When he came out of prison the first time, they arrested him again instantly, so I was told. It was in Scotland." "I see." There was a rattle as of hailstones on the window. They both started. "That must be Charlie," she exclaimed, suddenly loosing her excitement under this pretext. "He doesn't want to ring and wake the house." Edwin ran out of the room, sliding and slipping down the deserted stairs that waited patiently through the night for human feet. "Forgot to take a key," said Charlie, appearing breathless just as the door opened. "I meant to take the big key, and then I forgot." He had a little round box in his hand. He mounted the stairs 2 and 3 at a time. Edwin slowly closed the door. He could not bring himself to follow Charlie, and after a moment's vacillation he went back into the breakfast-room. 4. Amazing, incalculable woman, wrapped within fold after fold of mystery. He understood better now, but even now there were things that he did not understand. And the greatest enigma of all remained unsolved, the original enigma of her treachery to himself. And she had chosen just that moment, just that crisis, to reveal to him the sinister secret which by some unguessed means she had been able to hide from her acquaintance. Naturally, if she wished to succeed with a boarding-house in Brighton, she would be compelled to conceal somehow the fact that she was the victim of a bigamist and her child without a lawful name. The merest prudence would urge her to concealment, so long as concealment was possible. Yes, even from Janet. Although other friends deemed her a widow, Janet thought her the wife of a convict. He alone knew that she was neither wife nor widow. Through what scathing experience she must have passed! An unfamiliar and disconcerting mood gradually took complete possession of him. At first he did not correctly analyze it. It was sheer, exuberant, instinctive, unreasoning, careless joy. Then, after a long period of beatific solitude in the breakfast-room, he heard stealthy noises in the hall, and his fancy jumped to the idea of burglary. Excited, unreflecting, he hurried into the hall. Johnny Orgreave, who had let himself in with a latchkey, was shutting and bolting the front door. Johnny's surprise was the greater. He started violently on seeing Edwin, and then at once assumed the sang-froid of a hero of romance. When Edwin informed him that Hilda had come, and Charlie with her, and that those two were watching by the boy, the rest of the household being in bed, Johnny permitted himself a few verbal symptoms of astonishment. "How is Georgie?" he asked with an effort, as if ashamed. "He isn't much better," said Edwin evasively. Johnny made a deprecatory sound with his tongue against his lips, and frowned, determined to take his proper share in the general anxiety. With careful, dignified movements he removed his silk hat and his heavy ulster, revealing evening dress and a coloured scarf that overhung a crumpled shirt-front. "Where have you been?" Edwin asked. "Tennis dance, didn't you know?" "No," said Edwin. "Really?" Johnny murmured with a falsely ingenuous air. After a pause he said, "They left you all alone, then?" "I was in the breakfast-room," said Edwin, when he had given further information. They walked into the breakfast-room together. Charlie's cigarette case lay on the tray. "Those your cigarettes?" Johnny inquired. "No, they're Charlie's." "Oh, Master Charlie's, are they? I wonder if they're any good." He took one fastidiously. Between two enormous outblowings of smoke he said, "Well, I'm dashed. So Charlie's come with her. I hope the kid'll soon be better. I should have been back long ago when I took Mrs. Chris Hampson home." "Who's Mrs. Chris Hampson?" "Don't you know her? She's a ripping woman." He stood there in all the splendour of 30 years, with more than Charlie's naivety, politely trying to enter into the life of the household, but failing to do so because of his preoccupation with the rippingness of Mrs. Chris Hampson. The sight of him gave pleasure to Edwin. It did not occur to him to charge the young man with being callous. When the cigarette was burnt, Johnny said, "Well, I think I shall leave seeing Charlie till breakfast." And he went to bed. On reaching the first-floor corridor, he wished that he had gone to bed half a minute sooner, for in the corridor he encountered Janet, who had risen and was returning to her post. And Janet's face, though she meant it not, was an accusation. 4 o'clock had struck. 5. It was nearly 7:30 before Edwin left the house. In the meantime he had seen Charlie briefly twice, and Janet once, but he had not revisited the sick-room, nor seen Hilda again. The boy's condition was scarcely altered. If there was any change, it was for the better. Dawn had broken. The fog was gone, but a faint mist hung in the trees over the damp lawn. The air was piercingly chill. Yawning and glancing idly about him, he perceived a curious object on the dividing wall. It was the candlestick which he had left there on the previous night. The candle was entirely consumed. "I may as well get over the wall," he said to himself, and he scrambled up it with adventurous cheerfulness and took the candlestick with him. It was covered with drops of moisture. He deposited it in the kitchen, where the servant was cleaning the range. On the oak chest in the hall lay the Manchester Guardian, freshly arrived. He opened it with another heavy yawn. At the head of one column he read, "Death of the Duke of Clarence," and at the head of another, "Death of Cardinal Manning." The double news shocked him strangely. He thought of what those days had been to others beside him, and he thought, Volume 4, Chapter 13 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Volume 4, Chapter 13. Her Heart. After having been to business and breakfasted as usual, Edwin returned to the shop at 10 o'clock. He did not feel tired, but his manner was very curt, even with Stifford, and melancholy had taken the place of his joy. The whole town was gloomy, and seemed to savour its gloom luxuriously. But Edwin wondered why he should be melancholy. There was no reason for it. There was no less reason for it than had been for 10 years. Yet he was, and like the town, he found pleasure in his state. He had no real desire to change it. At noon he suddenly went off home, thus upsetting Stifford's arrangements for the dinner hour. "I shall lie down for a bit," he said to Maggie. He slept till a little after 1 o'clock, and he could have slept longer, but dinner was ready. He said to himself with an extraordinary sense of satisfaction, "I have had a sleep." After dinner he lay down again and slept till nearly 3 o'clock. It was with the most agreeable sensations that he awakened. His melancholy was passing. It had not entirely gone, but he could foresee the end of it as of an eclipse. He made the discovery that he had only been tired. Now he was somewhat reposed, and as he lay in repose he was aware of an intensified perception of himself as a physical organism. He thought calmly, "What a fine thing life is!" "I was just going to bring you some tea up," said Maggie, who met him on the stairs as he came down. "I heard you moving. Will you have some?" He rubbed his eyes. His head seemed still to be distended with sleep, and this was a part of his well-being. "Aye," he replied with lazy satisfaction. "That'll just put me right." "George is much better," said Maggie. "Good," he said heartily. Joy, wild and exulting, surged through him once more, and it was of such a turbulent nature that it would not suffer any examination of its origin. It possessed him by its might. As he drank the admirable tea, he felt that he still needed a lot more sleep. There were 2 points of pressure at the top of his head, but he knew that he could sleep, and sleep well, whenever he chose, and that on the morrow his body would be perfectly restored. He walked briskly back to the shop, intending to work, and he was a little perturbed to find that he could not work. His head refused. He sat in the cubicle vaguely staring. Then he was startled by a tremendous yawn, which seemed to have its inception in the very centre of his being, and which by the pang of its escape almost broke him in pieces. "I never yawned like that before," he thought, apprehensive. Another yawn of the same seismic kind succeeded immediately, and these frightful yawns continued one after another for several minutes, each leaving him weaker than the one before. "I'd better go home when I can," he thought, intimidated by the suddenness and the mysteriousness of the attack. He went home. Maggie at once said that he would be better in bed, and to his own astonishment he agreed. He could not eat the meal that Maggie brought to his room. "There's something the matter with you," said Maggie. "No, I'm only tired." He knew it was a lie. "You're simply burning," she said, but she refrained from any argument and left him. He could not sleep. His anticipations in that respect were painfully falsified. Later Maggie came back. "Here's Dr. Heave," she said briefly in the doorway. She was silhouetted against the light from the landing. The doctor, in mourning, stood behind her. "Dr. Heave, what the devil—" But he did not continue the protest. Maggie advanced into the room and turned up the gas, and the glare wounded his eyes. "Yes," said Dr. Heave at the end of 3 minutes. "You've got it. Not badly, I hope, but you've got it all right." Humiliating, for the instinct of the Clayhangers was always to assume that by virtue of some special prudence or immunity or resisting power peculiar to them alone, they would escape any popular affliction such as an epidemic. In the middle of the night, amid feverish tossings and crises of thirst and horrible malaise, it was more than humiliating. Supposing he died? People did die of influenza. The strangest, the most monstrous things did happen. For the first time in his life he lay in the genuine fear of death. He had never been ill before, and now he was ill. He knew what it was to be ill. The stupid, blundering clumsiness of death aroused his angry resentment. No, it was impossible that he should die. People did not die of influenza. The next day the doctor laughed. But Edwin said to himself, "He may have laughed only to cheer me up. They never tell their patients the truth." And every cell of his body was vitiated, poisoned, inefficient, profoundly demoralized. Ordinary health seemed the most precious and the least obtainable boon. 2. After wildernesses of time that were all but interminable, the attack was completely over. It had lasted 100 hours, of which the first 50 had each been an age. It was a febrile attack, similar to George's, but less serious. Edwin had possibly caught the infection at Knype railway station. Yet who could tell? Now he was in the drawing-room, shaved, clothed, but wearing slippers for a sign that he was only convalescent, and because the doctor had forbidden him the street. He sat in front of the fire, in the easy-chair that had been his father's favourite. On his left hand were an accumulation of newspapers and a book. On his right some business letters and documents left by the assiduous Stifford after a visit of sympathy and of affairs. The declining sun shone with weak goodwill on the garden. "Please, sir, there's a lady," said the servant, opening the door. He was startled. His first thought naturally was, "It's Hilda," in spite of the extreme improbability of its being Hilda. Hilda had never set foot in his house. Nevertheless, supposing it was Hilda, Maggie would assuredly come into the drawing-room. She could not do otherwise, and the three-cornered interview would, he felt, be very trying. He knew that Maggie, for some reason inexplicable by argument, was out of sympathy with Hilda, as with Hilda's son. She had given him regular news of George, who was now at about the same stage of convalescence as himself, but she scarcely mentioned to the mother, and he had not dared to inquire. These thoughts flashed through his brain in an instant. "Who is it?" he asked gruffly. "I don't know, sir. Shall I ask?" replied the servant, blushing as she perceived that once again she had sinned. She had never before been in a house where aristocratic ceremony was carried to such excess as at Edwin's. Her unconquerable instinct, upon opening the front door to a well-dressed stranger, was to rush off and publish the news that somebody mysterious and grand had come, leaving the noble visitor on the doormat. She had been instructed in the ritual proper to these crises, but with little good result, for the crises took her unawares. "Yes, go and ask her name, and then tell my sister," said Edwin shortly. "Miss Clayhanger's gone out, sir." "Well, run along," he told her impatiently. He was standing anxiously near the door when she returned to the room. "Please, sir, it's a Mrs. Cannon, and it's you she wants." "Show her in," he said, and to himself, "My God!" In the 10 seconds that elapsed before Hilda appeared, he glanced at himself in the mantel-mirror, fidgeted with his necktie, and walked to the window and back again to his chair. She had actually called to see him. His agitation was extreme, but how like her it was to call thus boldly. Maggie's absence was providential. Hilda entered, to give him a lesson in blandness. She wore a veil and carried a muff, outworks of her self-protective, impassive demeanour. She was pale, and as calm as pale. She would not take the easy-chair which he offered her. Useless to insist, she would not take it. He brushed away letters and documents from the small chair to his right, and she took that chair. Having taken it, she insisted that he should resume the easy-chair. "I called just to say good-bye," she said. "I knew you couldn't come out, and I'm going tonight." "But surely he isn't fit to travel," Edmund exclaimed. "George, not yet. I'm leaving him behind. You see, I mustn't stay away longer than necessary." She smiled and lifted her veil as far as her nose. She had not smiled before. "Charlie's gone back?" "Oh, yes, 2 days ago. He left a message for you." Yes, Maggie gave it to me. By the way, I'm sorry she's not in." "I've just seen her," said Hilda. "Oh." "She came in to see Janet. They're having a cup of tea in George's bedroom, so I put my things on and walked round here at once." As Hilda made this surprising speech, she gazed full at Edwin. 3. A blush slowly covered his face. They both sat silent. Only the fire crackled lustily. Edwin thought as his agitation increased and entirely confused him. No other woman was ever like this woman. He wanted to rise masterfully, to accomplish some gesture splendid and decisive, but he was held in the hollow of the easy-chair as though by paralysis. He looked at Hilda. He might have been looking at a stranger. He tried to read her face, and he could not read it. He could only see in it vague trouble. He was afraid of her. The idea even occurred to him that, could he be frank with himself, he would admit that he hated her.
The moments were intensely painful, the suspense exasperating and excruciating. Ever since their last encounter he had anticipated this scene. His fancy had been almost continuously busy in fashioning this scene, and now the reality had swept down upon him with no warning, and he was overwhelmed. She would not speak. She had withdrawn her gaze, but she would not speak. She would force him to speak. "I say," he began gruffly, in a resentful tone, careless as to what he was saying. "You might have told me earlier what you told me on Wednesday night. Why didn't you tell me when I was at Brighton?" "I wanted to," she said meekly, "but I couldn't. I really couldn't bring myself to do it." "Instead of telling me a lie," he went on, "I think you might have trusted me more than that." "A lie?" she muttered. "I told you the truth. I told you he was in prison." "You told me your husband was in prison," he corrected her, in a voice meditative and judicial. He knew not in the least why he was talking in this strain. She began to cry. At first he was not sure that she was crying. He glanced surreptitiously and glanced away as if guilty. But at the next glance he was sure. Her eyes glistened behind the veil, and teardrops appeared at its edge and vanished under her chin. "You don't know how much I wanted to tell you," she wept. She hid her half-veiled face in her hands, and then he was victimized by the blackest desolation. His one desire was that the scene should finish somehow, anyhow. "I never wrote to you because there was nothing to say. Nothing," she sobbed, still covering her face. "Never wrote to me? Do you mean—" She nodded violently twice. "Yes, then." He divined that suddenly she had begun to talk of 10 years ago. "I knew you'd know it. It was because I couldn't help it." She spoke so indistinctly through her emotion and her tears and her hands that he could not distinguish the words. "What do you say?" "I say I couldn't help doing what I did. I knew you'd know I couldn't help it. I couldn't write. It was best for me to be silent. What else was there for me to do except be silent? I knew you'd know I couldn't help it. It was—" Sobs interrupted her. "Of course I knew that," he said. He had to control himself very carefully, or he too would have lost command of his voice. Such was her power of suggestion over him that her faithfulness seemed now scarcely to need an excuse. Somewhere within himself he smiled as he reflected that he, in his father's place, in his father's very chair, was thus under the spell of a woman whose child was nameless. He smiled grimly at the thought of Auntie Hamps, of Clara, of the pietistic Albert. They were of a different race, a different generation. They belonged to a dead world. "I shall tell you," Hilda recommenced mournfully, but in a clear and steady voice, at last releasing her face, which was shaken like that of a child in childlike grief. "You'll never understand what I had to go through and how I couldn't help myself." She was tragically plaintive. "But I shall tell you. You must understand." She raised her eyes. Already for some moments his hands had been desiring the pale wrists between her sleeve and her glove. They fascinated his hands, which, hesitatingly, went out towards them. As soon as she felt his touch, she dropped to her knees, and her chin almost rested on the arm of his chair. He bent over a face that was transfigured. "My heart never kissed any other man but you," she cried. "How often and often and often have I kissed you, and you never knew? It was for a message that I sent George down here, a message to you. I named him after you. Do you think that if dreams could make him your child, he wouldn't be yours?" Her courage and the expression of it seemed to him to be sublime. "You don't know me," she sighed, less convulsively. "Don't I?" he said with lofty confidence.
After a whole decade his nostrils quivered again to the odour of her olive skin. Drowning amid the waves of her terrible devotion, he was recompensed in the 100th part of a second for all that through her he had suffered or might hereafter suffer. The many problems and difficulties which marriage with her would raise seemed trivial in the light of her heart's magnificent and furious loyalty. He thought of the younger Edwin whom she had kissed into rapture, as of a boy too inexperienced in sorrow to appreciate this Hilda. He braced himself to the exquisite burden of life. End